Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes, my people. Welcome back. Yes, like I said, tonight is the main event. The main event today is going to be about. These ones are always a bit difficult, you know. I find these ones a bit difficult, you know, especially when it comes to we've been covering something like this for a little while. A couple of months ago, there was a horrific little there's a rape murder scene going back home that Somali speaking, every single one that we've tried our best to cover. You know, sometimes, you know, it gets a bit heated. These type of topics are a bit passionate. Emotions do run sometimes, but I think this is a subject that we do need to address, seeing as it's all over the news, all over the world, and even that day, I think the day that it broke out, we were actually live streaming. We were here actually live streaming. I think Sister Mac was there. Who else? I think yeah, the usuals, Labah, Little Man. A couple of the people them were there still, and then we did talk about this. Then it was breaking news. We did play it. Obviously, you know, I think big up Sister Mac. She does the night shifts, innit? So she comes on SS night shift. She's a care worker. I think she works in the care home at night times, and yeah, this is the main thing. This is what we're going to be talking about today. I don't know why I went for the title. I think I went for the title with a little help with one of the sisters from Somali speakers. And patterns of behavior, uh, men accountability as well. I want to look at this mad statistics that's come out in the UK. 97% of women in the UK apparently have been sexually harassed. I want to look at sexual harassment. I want to look at sexual assault. What type of preventions? I don't think this type of stuff you could be prevented. Because you know, but then again, it's about being vigilant, being aware. Because you know how like it's easy for me to talk about this type of subject. Because with me, I don't know, like I can't imagine me walking around on my headset. Like I've never actually thought one day of my house stepping out that stuff like this could happen. And I think like, most of the men could vouch. Most men on the panel, most of the men that come on the panel, most men in the world could vouch. You know, sexual assault is something that it doesn't pop into our heads. Like me just walking thinking, oh, yeah, maybe robbery. Early when I was young, especially growing up in the rough area part of Tottenham, yeah, maybe that you know you're worried about getting robbed or something. But that was back in the day. But stuff like that, I don't know, it doesn't pop into our heads. And like I'm saying, God behold, like especially our sisters, again, me out there having Ooh, it is kind of mad. And apparently the Met officer, she kind of also resigned today as well. So this is kind of a big news. And I wanted to look at one other aspect that I've kind of noticed on the media coverage of the story is one of the biggest things is it's like um well, as a migrant, as a Somali, as a Muslim, as a African, as a black person, as you name it, I think I kind of you know most fit most minority community descriptions. I was just wondering, how comes this guy's race, his ethnicity, none of that's been mentioned? Have you noticed that in the UK British media? Like, that's something I don't know, man. I don't know. That's something I find odd. Because, Lord behold, say if he was a shade brown or Ahmed, Muhammad, or African, Muslim, black, you know, like there'll be a field day. That's what I personally believe. I believe like the son would have been migrant this, that, and that's what I find kind of funny as well. So I really want to wait 1 second. Let me just get ready. And I do apologize. I was supposed to start the show half an hour earlier, but kind of got delayed. And I thought, you know what, let me just, because I hate doing a show last minute. You know, when I'm rushing around, I like to, like to just sit down and get myself prepared a little bit better. As you guys could tell, hopefully the streams are getting a little bit better and stuff like that. But what did I want to do? I want to, and let's get into the nitty-gritty of the case. Let's look at this case that's kind of sent shockwaves around the world recently, and uproar on what is going on. And I've got a video that's going to be breaking down what is these terminologies we have to look out for. This is the video that I wanted to play. So let's look at the case. Anyone that doesn't know, so let's have a background case. Let's look at it, and then boom.
A serving police constable has tonight been charged with the kidnap and murder of Sarah Everard. Wayne Cousins, aged 48, has been remanded in custody and will appear at Westminster Magistrates Court tomorrow morning. Sarah's family, of course, have been informed of this development and remain supported by specialist officers. I would like at this stage to pay tribute to Sarah's family for their fortitude and forbearance through what can only have been the most intensely difficult few days. Our thoughts remain with them as this matter progresses. The investigation continues, of course, supported by hundreds of officers from across the Met, as well as colleagues in Kent Police. I would also like to thank at this stage all members of the public who have come forward with information or support for the investigation, and would use this opportunity to encourage anyone that thinks they might have useful information to give to get in contact with us. Thank you very much.
So that was Nick Fgrave, the Metropolitan Police Assistant Commissioner. And what he has told us is that a man has been charged with the kidnap and murder of Sarah Everard. His name is Wayne Cousins. So this also being confirmed by the Crown Prosecution Service. 41-year-old Wayne Cousins has been charged with the kidnap and murder of Sarah Everard. So just to remind you of the latest developments of this case, he was 48, I do apologize, 48-year-old Wayne Cousins. So today we had confirmation that the body that had been found, the human remains that had been found in Woodland, had indeed been confirmed as being those of Sarah Everard. So that is a picture of Wayne Cousins, 48-year-old serving police officer. He was in the Diplomatic Protection Service, and he has now been charged with the kidnapping and murder of Sarah Everard, 33-year-old Sarah. Her body was found in Woodland in Kent and positively identified on Friday. So he has been in custody for a number of days now, but charged today. Confirmation there just coming from the Metropolitan Police Assistant Commissioner, Nick Fgrave. He also confirmed that the investigation would be ongoing. Now, we did hear a statement from Sarah's family saying that she was a shining example to us all, and she had brought so much joy to our lives. Our beautiful daughter Sarah was taken from us, and we are appealing for any information that will help to solve this terrible crime. Wayne Cousins, 48-year-old serving police officer, has been charged with the
Yeah, so that's a bit of a background story that's got the whole, the whole world in uproar right now, which is only right. And the question that everyone, Imaka, after this incident with the lady Sarah, there's been questions being raised, and this debate's been come up. And I thought, mother Somali, that especially Somali women's safety awareness. I don't know. I might have to do a whole different type of topic about that one. But this is the gist of today's sort of topic. Anyway, should women change their behavior patterns, or should we hold men accountable? Of course, we should hold the guys accountable. I'm with that, but with the pattern behavior sort of aspect, I was looking at, and I was trying to with one of the with a couple of the sisters that we were talking about this on the private. Assalamu alaikum, my brother Dapper. Big up, big up. Daps in the building. Yeah, so as I was talking to a couple of the sisters about this topic, people that Mulali, the question did come up. Well, even that day we were on the panel, late hours, we were on the panel discussing this as well. And the question did came up. And it was kind of, well, what should some of the sisters do, especially in this time of age? Habenki, if they shaqayan, what is going on? What precautions should you take? And especially some of the sisters that, some of the sisters that are out here, some of us are, they are out here. Let's be all them. But look, you could be doing anything you want. Like, I'm not a person to tell someone, don't do this, don't do that. Like I said, I have never had sisters, never grew up with females in the house. So for me to sit here, but prevention and warning, that's what I'm trying to go for. Is that more key? If we prevent and we warn for that kind or what type of action should I that for me it's a tough one. It's a tough one, so hopefully I've got another video about the actual police commissioner. I'm still trying to figure in my head, why did this woman quit as well? Because he was a police officer, and plus I want to look at this guy Wayne Couzens. How comes there's no uproar? And if you guys just go back, there's no uproar. There's no that down community calling themselves out. I don't see. I don't know whether they just brushed that to our side and they just concentrated on how to like women's safety. I think that's what everyone just alluded to and everyone's stuck onto now. It's like women's safety. Well, how should women feel more safe on the streets? And plus the hashtag she was just walking home is trending right now as well. Everywhere you go. Hashtag enough's enough. And that's what I was thinking. So I want to get into the video with the commissioner. He's the commissioner, and the lady actually kind of quit her job. So I want to know your thoughts on this as well.
To start by saying the events of last week for poor Sarah and her family were absolutely ghastly. Just a horrible, horrible set of events, which I think has touched the whole nation. I know I can speak for my people when I say this incredible strength of feeling of anger and sadness and a real determination to get justice for Sarah. And in the last couple of days, I've been out with my investigation teams, my search teams, my forensics teams, my neighbourhood teams. All the women and men of the Met are outraged at what has happened, and they're working as hard as they can to get justice for Sarah. In that context, none of us would have wanted to see the scenes we saw at the end of yesterday's events. Worth saying, of course, I fully understand the strength of feeling, I think, as a woman, and hearing from people about their experiences in the past and what they feel about what happened to Sarah and what has been going on. I understand why so many people wanted to come and pay their respects and kind of make a statement about this. Indeed, if it had been lawful, I'd have been there. I'd have been at a vigil. And 6 hours of yesterday was really calm and peaceful. Very few police officers around, respectful, people laying flowers, not gathering, and a vigil that did not breach the regulations. Unfortunately, later on, we had a really big crowd that gathered, lots of speeches, and quite rightly, as far as I can see, my team felt this is now an unlawful gathering, which poses a considerable risk to people's health, according to the regulations. A really invidious position for my officers to find themselves in, but they then moved to try to explain to people, to engage with people, to get people to disperse from this unlawful gathering, and many, many, many people did. Unfortunately, a small minority did not.
The Mayor called those scenes completely unacceptable. The Home Secretary described them as upsetting. When you saw those pictures, did you agree? Did you think it was unacceptable, the way in which your officers acted?
I wouldn't have wanted to see a vigil in memory of Sarah end with those scenes. And that's why this morning I said, from what I can tell, I wasn't there, but from what I can tell, my officers in a very difficult position, as they have been again and again in the last year, policing within the coronavirus restrictions, having to uphold the law, having to be impartial, having to be fair, but of course trying to apply, common sense and discretion, and if people don't understand the law, trying to help them to understand and engage and speak before we ever turn to any enforcement. But that is why I said we didn't want it to end like that. Let's have a review. So I welcome the fact that this appears now. The Home Secretary, I believe, has asked for the HMI to review it. I've spoken in the day to both the Home Secretary and the Mayor. I'm very comfortable with that, and I think my officers will be as well.
They, it seems, though, were not comfortable with your reasoning. They've both come out and said they're not satisfied with that meeting and the responses and answers you have given. The Home Secretary believes there are still questions to be answered. The Mayor said he's not satisfied.
So I can't speak for them, and you've interpreted what they have said.
They've said it in statements.
What I can say is that I think it would be good for public confidence for this policing operation in the context that it was taking place in the round, given, of course, the extraordinary strength of feeling that there was at the time, but also given the fact that we're still in a pandemic. Unlawful gatherings are unlawful gatherings. Officers have to take action if people are putting themselves massively at risk. What we do in one event sets precedent for other events. I am really comfortable that we review what happened. I don't think anybody who was not in the operation can actually pass a detailed comment on the rightness and wrongness of it. This is fiendishly difficult policing, but also I'm sure for the people who wanted to, express their feelings, that was a difficult situation for them. And that's why it needs a cold light of day, sober review. And I think we're all agreed on that.
There have been calls from all quarters, many quarters, for you to resign. Are you considering your position?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. What happened to Sarah appalls me. As you know, I'm the first woman commissioner of the Met. Perhaps it appalls me in a way even more because of that. What has happened makes me more determined, not less, to lead my organisation. I've listened to what people have been saying in the last week. I know that in the streets all across the UK, women don't feel as safe as we would all like women to feel. I am utterly determined. We've done an awful lot in the last 3 years to bring down violence, to, for example, set up our predatory offender units, get nasty, violent, all male, I may say, people arrested and charged for horrible violence against women. But there must be more we, as the Met, can do. There must be more the criminal justice system can do. And there must be more that wider society can do to ensure that women can walk around our streets being safer than they are now and feeling safer than they are now. So my view is I'm entirely focused on that. I'm focused on growing the Met to be even stronger and even better together with others at keeping women safe. And that's my job right now.
Growing the Met, just one more, growing the Met is going to be much harder given what's happened in terms of reputational damage. Do you feel you owe an apology to your frontline officers who are bearing the brunt of some of the fury and the feeling that is out there at the moment?
I feel for my officers. I feel for them every day. I've just told you I've been out with them a great deal in the last 36 hours. That's the sort of commissioner I am. I completely recognise that they are, particularly in this last year, often finding themselves in very, very difficult situations. They are policing during a pandemic. Nobody wants a third wave to happen. It's only a few weeks since the NHS was on its knees. They have a really difficult job. They have to make fine judgments. They often don't have infinite information or all the time in the world. They have to make these really difficult calls. And I don't think anybody should be sitting back in an armchair and saying, well, that was done badly, or I would have done it differently, without actually understanding what was going through their minds. I guarantee that every single officer who was policing last night, like me, would rather we were not in a time of coronavirus. There could be a large, peaceful set of vigils all over the country, and most of them would have been at those vigils. And I guarantee also that my officers up and down London and beyond, if they weren't working, will have been thinking of Sarah at 9:30 last night. They will have been lighting their candles or pausing. And it's something we care about very, very deeply.
Yeah, guys, that was the Metropolitan Commissioner. I think she's been getting a little bit of heat herself. You guys have just tuned in. We're going to be discussing the recent case that happened to Sarah Evans in Southeast London, and yeah, apparently the officer has been charged, Wayne Couzens. He used to work in a diplomatic officer, and then he was actually a Met officer for 3 years. So he's been charged with the murder. So he should be appearing at Westminster Magistrate Court tomorrow in the morning. So it's led up to a couple of debates and a couple of questions about women's safety. And that's one of the main topics, especially our sisters. Yeah, what should women's safety ascertain? Should Habla be more cautious? Especially the sisters that are here working late nights, maybe going out late nights. Who knows? What will be measures? Because one of the brothers actually that night, that when we were speaking about this case, did say I actually gave some of my sisters pocket knives to look after themselves, and this whole this heavy number, this 97% of sexual assaults, women in the UK. Imagine that. What a high number. Oh, she refused to leave the job, that part. All right, my brother. Yeah. Because I try hearing things in the rumor mill that she left the job, she quit. Something about not to Kudai. What do you say? The first female commissioner. She is the first female commissioner in the first female metropolitan commissioner. So all eyes are going to be on her, especially cases like this. Especially when it comes to women as well. You being like the top ranked police officer in the country. So I think this hurt even more. But where was the outrage? Khalid said something even bad. He said, "Yo, yeah, that's another one." But there's something. One of your comments while I was in the thing stood out for me. This is what it is. This is what I'm kind of get. This comment right here. I'm feeling this sentiment, and I think this sentiment is rippling around the world right now about this incident. Yeah, me. Yeah. Of course, any woman that's out here getting anything happen to is appalling, but I'm talking about the coverage of the guy himself. I'm saying, let's look into his effort. Let's look into his religious background. Let's look into something. Let's start scrutinizing this white male culture of well, when it's us, it's well, I'm here. You know what that means in my language. Yeah, big up. Yeah, my brother Kushavelli in the build. I see you. Yeah. So that's one aspect that I'm looking at. I'm like, when it's an Adam person or a person of a certain phenotype or skin type, like, oh, he did something, should have done something, and that's about it. And apparently, the guy's wife was in the case with him. The guy's wife was in the case with him. Yeah, I've got this little video that I wanted to play, and it explains everything that we think about sexual assaults, harassment, because this is a big subject I want to get into. I want to get into the whole point of 97% of women in the UK. That means some of the man them sisters who ain't called her. And what is sexual harassment? Is it just calling? Is it this? Is it that? Levels of assault as well. So that's a couple of angles that I'm trying to look at. So let me dive into this next video here. Let me know what you guys think.
Hey everybody, today's video is the first video in a whole series about sex. And the topic that we're going to discuss today is defining terms that we use with regard to sex, whether that be rape, assault, what is that, why do we have flashbacks, answering all of your questions and giving you definitions that maybe you didn't know before. If you're new to my channel, make sure you hit subscribe and turn on your notifications. I release videos twice a week and you don't want to miss them. But let's jump into today's topic. Like I said, I want to start with some definitions. And so I have my laptop. I did a ton of research and reading for all of you, but let's just define first what a sexual assault is. And a sexual assault is any unwanted sexual contact that stops short of rape or attempted rape. And I think it's important that we understand, because especially with the Me Too movement that's been happening online, when people say they've been harassed or they've been assaulted, a lot of people don't know what the difference is. So that was the definition of sexual assault. Next, I'd like to define what rape is. Now, rape is unlawful sexual activity, and video in a whole series
Riz, can you hear
It's
me?
good. How are you, brother? Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm alright, man. I'm just having some technical difficulties. I don't know what is going on. Sorry about that, bro. Let me come back to the screen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Is it breaking up or anything? Yeah, what's up, man?
I'm blessed with Allah. I can't complain. How are you, brother?
I'm alright, alhamdulillah, my brother, man. I try to play a video right now, and it was about basically this thing that's just happening. You get me? about this recent
Yeah,
case,
give me
and it
one
made
second.
me think. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, let me just see what my connection. I think my internet connection is kind of messed up or something.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
I mean,
So
I
I was
think
talking
that's
about.
go
Yeah, I was
ahead.
talking about this. I was talking about this case that rocked England right
Mm-hmm.
about now. You get where I'm coming from, brother, and it's about this recent the recent thing that happened to this woman called Sarah Evans in the UK with the we were talking about it the other night. I think we were talking about it yesterday furthermore. We touched on it about yesterday and this conversation's come up left, right, centre. Really it's come up with what should men do? Should women take more caution? Especially our Somali women as well. Because this is Somali speakers, especially the sisters that are living in the West. And and it's kind of hard to tell women what to do or speak to women sometimes. Do you get where I'm coming from, my brother? Without them,
Yeah, 100%.
without, without them taking everything left, yeah. And it's a delicate subject, and I really wanna see the best that we could do. So, Riz, what do you think about certain when things like this happen?
To be honest, this is a horrible type of thing, man. To be honest, it should be eliminated. I think there's two things that should happen. One, there should be
Mm-hmm.
like an education program, especially for young kids in the West, to
Yeah.
teach them how to respect, treat women. And
Mm-hmm.
the other one is also that women should learn how to protect themselves. Because at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, this is never gonna stop. You can only try to prevent it and enable
Mm-hmm.
like make it at least as like the least possible. Like make it minimize it as much as you can. But that's the best you can do. It's always gonna happen. You have to learn how to. They have to learn how to protect themselves. They have to create initiative for themselves. It's definitely on the man's responsibility. Us men have to take initiative to enable to make a safer society for them. You know what I mean? Because this is not good, right? Like regardless of who's at them,
Mm-hmm.
everyone has a sister, a mother. And this is not good. But
Mm-hmm.
even then, you should try to figure out a way to to educate young boys, especially when they're in their youth, between the ages of 6 and 14, especially during their
Mm-hmm.
puberty times, to make an
Mm-hmm.
initiative to and during sexual education to teach them how to respect women, how to treat them,
Yeah.
enable and also understand no is no. You know what I mean? Don't think
Yeah.
you're what's the word that you're entitled to their body and stuff like that. Like you know what I
Yes.
mean? Like
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Now, but then again, there's
what's
always
up,
going to be
Sister
that
Maya?
sick. But big up, Sister Maya in the build. Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam. I'm so sorry I'm late. I totally forgot the time.
Don't worry, sis, man. Don't worry, sis. This is a conversation that me and Sister Maya was speaking the other day, and this whole conversation started even the other day. I think really were you there? We were on the panel when this news
Yeah,
broke. We were all on the panel and this news broke, and I think Sister Mackie was there, and we all told Sister Mackie, you work night shift, you need to watch out. And sister, what do you think of the title and the conversation on what is happening with regarding this case? Hello, is she there? Did she drop off?
No, I didn't hear you. What did you say? Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I said, yeah, sorry, I said, sister, yeah. Regarding this case, like we were here the other day when the news was breaking out. We spoke to I think Sister Mackie. She works night shift as well. And what do you think, especially with the title and what is recently going on with all the man? Yeah, what do you think of? What's your intake as a woman as well, as a woman that lives in the West?
Okay.
Like,
Do I think if it's
what
okay?
do you think
This
in
is what I
general
think.
about things like this? Okay, yeah, just let us know.
Okay, I think if I'm going to a certain area and I'm not gonna wear the hub or diamonds or anything, so I think everybody they have to protect themselves in every circumstances, right? But I don't think it's fair to constantly put it on women, telling women, oh, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to do. I think it's time to, like, as men, we need to call out stuff like this when we see it amongst our friends. If we see things like this are happening at work, if you see somebody getting harassed, and I think it takes a whole village to protect women and children. Do you understand what I'm saying? I think there's
Yes,
personal
well,
responsibility, but there's also
yes,
a community
a collective,
responsibility. Yeah.
as a collective. What type of personal responsibilities would you say, per se, for the sisters that are out here, or maybe the sisters that are working, maybe some of the sisters, pre-COVID or after COVID, when we get back to normality, especially sometimes, like, young girls are young, people are people, like this, like I said, I said this earlier, yeah. I've never imagined me stepping outside my house and worrying about me getting sexually assaulted and raped. And for me, us men, it doesn't come into my head. And I can guarantee Ridley or most of the men in the chat have never thought something like this. Like, it is
Yeah,
a
that's
reality. It is a
true.
reality. It is a
That's a
reality
privilege.
for. I know it
That's
is.
a
Wallah, and
privilege.
sister,
But it's,
doing Somali speakers this last year, 18 months, nearly coming up to 2 years. Wallah, I've had 3 Somali individual sisters talk to me about sexual assaults that's happened to them. Some that I don't want to ever wish none of my sisters. I don't wish that on no one. And it started making me think, especially Wallah, we covered a lot of rape and murder this year on the channel as well back home. But for the diaspora, this is something that it never came up on Somali speakers, because I never thought something like this until this Sarah Evan case came up. Literally, I had to phone everyone around me. Like
Imagine.
all the female sisters, like my cousin, one of my little cousins out. Why they could to Wallah, it's not nothing, and I'm not trying to like but and it just made me concerned, and it just made me think, okay, what can Somali speakers do contribute in this, and what can we do? Ridley and Mai, what do you think? What are the type of things that in cases like this?
I
What can
think
we
it's
do and what can we speak?
education, to be honest. I think you have to start young, right? Especially with boys when they're young, you have to educate them, how to interact with women, how to treat them, how to respect them. Like it starts at a young age. Once a person develops, it's a little, I wouldn't say it's too late, but like it's far. And then secondly, it also with the consequences, the punishment of like sexual violence or sexual assault towards women, like these things are very, very important, right? Because they especially when a Western country, this is abnormal. It's not supposed to happen in such a progressive society. I feel like
Yeah.
it's the responsibility of men to hold other men accountable, like the severity, because even then if you go to jail or and it's someone's found out of rape or sexual assault or pedophilia, they're taken very, very seriously with the inmates, because it's frowned upon. Even like in this society, we don't respect that type of behavior, especially towards a man. It's very cowardice, you know what I mean? You're picking on vulnerable people. Not to say women are vulnerable, but in certain situations they are, you know what I mean? Especially late nights, they're scared. But I know in Canada they take it very seriously, sexual assault, depending on who it is as well, especially if you call it, they take it very, very seriously. I'm actually, I applaud Toronto police and on how they handle it. You know what I mean? They don't joke around. As soon as a woman says it, it's on the news. If they know the perpetrator, they're on to him. You know what I mean? It's because it's not a good look, especially for the male gender. It's not a good look. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
It
what
puts
can
us,
we
it makes us
do
go
as male?
backwards.
I know about Ridley. What can we do against male? Because look, again, these bastards are representing all males.
You have to
Majority
call
of
it
sexual.
out.
It's not about just calling out. Well, sometimes there is like
But hold
certain men,
on,
yeah.
can I say
But
something?
No,
yeah, sometimes
Yeah,
no, but
shame
no,
is
the
a
angles.
thing.
No, but can I tell you the angles I'm coming from? Before you lot start, let me land in it, yeah. Angles where there is some sick men, some lone wolves that just look at a woman, yeah, and that instinct happens. Do you get where I'm coming from, Wallah? Because no, I tell you the truth, Ridley and mine, not a lot of men, yeah, are gonna come out with this behavior amongst men. Because they're shook. You know the ones, Wallah. Because if a man started acting like
But
that
that's not
around me
true.
and my crew,
That's
well,
not
if a
true.
man started acting like if a man started acting like that
That's
around
not
me and my
true though.
benchins, yeah, he's getting slummed in. What do
because
you mean that's not true? If we find out one of the
because
man them is
what if
That's
this?
sexual
not
assaulting
true.
women,
Look at the club industry. Look at the
But
club
the thing
industry.
is, it
It's
depends
been
on what
a
you
lot
think
of times.
is the fact. I'm sorry, Ridley, go ahead.
I'll come through Maya.
No, I just okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I was just
No, go
saying
ahead,
that's
man.
not true because the thing about men, especially when men are in large crowds and they feel rejected and their ego are bruised, that's when they tend to be aggressive. That's when they tend to want to show out even more because somehow their ego are connected to their friends.
Oh, I think we got each other mistaken.
I've
I
seen
think
that
we got each other.
no,
Sister
and
Maya,
I've
let's
seen it,
understand each other.
but that's the
Let's
thing.
understand
That's the
each
thing.
other. No, let's get to that point, yeah. I think we're coming from two missed points. Like, let's understand each other before we start making noise, innit? Yeah. I'm saying, Walolo, to get a group of girls, say there's no girls around, with the group of men, then we can't tell who, you know, when we're chilling out and it's just the men around each other in your circle or amongst your friends, we can't tell who it has these type of thoughts in their heads because he is not gonna come out with it. Say Imako right now, me and Ridley and a couple of the man them are jamming together, and one of the man them when he spare time, or he does this type of shit, yeah. He ain't gonna actually, we ain't gonna notice. He's gonna do this when people are not around him. Do you get where I'm coming from, Ridley? It's not when men are. I understand where you're coming from, where there's a group of guys, where there's a girl coming in and they hound a girl, whistle a girl. I think that's totally separate from what the argument I'm coming from. I'm coming from where when you're in a group or in a mandem, you can't really tell who the sexual predator is until shit happens.
But you said
Do
you've
you get
been
where I'm
in
coming from?
party. You said you've been in. Did you not say last week that you've been in parties and you're like in a hotel or something, and you notice that one friend that always acts way too friendly with women or waits for a female to be sloppy in
In a
any way
vulnerable,
to manage it.
yeah.
But people, the
Yeah.
fact that guys have seen this behavior, the fact that guys have seen this behavior and not call it out and be like, yo, we're seeing the way
No,
you're
we've
moving.
called it out. Well,
What
we've
the hell's
called it
wrong with
out
you?
100 times. No, we've called it 100
But so
times.
many times, most of the time, maybe with your group of friends, you call it out. But so many times, people don't call it out. Most of the time, people are like, oh, that's just how that person is. Or that guy is about to, one day that guy's going to get arrested. I've heard it so many times where guys are like, oh, that guy's moving mad. One day he's going to get arrested for the way he talks to women. But you're like, yo, why don't you check him? Why don't you be like, yo, what you're doing is disgusting. Stop harassing women. Stop making women feel uncomfortable. Stop threatening women. Don't tell a girl you're going to beat the shit out of her because she doesn't want to give you her number. All of
You
this
know
thing,
what I
the thing is
think?
that people don't understand.
But-
It doesn't start off with rape. It starts off small and small and small, and they escalate and escalate until they get to a point where they're brave enough to go to rape. It doesn't start with rape.
You say
Yeah,
so, Sister Maya? Are you trying to start? It starts off on baby steps with the guy.
Of course, it starts with baby steps. Yeah.
Okay. Come through, Ridley. You got something to say, Ritz?
yeah. You know, what I was gonna say is like even like in the club industry and the way how it is, has been many times that men prey on women that are very intoxicated. Especially when I've seen this before and I've looked at it and I was like, yo, this is weird. Like even me, like if I were to talk to a woman, I see she's very intoxicated, I'm really not interested because I can tell in her
Yeah.
she's at a state she's very vulnerable. Like I've heard it so many times of like they've done things that they regret, like they didn't want to do. And then a lot of
As
men
soon as
take
they wake up,
advantage
or
of their
yeah.
but then also just in general, even there was something that was going on in Toronto, right? There was a group of guys that had a group chat and that they were sharing nudes of women that they were their ex. And some of these men were fathers, some of these men had girlfriends, like they just had nudes of past relationships and they were sharing and they got outed. And then women were very furious with that type of stuff. This type of behavior that a lot of these men have is that they don't know how to control their sexuality. They don't have pride in themselves.
But on
To
that
say, you know
side,
what, leave these girls alone.
but Ridley, on that side, yeah, should sisters be actually taking new pictures and sending them out as well? Because that's something I don't
They've done that
condemn
in high
in
school.
female culture, huh?
Yeah, because you have to understand too. It's like a girl could send me nudes back, especially when men were young, under 18, between 14 and 18. They would show it out and they would show it everyone. Everyone would see those girls' nudes. I've had guys send me other girls' nudes to say, "Yo, here, expose this girl." This is back in the day. It's been this is the way, like, especially when they gain the trust of the female and they do these type of behavior. This is the reason, especially now as girls are as time progresses with the Me Too movement and all these other things that have been going on. It's been now, especially now, a lot of girls are trying to quote unquote take control of their bodies or sexuality in order to control sex, because women are the gatekeepers of sex in Western society, right? And so these things, a lot of men can't control their like I said, they can't control their sexuality, the sexual frustration. They don't know how to hone it. They don't know how
What
to
do you mean
utilize
only
this.
in Western society?
No, I'm
Who's
talking
the
about
gatekeeper in other
gatekeepers. I mean, in
societies?
general, they even in the world they
Yeah,
are,
but
but
in other
most
societies,
men
who's the
force.
gatekeeper?
No. Most societies though, like I think it's very different because women have a different cultures and they have different type of status quo. Like I can't speak in every society. I can only speak on Western society. That's what I said in Western society. What I've known, I can't speak in what goes down in South America, Africa, or Eastern Asia. You know what I mean? How sexuality is
Mm.
practiced over there. You know what
Okay,
I mean? So
sorry.
I can. And it
What do
said
yeah, what do you think? Our sister Amina said, how can we tell men to stop behaving weird and rapists? How can
you have
we?
to start young. Like I said, you have to start very young, and
Okay,
you
By the
have
forget
way
to.
you
young.
raise them,
Okay,
And
the
okay.
way
also,
you
you
raise
No, no,
them.
have to
okay,
put the
okay.
consequences
Forget that.
too. You have
Forget
to
that.
put.
Yeah.
No, but the way we raise,
Okay,
look about
forget.
the look at the
Oh
way
my
we raise
God! Let
women.
me
Look at the way
finish,
we raise
man. Look,
women.
listen. It's not a competition. Please let people finish, you know, my brothers and sisters, so we can have a fruitful dialogue. Yeah. You know, Somali speakers, we do a couple of hours. Let's just listen to each other, and then boom. That's how dialogue works, my brothers and sisters. The angles I'm coming from is, yeah, you both said kids, race. I'm saying forget the kid age. Say the guy is, you see this weird behavior. How can we notice it? And if a man is at this stage, like Sister Maya did say, look, men condone certain behavior, they don't call it out. But when the guy is like this and he's known and he's in the community, certain there's even certain people in my community, well, yeah, in my hood, yeah, their family was like, no, until it came a couple of times where, hang on a minute, this kid, it's been 3, 4 times you've been arrested, you've been jailed for this. Until the family starts saying, you know what, in kind of yeah, is a fuck boy. What can we do? Like sister, like simply Amina said, how can we tell men to stop? Men, not kids. I'm not talking about the kids. I know where you're coming from. Prevention is the cure, but I'm saying if the person's too old and the man's a grown ass man. Now, do you get my point? The floor's all yours, guys.
I mean, I think that the key is to be honest. Like this is very hard, right? It's all about it's like the consequences and first in the behavior patterns. Like what I've noticed now in this generation is the way how the person speaks about women and how he acts towards women, and also his history with women. Like if you can find out, like has he ever had sexual experience? Has he ever had a girlfriend? How did he speak towards his mother, his sisters, that sort of stuff. You can't really stop people from being, because a lot of men, what's they call, they I don't want to say they support, but they allow this. Like if you all know locker room talk, the way how men talk about women and these sort of stuff. That's why I'm saying the only solution is to start it. As right now, the only thing is to do is to be preventive and to for females to protect themselves. They have to take that initiative, number one, and for men to also be responsible for other men's behavior. If you see something that's happening, you have to call it out. You can't allow this type of behavior. It's not normal for a woman to feel scared to be around men, especially in a society as progressive as the West. It's not normal. You know, even when I was in Hargeisa, when it gets late night, even me, I feel unsafe. And some women, they can't walk in certain places without being accompanied by men because it's a threat to
Yeah,
themselves. They might get raped.
this this is the type of
This is an
pattern
international
behavior
problem.
that yeah, this is the type of pattern behavior. Look, I'm not trying to excuse, I'm not trying to say women should be with bodyguards all the time. This. I'm just saying vigilance, especially when shit like this happens. Yeah, a metropolitan police officer, a person that's supposed to protect the society. And I'm hearing the way he lured the girl into the car, he showed her the badge, Garugu Sagili, stuff like that. Some sisters are very naive. Do you get where I'm coming from? Wallah. Oh, and it's sometimes it's and you're a sister, Wallah. I don't want to play this men v women thing right now. I'm just thinking of tangible solutions and what can we do as our awareness channel, as a channel that's out here for Mother Somalida. What do you think, seeing as you're the only sister on the panel right now? Go ahead, Sister Maya.
I feel like it can't always be on women. Women are scared enough as it is. We're vigilant as it is. Where we can't stop working the times we're working. It's not like we could just be like, oh, I'm a female, I can't be out at this time. It doesn't work like that. In today's society, it doesn't work like that. So it has to be a two playing fields. If women do have to, we all have to look after ourselves. Like we have to take the precautions. We have to make sure that the thing is, these stuff happens anywhere, like literally anywhere. You could be in an Uber and your Uber guy could be literally a complete pervert. You can be on a bus
That's true.
and be
That's true.
harassed. You can be
That's
walking
true.
in a street that's sort of filled with lights and somebody come up to you and make you feel uncomfortable. So how is precaution the only thing when there's a whole load of people that don't want to help, like support. It has to be a group effort. It has to be.
It has to be. It has to be.
It has
I
to
agree
come
there.
from.
Hello, sis.
Yeah, sorry.
Hello.
Yeah, no, it has to be a group. It has to be a group effort, and I'm with Ridley here. Prevention is better than cure, and sometimes the only way to stop problems like this is we have to raise our sons the way we raise our females.
Yes.
Sure, don't do that. Women, you have to respect women. You can't talk to women this certain way. Just like the way we tell our women, you have to guard yourself. Don't show your body. Don't be around men. Don't do this. Don't do that. We have to give men the same lectures and the same talking points. Because if you
What do you
don't,
think?
it's dangerous for men now. They're gonna get arrested for all sorts of things now. It's not like back in the day where they would just get away with it. They will get arrested, and you will get put on a sex register, and you will get to do time for being a sex offender. And if you don't raise our kids, that's where it's gonna go.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. What do you
that's
think?
very
Does
true.
what do you think of stay at home and let good advice? That's what CD said. The boy Dusty said this as well. We live with Gala. They have different morals to us. What do you guys think of that?
I mean, that's
It's
a little
Islamic
bit
morals not to
controversial. I
do
don't
anything
think.
to women.
Huh?
It's not against Islam. It's Islamically, as you have to hold. First of all, the Prophet ﷺ said, "The best amongst you are the ones who tell each other from right from wrong." So if you're
Yeah.
noticing your friend is moving mad, or a fellow brother is moving mad, you're like, "Yo, Akhi, like, stop that. Hey, sure, like, what are you doing?" If we shame these people, they won't do it as blatantly as they do.
What do you think of this system, Maya? Simply
70.
Amina said. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh God, no, go on, it's fine.
Yeah, they said they did a test in the 70s, 92% of white male tick the box of being a pedo. That is something about this community as well, Walolo. Adankan, you know what, we're just gonna say Adankan Galan, yeah. There's something disgusting about them. Runta want us in this sort of pedophilia bullshit. Wahano khala, walugo okay, Walolo.
92%.
92 in the late 70s.
I didn't know it was that high.
Is that how?
92%
Well,
in the 70s.
think about Jimmy. They used to
Out of
celebrate guys.
92% of men in the UK ticked box of
Yeah, I
being a
think.
pedo. Yeah.
Think about it. Them times they had Jimmy Savile. Think about the courts. You see in the House of Lords, the thing that's going on, the drama that's going in the Parliament.
Yeah, I totally believe that. I believe in Pizzagate.
Yeah, I believe in Pizzagate. And these guys, I'm not gonna lie, Jimmy Savile was actually Sir Jimmy Savile. They didn't take it off him until years after. So they've got a
They knighted
behavior.
him.
They've got this noncy behavior.
When
I
he
call it
died.
noncy behavior. They knighted him. They've
Yeah,
got
they
this
knighted him, and
noncy
then
behavior.
Yeah.
Pardon? They only took it when he died, or
Yeah, they only took it when he
yeah.
died. They only found out he was a pedo when he died.
Yeah, I know. While he was alive, they tried these because he's a knight. Well, at the end of the day, a knight at the round table can't be charged with these things. Prince Andrew again, like I said, Prince Andrew. I'm sick and tired of people being upset with Prince Harry and Merkel, whatever. What's her name? Meghan, whatever her name is.
Meghan
Yeah.
Markle.
Meghan
Dude,
Markle.
how comes no one's upset with what's his name? Prince Andrew. Well, the guy was what's his name? Epstein's cold D. He was Epstein's right-hand man. He used to go to Epstein's Island. This guy was pictured with underage women doing what's not. So they have a culture, what them call the Dakan Be Wahanulei or Achaibo, disgusting and So we'll do that doesn't help. The boy Dusty's right. We live with these Galahan, yeah, and they have different type of morals. So we have to put that in we have to put that in perception, because I don't think forget that we've adapted.
Then I ask you a question. Then what do you say about what happens in Somalia then?
And so, we've been reporting what happened in Somalia.
It's happening back in home. That's what I'm saying. But we're saying here it's happening because they're Galo. Yeah. So what's the reason they're giving from back home?
Yeah, because we live here, Back home, I've been talking about back home, this epidemic.
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking
back home,
you.
they've got measures.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
I'm saying no. Okay, but I'm saying back home they've got measures, of dil. Dilia. Hagen,
Mhm.
the man could just do all of this 6, 8, 7 years down the line. Wallah, he's out. He's scot free. He's coming out on tag. Good behavior, especially in like see these people. Wallah, yeah. I've been to jail. They take them to private jails. Melakala Legaya. You get what I'm coming from? They go to different wings.
Yeah.
You don't see these, nonsense and pedophiles. They don't mix with the normal public. Do you get what I'm coming from? Wallah.
Yeah.
So they get special
Yeah.
treatment within a Gurubala senior next identity. They put them in a register list, and then they're out re-offending because a good 89% of sexual offenders re-offend. That is a high number of these people. Wallah. Drug dealers, drug dealers get more in jail than these guys, and that's a fact.
They do.
Wallah. So in
They
modern
do.
Kenya, at least there's the death penalty. Wallah dilia. We had this phenomenon only. We were there, sister. You've been watching Somali speakers. Literally, we had to cover every little bit aspect when it's back home. But with us, we've got the death penalty. Like what and that's a deterrent. You get what I'm coming from, Wallah.
Yeah, they do.
But with here,
That is a
can you
deterrent.
say
Yeah, that
honestly,
is a
back home,
deterrent.
Well, you've been back home. We've been back home. Can you say 97% of Somali women being sexually harassed? What they can? I don't think so.
But would they
Because
be
we
able
don't
to
have
say
that
if they were?
done. No, but
Would they be able to say if they were?
Nobody's his shoulder over there. Like you don't see men nights. You know how the builders do it. You know when men are grabbing women's in Hargeisa, no one goes up to girls and grabs their pinches their asses. I know that for a fact. There's certain things in our Dagon that we don't do. Rape, okay, rape is a man-made thing. Rape is something different, yeah. To me, rape is a sick bastard that has a power trip. I've always said it's a power trip thing. For me, one of
But
these
you have
sick
to
bastards
understand
is like,
too,
go ahead, Manji.
because you have to understand what makes rape even more sick is that men have to be sexually aroused to enable to commit it. You know what I mean? Because your
Yes.
penis has to be aroused. So that's even makes it worse. So that means you're getting aroused in this situation, which makes you. That's like you're supposed to get killed. You don't want that person around. Like that's the thing too. Like society, I don't know why, but they always protect rapists and sexual predators. It's weird. It's weird. Like
It's
that's just disgusting. I don't want to be around a person like that. I want to
Because
like
the
beat you
people
up.
in
Like,
power,
yeah.
because the
Think
people in
about it.
power
What
also
about
have
Kate?
the same
What about
problems.
K Dapper said lawmakers are pedos. He's saying the MPs, they're all in this string together.
they're all pedos. They're all pedos. Even in
They're all
Oakland, there was
weird.
like
Yeah.
they're all free.
They can't give
Human
high. They
trafficking.
can't give you high. They can't give you high sentences because just in case they get caught and
Yeah.
they have to go through the system that they created, so they have to make it as lenient as possible because they're not going to get caught for drug dealing. They're not going to get. So they put those offenses way harder than pedophilia or rape or molesting or any of those things because they do it and they're well known for doing it.
Even child pornography. Child pornography is very, very big. It's a huge
Even child
underworld
pornography, yeah.
syndicate of that. It's weird, and it's
Well,
all dominated by white males, and it's weird because it's like imagine like a flat chested girl, boy, and then you're getting aroused off that. And there's always these guys that are in their 40s and 50s. You know, even here in Toronto, there's these guys called predator catchers or something, predator poachers, and
yeah.
they I don't know, I don't like it because it's entrapment, right? But at the same time, basically what they do is that they pretend to be a teen girl, and they get these guys to come. They talk to these guys, and basically they meet them in public and they embarrass them, like, oh, you're trying to meet a girl, this and that, and it's all majority of them are either South Asians or whites. There's only, you know what I mean? It's like it's weird. It's like what the heck? Like she's 14, but you're so horny that you're willing to do anything just to get
What is that
a
with these
nut.
guys?
Why do you think?
What
What
is
do you
it?
think Thailand is
It's,
such a
the
hotspot
sexuality.
for people?
It's
Yeah, why do you think
sexual
like
tourism.
with the white man as well? Yeah, you seen it, and it's not even that. Well, I forget Thailand. Do you know what they made Thailand? Gambia. Have you heard stories about Gambia? Well, like
Yeah,
these
I heard about
Germans,
it.
these white people are actually going out there. Thailand's even worse. So sorry about the language. I know there's a sister on the picture. I do apologize about my language, but we seen Thailand. I used to think to myself, why do these guys all love Thailand? And this whole Chinese male bride thing. Who remembers that? Because I had all day Adana in my neighborhood, yeah. He was a single guy. Next minute we just see him out of nowhere. Now Chinese and off Karen. He's married to her. I used to think to myself, what the fuck did this
because
guy all these bribe? What's that about,
sexual
sis?
tourism is a real thing
Mm-hmm.
because I
So what
know
is sexual
the laws
tourism?
in these countries. It's basically when
Basically,
you leave the country with an age group. Like say when America is 18, so you can't be with somebody who's younger than 18. So go to places like Thailand where they don't have these kind of laws to be with children.
it's not even that too. The level of access. Sex tourism is literally a business. So you can't get laid in the West. You have a hard time with women. Go to Thailand because you have money and she's broke because it's all related to socioeconomic status, right? They have a lot of
Yeah.
these dating places in the Philippines and places where there's like weak systems in place to protect women, low socioeconomic status. They're vulnerable. So then these weak men, these like betas or whatever you want to call them, go there and prey on them. Compared to like in the Dominican Republic or in Gambia, it's the opposite. They go for the men. So the broke men, low socioeconomic status, and the women go there for whatever it is, BBC or whatever the hell they want. You know what I mean? They go for these type of young guys, and they're gonna produce for because they're gonna play like a porn star. What the heck? They want money. They pay for cigarettes.
Oh.
Even like I told you in Canada, there were PhD professors who went to go get married in Dominican Republic. PhD professors making 100,000 a year. They can't get no man. These guys have come back just being house husbands. It's big because it's vulnerability and low socioeconomic status. It's worse for females. Even in Ethiopia, Ethiopia is becoming a very, very big hotspot. And
I don't
over there,
know.
most of the males, yeah,
Oh
it's
my
becoming
God,
a huge
my
hotspot right now.
my
Give me one.
my brother-in-law teaches at York University in Toronto,
Yeah.
and one of his colleagues got arrested for pedophilia. So
Wow.
I wonder if that's
Say
what's he
wallah
been talking
wallah.
about.
Yeah.
Huh? Where's Ridley
Say
gone?
wallah wallah. Ridley, he's still there. I think he
Yeah.
just took off his I think he just put his finger on So this is but for me, what I'm trying to ascertain is okay, each angle's wallah, sister Maya, it's always gonna point back to us men, no matter what, especially in cases like this, innit, yeah. But what I found weird about this
Amazon
case is
delivery.
I don't know why he said Amazon delivery. I don't know
What does
why he
that
said.
mean?
Oh yeah, the male bride thing. I think that's what he's talking about. The male bride.
Okay, yeah, they
Yeah,
deliver
all the
like
bride.
Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon delivery. But I was trying to say his wife. Even this guy in this case, his wife was with him in the case as well.
Yeah,
His wife
she
was,
helped him get
and
rid of the body.
then she later on snitched on the police.
And the ironic thing is, the wife and the woman that he killed, they look similar.
Say what?
Yeah, have you not seen? I'll send you a picture in the back chat. Hold on.
Okay, send me if you can send me a picture on the back chat. I can put it out for everyone.
Yeah, that's crazy
That's
though, man. I think a lot of them
Hold
think
on.
they don't protect their own people. You know, the government failed their own females. You know what I mean? Their own
Did you hear
women.
me,
Like you do,
Ridley?
like, huh?
Ridley, did you hear me?
What'd you
Did
say?
you hear me? Did you hear the story I said?
No,
Can
no,
you hear
no.
me?
What'd you say? Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah,
Can you hear me?
yeah. We can hear
I
you. We can
said
hear
yeah, I
you,
can
sis.
hear
that
you.
my brother-in-law teaches at. No, I was telling he teaches at York University in Toronto, and
Yeah,
basically one of his colleagues got done for pedophilia.
yeah, that's true. Because York University was a sexual assault hotspot for a while because it's near Jane and
Yeah.
Finch, which is a low income area,
Mhm.
and then late at night, international students, females usually, like you'll be
And
it was back
yeah,
in the early 2000s. Yeah,
and,
yeah, it was
Canada,
big
because
before.
where the campus is like there's so many woods, it's loads of wooded areas and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's scary.
exactly. It's near a low socioeconomic area too, and a lot of men prey on the woman. Even some security guards. It's weird. It's weird. A lot of guys do these weird things. I don't know because, like I said, it's like it all comes down to the mentality of the male and the sexual. I think you have to. A lot of them have to go to like a psychologist in order to break it, but no one wants to invest time in it, like you said, because a lot of elitists are part of this culture. You know, they practice this. That's why human trafficking is massive.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think the
Yeah,
elitists travel?
there's more human
Why do you think the
trafficking and
elitists?
slavery now
Go ahead, sis. Hello?
I'm just saying there's more sexual slavery now than there was during the Atlantic slave trade,
Why do you think that is?
because governments let people get away with it.
Mm-hmm. I hear that. I hear that. It's for me. I don't know, man. It's like Ridley said. Yeah, we have to look at these men's psyche. What do you think's turning these men into this? What do you think it is? Is it because the dating game's changed? Is it men are feeling less confident, where they have to actually suppress their sexual urges and then actually do something stupid? You get where I'm coming from? And the thing that I just don't get is when the Adam people do shit, yeah, how comes it seems like they get away scot free? Because I'm not seeing people call out their race. I'm not seeing no one call out this guy's religion. I'm not seeing his faith go into. I'm not seeing his family. You get where I'm coming from? I'm not saying, yeah, there's a lot. Dusty said, yo, Maya, that's a mad statement that you
No,
made.
there's definitely. What did I make? What did I say?
He said, you made a mad statement.
What did I say?
What was the statement, Dusty?
Most likely, but what? Can you remind me which one?
I don't even know. I don't even know what
Being really
Dusty's talking
cautious.
about. I don't know. I don't know. But again, cautiousness, I don't know, man. Like I'm saying, pattern, what is this
Oh,
pattern
they're trying
behavior
to.
that women do?
That's not a mad statement. You can look it up, honestly. Human
Oh,
trafficking has taken
the
over.
slavery
Oh,
company.
yeah.
The slavery company.
Generally, I can put it in the back chat and find it for you. But yeah,
Yeah. What did my man
mad
say?
but true, sadly.
Did you know the case in Germany? I don't even know about that case in Germany. Gmail said, what did Gmail say? What did he say? I blame the absolute porn. I blame an absolute
I blame
porn.
the availability of porn.
Availability of
I
porn.
don't
Okay,
blame. Yeah, I don't blame that though. That just
Yeah, the fact that
ruins
it's so
the male experience.
the fact that it's so
Yeah, go ahead.
accessible. No, he's blaming it because it's so accessible, like constantly, and people have unrealistic expectations.
Because
I don't know.
porn had a horrible side effect. It was supposed to be able to sexually liberate people to being able to masturbate and do what they wanted to do, but it ended up now if you do like a survey or a psychological assessment, it destroyed majority of millennial men when it comes to sexual interaction and intercourse in general because they get more aroused or stimulated virtually than they do like actual one-on-ones. Like it's gonna backfire. You know, I don't blame it for example, but it does have an effect and towards how men view women. That's a fact. It does.
What did the Kush say? Porn doesn't make men rape. Oh, lad.
I don't think.
but
Yeah, I
it
don't
gives.
think so either.
As my friend Kush, I
It
think
doesn't.
he's a
That's
very
like
he's an advocate of porn. He's a man that likes
I don't
he
think that's what
advocates
he
for
said,
porn.
but
I
that's
don't
like saying
I don't know.
that's
Go
like
ahead.
saying guns don't kill people. People kill people.
I don't know. What like? What did you say?
Hmm?
That's like that's like
That's
saying
exactly what he
video.
said.
But
But he said,
yeah, but look
yeah,
what Dusty's saying as well. Look at that. Dusty's saying the same thing. That's like saying what video games make people shoot people. We need to see the
no. But
correlate
the thing is,
evidence,
you
man. There
become
needs to be dalil.
desensitized.
Huh?
No, there is the thing is, it makes you what do you call it? It makes you it makes you detached from reality. It makes you detached from women. You see stuff like this, you generally think it's true. You see it in porn constantly, and you think most women are going to behave like that when that's not acceptable in real society.
But this
I don't
porn is
know.
it's $1 billion industry. You know what I mean? And the Danish were the first to legalize it in 2001,
Yeah.
thinking that it was going to free people and be and able to give them like because when the first was about to be legalized, most people were against it, most Western countries, but they seen the amount of money it could generate. And it is the worst thing that I think happened to millennial men. Because if you take it away today, there'll be much more meaningful relationships. and much more interaction, because now men don't have to interact with you. They can just go online and get what they need to get in 5 seconds. Boom, bats, done. Making it illegal, I think, is definitely the safest way to leave. But even then, you go to a country like Pakistan, will have the highest rate of it, and most of them use VPNs to access it. That's the irony. A lot of them still use VPNs to access it.
Yeah, mostly it happens in Arab country, and any place where they restrict you the most has the highest volume of people who watch porn.
That's kind of
Facts, that's
crazy.
true.
I never thought Pakistan and the Arab countries would be up there. Because I watched something about Pakistan as well. Yeah, I hate to say
Yeah,
this.
they're like
You
number
know what
one
they
and
got the
number two.
highest? Guess what they got the highest rate for as well? I was
What?
there was time that some people going on the Pakistani community and the black community were going at each other online, and they found out I researched the most khanis's porn sites as well. Pakistan Balaghala.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
shocked.
Well, I
The
do.
way how
Yeah,
they
Kush said
calculate.
it.
Yeah,
Kush knows. He knows. He was listening to the same stream I was listening to. They got the highest rate of this.
and the highest
It's
rates of
crazy.
rape, the highest rates of rape is India.
Yeah.
Women are
Yeah,
not
it's like
safe
it's
in
India.
India.
something like.
Women are not safe in India.
Mm.
They literally wait. The cab driver will drop you off at a hotel and wait for you to come outside so he can follow you.
Mm-hmm.
But
Like for
it's
me,
their culture too.
like, but what you got to remember, the wall over there, India, Malak, and Hablah, we Dilan, because of the dowry. You get me?
Yeah.
Because of the dowry, you can
So I'm
think
just,
about
yeah.
it. Nimbu Hurdala, yeah. Imagine this Nimbu Hurdala. Son Hablo Dokale. He has to pay for each one, Ninkala couple. Their dowry system's kind of crazy. I mean, I'm hearing the men pay for what's it called?
Yeah.
Yeah, as well. You get where I'm coming from. So it's
Yeah.
kind of mad. Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Because you know that too, right? Even if they get rejected, like anything, like if a woman doesn't want them or this and that, because India is one of the most diverse places in the world, right? So the culture changes differently if you go to the south compared to the north. I think the south they're much more better than they are in the north. I feel, right, where they're much more aggressive, they're much more unsafe, especially if it's like in the countryside. If the woman rejects them, they throw acid. Even there was a
Yeah.
video that was viral. It was a white girl that was in India. Oh, the Indian men were going to it. Like Indian men, a lot of the time, they're very embarrassing. Like the way how they pursue women, the way how they go for them. They're like I think one of the lowest in the sexual marketplace. But I don't. I think
Why
it's
is
just
that?
the way how their culture is. It's because the way how society
Somebody
portrays them
wrote
to
in the
be
comments, dating
hairy,
network is also a problem. I don't know what that means.
dating what?
Dating network. The dating network.
Oh,
I don't know.
online dating, online like Tinder.
Oh, is that what okay. Tinder is a
Yeah,
problem.
because
Okay.
Tinder is very bad too. Tinder is very. I think it's just you have to understand this, right? When you look at the sex industry, it's male dominated when it comes to consumers. Sex sells, whether you like it or not. Tomorrow, men start controlling sexuality and start to say, "Hey, you know what? I'm just gonna focus on myself. If I get laid, I get laid. If I don't get laid, I don't get laid. Forget it. Everything might the society will change, and a lot of people will lose profession. Even the fact that a lot of liberal women are trying to normalize sex work, which is very weird, right? I don't see it as being. I don't see it as a way to make income, right? Because a woman is not responsible for a man to get for a man to get laid. That's his problem. He has to figure that out, And the fact that women are normalizing it is
Can
making it
we?
worse. But
Definitely, that's true. Yeah, sorry, I had Lam's comment saying, according to research, marital rape is also really high, especially in religious marriages. Can we talk about that?
Yeah,
yeah,
come
that's
on, go
Do
true.
for it.
people consider people
Yeah.
can you get
Oh, I
raped
got a
in certain
story. I got a
marriages?
story for you
Do a lot
guys
of guys
about
believe
this.
that?
I got a story in Canada. There was an Iranian couple, right? This happened like 2, 3 years ago. So he got married, right? And he was expecting to have sex, right? And his wife was denying it because I think she was scared or she was like, I don't know, she has sex anxiety, I guess. So basically, he was trying for like 2, 3 years. He ended up declaring a divorce, and then due to that divorce, they ended up having to go into court. And his reason was because of that. She wasn't giving him some. He's like, what? Like, what the hell was the point of this? Like, I married you, I fell in love with you, and she didn't want to give it to him. He ended up winning the case and keeping all his money. I remember that. That was very interesting because I don't even know. Like she just didn't want to give it up to him. I think she was scared about that.
I've also got a story which is quite interesting. I know someone who's married to somebody who's really, really religious, and she was sick one day. She was really sick, and he wanted to have marital relations with her, and she was like to him, "I'm sick," and he was like, "Yeah, I know you're sick, but I have needs." And she's like, "But I'm sick." And then he was like, "Instead of us arguing about this, we could have been done already." And he's like, if he was like, and she was like, "But I'm sick. I don't want to do anything. I just want to go to bed." He goes, "Okay, I'm gonna go sleep in the next room. Just know, if I'm upset with you, the angels are gonna curse you from now till the morning."
Yeah.
So he
So what are
literally
you
got on
saying,
top of
sis?
her, raped her.
Yeah. Is that his wife?
He
You go on top of her?
he used the religion. He used the religion to he used the religion to manipulate her and tell her, if you don't do as I say and pleasure me, sorry for my language, the angels are going to curse you from now until the morning because you've taken away my rights as a husband. And even though she was sick, he still got on top of her while she was crying, raped his wife, and then went to another room and slept.
Whoa.
That's very bad. That's not good at all. That guy should go to jail. I mean, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
but then
But
again,
even
we got.
even
But then
said,
again, no, but then again, yeah. I
Somebody
don't
said
think
you
you
can't steal
can.
from your own fridge. A man once said,
Yeah,
oh, God,
that's
sorry.
not. Someone said you can't steal from
that's
your own fridge, and
crazy.
someone said, "I don't think you can rape your own wife." I don't
Yeah,
think
you
I
can.
found out you can, bro. It's been proven, man.
You
Certain man
can.
in our area, certain man, he knows certain man, and I don't even want to say it live online, but he knows certain people in North London went to jail for certain events like this, and that's the truth. That's the truth. Certain man went to jail for this case. Husky so year, they next
No,
minute
we're
later.
not using a lot of
Oh,
men as an excuse. Sorry, ST said we're using a lot of women are using the wrong men. The fact that we're saying this is a lot of, we're making it seem like it's just a handful of men that do this. It's only a few men. It's clearly not, because a lot of women have stories. A lot of women have experienced something like this. So it's clearly not just a handful. No one is saying it's every man. Of course
I
not.
know
Not every
this is
man.
the problem.
There's really good
I
men,
think
but you
I
also have
think
to be
men like
realistic and say there's also bad men.
yeah. Now the thing with a lot of men is maybe because they don't see men like this and they feel like it's a shot against men. It's not really a shot against men, but really, truthfully, if men are out here aping, raping women, what the fuck else was?
It's
What
not.
else are
It's
we
a
supposed
shot
to
for
have?
bad men. If
Yeah,
I insult bad men and you're a good guy, why are you taking it as offense? I'm not describing you. It shouldn't offend
for
you.
something.
It should have. You should be. You should also be against those men because they're
Ah,
making good men be.
look bad.
Why shouldn't you be
Look
in the same?
bad. They're
Yeah. Why
making
shouldn't you
you.
be?
They're making. I like. They're making you talk and
If
twitch
you're
and move
insulting a
like
bad woman, if
mm,
somebody said, "Oh, accused me of rape and I didn't rape her," and it's proven that he shouldn't, I'm not going to take it offense and be like, "Oh my God, why are we calling these women out?" Because I'm not that woman. I would never do that. So I never understand why men are like, yeah, but it's not all men. Clearly, it's not all men. We know that. And those men who don't do stuff like this should stand up with women and be like, you know what? You're not part of this society. What you're doing is horrible and disgusting.
And that's what it is. I think a lot. I think you see in cases like this, a lot of good men really need to speak up and really start making noise instead of just sitting in the comment section and typing like some faggots. You get where I'm coming from. Put up your voices and start speaking. Some of these people might just have to start. Some of these guys in the comment section as well. Yeah, might have to start deleting some of these people. Are you sitting in the comment section, lads?
No,
Yeah,
it's
and
not
just
even
letting
that. We
two
have to
men.
also.
No, it's not even that. It's all men, Nimaka, right now, yeah. I'm gonna put out the link here. I'm gonna challenge all these little clickbait finger pussies right now to jump on us, men, and have your say. Even the sisters as well. Because I'm sick and tired of all these little clickbait finger people, innit, yeah? I'm gonna start wiping out your mods and start blocking people. Come out and have your say. Stop listening to 2, 3 people. Thank you, Ahmed. Big man Ahmed in the building. Right now, I love that. Come through.
Assalamu alaikum.
Nah, man, it's just some faggot guys in the chat right now. All they want to do is just click. Oh yeah, well, Stop talking in the comment section. Jump on like men and that. Say it like men in it. Come through, Ahmed. Take over the floor.
Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, well, like what the sister Maya was talking about is an example of what is happening within our communities. What we do not know about, those are things that we shy away from it. We look at the outside world and we're like, oh, rape is there, rape is here. But if we look within ourselves, well, you see exactly these kinds of things, and the thing is, I think also the thing is there is a lack of communication between men and women about these kinds of things. Like, these kinds of stories, as a man, you will not hear them because women talk to women. You know what I mean? You will not hear them. But if you ask, if you go into conversations, you will learn. You will know what their experiences were, so you can protect yourself not to do that. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is, like, for example, now what the sister is saying, those are stories that we men need to hear. We sometimes we are delusional about what women think within marriages, within love life. We do not know what they think. We say, oh, my father said this, my brother said this, but whoever said my sister said this or my mother said this, you know what I mean? So I think that's also a problem.
No, you're really right, Ahmed. Like, if we don't know these stories, then people can act like they don't happen. And the fact is, people use the deen and people use all sorts of things to excuse their disgusting behaviors. And somebody who genuinely loves the deen and loves Islam, we shouldn't let these people get away with it. We shouldn't.
It's true. Very true. I saw yesterday. So
we have to like hack. We have to if people of deen, we have to hack. And the best amongst us are the people who are good to their wives. And if you're not good to your wife and you're using the religion to take away her right, then you should be called out by the community. You should be called out by the Muslim community. Be like, you know what? You don't represent us. What you're doing is disgusting, and we're not tolerating this sort of behavior anymore.
Yeah. It's very true. And the thing you're saying about using the religion is, you know what they do when they talk about religion. These kinds of men, they like to take the things that benefits them. You know what I mean? So, for example, this is a perfect example. Yeah. So when it states in the Quran, and it's true that the wife is that she cannot refuse it, but they do not look at the bigger picture. So they look at that, they're like, yo, I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna use it on my wife. As soon as the wife says, yo, listen, where's my taking care of me, paying the rent, paying the money, giving food to the kids, they're like, then the benefit is gone. So they're using it in a way that it benefits them. They're not looking at the hadith that you stated. The Prophet was the best to his wife. The akhlaq, the people who are good to the other people are the best of the best. They're not looking at those kinds of things. The rahmah, what Allah Azza wa Jalla is talking about, rahmah. Someone who does not give mercy to other people, how can he expect mercy from Allah Azza wa Jalla? Those kinds of things are not looked at when you are in these kinds of situations. They're only going to say, yeah, you're not allowed. But did they look at the hadith that you stated? Did they look at the ayats that Allah stated? No, they didn't. And that's what you call people who use the religion for their own benefits, for lust and desire.
They definitely do. They pick and choose what part of the religion to follow. First of all, when you're meant to protect your wife means no harm should come to her. And that's from you as well. It's not just protecting her from the outside world. You have to protect her from your own desires and from you causing her harm.
True. And it hurts. It hurts, like in this context here about using the religion, and this is one of them. Yesterday I saw a little documentary. It was an English documentary, and it was about men that go to Eastern countries or Africa. They go there, they marry little girls like 17 up to till 25. And they come there, they come from the West, they say, I'm gonna make your life better. We're Gursinian, they're gonna make love to them. They're gonna marry them, secretly, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Murtad wedding. What is it? What did they say? It's them. It's not a
Yeah,
Murtad. It's
it was based. This scene was based in Kenya, I think. It was within the Somali community in Kenya.
Kenya. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
Yes,
meant to. You're meant to.
it
You're
was
meant to
Kenya. There was
practice
a
as well.
documentary about it.
yes,
And they
yeah,
just
There was a
go there
documentary
2
about it
weeks.
on Channel 4.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I
one of
think
my
it was.
uncles did that, man. My
I
uncle
think
did
it's
that in
called E4.
Hargeisa.
Yeah, yeah,
Listen,
exactly.
yeah, my uncle did that. My uncle did that. Well, like, he
Yeah,
come to
yeah,
Hargeisa 2 weeks, got married on Facebook, and until she landed, did his dirt, and just left the plane.
and yeah,
Nothing was
exactly.
for it.
Wallahi, that's the thing, and the thing is, yeah. So,
And he
these
pretends to be a
guys,
sheikh.
yeah. So these
That's the
guys,
thing.
they
Dean Tustermal, I second number. He's not one of the.
waru
He's a Godwayne, bro.
waru, and
And
the
he's
thing
like,
is,
yo, he does. He goes, Mom, don't into sinister. So I said, what? You rather have a 2 week wedding? That's even worse off.
yeah. So the thing is, yeah, what they do is exactly that. They come, they say, yeah, we got money, we're gonna make your life better. You know. So then they marry, and exactly as you said, they leave, and they leave the girl there with their child. It's like a shame for them. You know what I mean? And wallahi, if you saw these girls, yeah, they were girls. They were not even women. They were girls. They came from a protected house. You know what I mean? And you see them, the pain, wallahi, the pain. And it's not even the wallahi, what these men did is, if they call that religion, then yeah, man, well, it's sick. And the worst part of this is exactly as you said, Khali, you know, some of our uncles did this, you know, and
Yeah,
none of us talk about this. You know what I mean? We as
yeah.
men, I don't think we talk about these kinds of problems. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, this what these men
It's
did.
a taboo. It's a taboo
Yeah,
in our
والله
community.
Taboo.
yeah, people even laugh about it. You know what I mean? Hey, gabarti what
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, you back the girl in Somalia. You know what I mean? It's
Mhm.
like, that's the sick mentality that is going around.
Mhm. Nah, but who do you blame? I don't know when shit like this happens. Like I gotta say, reactive, not a proactive community. To make change, we need to come out and start speaking about this. We
Very
need
true.
men to come out and speak, but no man wants to come out and speak about this. So
It's
it's
true.
it's an oxymoron. Look how many clowns are in the chat right now, innit? Yeah, with even spanners. Look, they're too busy arguing with females on the chat. Well, grow up, you man, innit? They're too busy arguing with the sisters in the chat as well, innit? Yeah, come out and start speaking for men. They do not want to put their voice on the line, fam. So I beg you, keyboard warriors, yeah, stop reframing arguing with women in the chat. The links in the chat. Be men and start speaking
Yeah,
up for yourselves. 'Cause I'm
and
sick and started. I'm sick and started for you know all these bunch of insult fuck faces are in the chat right now, yeah.
yeah,
All they're doing is arguing with women. Come out and start speaking like men, innit? Condone your community and speak up, fam. Don't rely on 3, 4 guys to speak up, yeah. And come out here and start speaking about CL. That's some bunch of clowns, man. Sorry, man. I'm gonna go anyway. I'm gonna come back, you guys. Hold on the panel.
yeah.
I like these insult fuckfaces are pissing me off in the chat as well. Wallahi.
So yeah, you know, it's a problem. It's a problem that is going around for quite a while, and it scares, you know, it scares people, because imagine you being a parent in this country, or in Europe, yeah, and you're thinking, oh, I'm gonna protect my daughters from these men that rape and you know, bother women, and imagine you marrying your daughter off to a man, and he does that kind of stuff to your daughter. That's scary.
And the funny thing is, most men are like, "Oh, it's not all men," and which is, I totally believe it's. Wallahi, I totally believe it's not all men. But
Oh, but
when men
sis, sorry,
have
sorry, I
daughters,
know,
they're so
sorry, sis,
protective over their daughters.
sorry. They're protective over the sisters and daughters, but right now there's a bunch of insult guys arguing one sister about Ninkada do though. Well, women are getting raped, man. Your sister's getting raped left, right, center, and I'd get Somalia. You lot don't talk about it, but you rather argue with a girl. You don't even know if she's a girl. She's a girl with a foot. You rather argue with her than have your say and back it. Well, some pathetic insults. Well, Somali speakers, I'm attracted to too many insult brothers. Wallahi, loads of keyboard warriors never joined the chat. Wallahi, K Dampa said it. And when their sisters, their mums and daughters are getting raped here, they rather speak about Kenya and the ICGG. Watch the day I do the meeting about Kenya. Yeah? Wallahi, stop arguing with women in the chat, bro. Stop being pathetic. You insult fuck faces. Wallahi, sorry, sister Maya. Sorry to the girls in the chat. Are they gonna hablan in the chat? Please don't entertain stuff like that, man. These men are not man enough to speak on the chat. Don't entertain. No, these guys in the chat, fam.
True.
These
And
clowns in the chat, man. I'm not even gonna entertain them. Any sister that entertains them, I'll block you as well from my chat as well, man. Keep the chat nice and legit. Come through. Come through. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna be back in 5
no
minutes or
problem,
so,
no
man.
problem. No, yo, be straight. So yeah, man, this and
No, it's the thing is, when we have daughters, we're very protective over them because we know this stuff happens. But when we're talking about it and people don't have daughters, we're not as vocal about it, which I never understand. Why are we so vocal only when we have kids?
it's true. Like we need to do
Because
it
it
before
doesn't
that.
affect us.
Yeah, it's psychology, right? And yeah, if it's not close and you don't see it, it's not there.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's misogyny, right? I think a lot of males just have, especially now, like if they don't get laid or have fun or anything with women or have good interactions with them, they just start to develop just a certain level of hatred or dislike towards them. Like Khaled just said, like the incel culture, because it's not normal to argue with women. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying like you can't have discussions or debates with them, but it's just, you know what I mean? It's not a good look, you know, especially when you're a grown man, you know what I mean? Like, unless it's a valid argument, like, especially when it comes to like these type of conversations, I think it's pretty one-sided to understand that sexual assault, sexual violence towards women is not a great thing,
But
and it should be tackled and to be handled properly.
yeah, but I also think there's a kind of pride that comes with it as a man. You know, I don't know why, but there's a certain pride that comes with it if when they discuss it with women. You know, now we need to take them down for what they're saying, yuhkas. But why won't we accept? Why won't we talk
But
about it?
yeah, but wouldn't you be more prideful to be avoided to have that associated with you? Like, isn't that a weird pride? Like, oh no, men don't do this, or men don't do. Bro, the stats are the stats, man. Like, sexual violence, rape is very, very common and too common. You know what I mean?
It is.
It's not
And
normal. You know what I mean?
and
You should be ashamed to be associated with that, or to even be known with that. Like, it's an embarrassment to your manhood and who you are as an individual to even have that associate. Like, once someone finds out that you raped or sexually assaulted a woman, your whole image as a man has been tainted forever. Like, no one can respect you.
But it's so common. It's so common. But if we were talking about Kabila on this platform right now, this whole platform would be full to the brim.
It's true. Yeah, it's true.
But
We would
we're
jump
talking
on
about
it.
something that doesn't. We jump on it. We put our 2 cents. We'd like, this is how we solve this. This is how we solve. But we never want to do the same thing when it's not revolving around men issues.
I think it's about learning how to be a man. Wallahi, you know, for you as a man to psychologically to play with their minds,
yeah,
and talk
Sister
them
Maya,
down.
well said, Walala. Sister Maya, well said, didn't it? Yeah, you said it perfectly right now, innit? Yeah. Man, want to talk about Qabil. If it happened to one of them, man, sisters, even there's some girls in the chat right now, like this Halam Omar girl, yeah. Please, my sister, stop entertaining people in the chat. Furthermore, yeah, it's only Sister Maya right now. How many Sister Faye? Come on. Furthermore, let me stick it on the females on the chat right now as well, innit? Yeah. Let me hear Ahlam. Let me hear what Ahlam's saying. Please come on the chat, Ahlam. Tonight's your night, Wallah. Or don't make no more comments on the
Yeah,
channel.
come on.
I'm sick and tired of seeing your pencil skirt and your little toes. Be someone real, Manta. Come out. We're speaking about women. Sorry, can someone mute up? I'm gonna stick it on YouTube. It's especially fair as well. You've been on the channel, you've been on YouTube. Stop the comments and stop the keyboard warrior antics and all of that. Come on, Manta. We need to hear some other females. We need to hear some other female voices as well. We're out here doing 3-4 hour streams for Hablehena. Come out, Manta. You get me? Yeah, this is what I'm saying. This girl is taking this thing seriously. She a troll. Cause sis, allow it, fam. Allow it. Come out today, Manta. Be someone. The link's in the chat. Be real. We're drawing you out today, especially Sister Faye's been on the chat panel anyway, so we're gonna give her a blight. But Manta Ahlam, please don't make me making more chats on my chat again. So come through.
Maybe she's just shy. Maybe she's just scared.
It's not about
It
being
takes a lot
shy.
to come up here.
Wallah, sis, there's no point of being shy, but you got a hell of what to say in the chat right now. So wallah, the links in the chat. Refrain from making it, or I'll just block her as well, because wallah, I'll tell you the truth. Male or female trolls, I don't really give a shit. Wallah, like I say on some other speakers, I don't care if you're a guy or a girl. You act kinky, man. Please allow me. I don't care if you're a male or female. Wallah, please, man. This is not entertainment. We're having a serious subject, and people are just clowning each other. The SS is drawing everyone's getting it today. Everyone's getting it today because wallah, I'm sick and tired of lacing up serious subjects for these clowns and these people just chatting shit. SS, fuck allowing her. Please don't tell me allow people. You get me? This is a serious subject, wallah. I'll stop joking around, come out here and have a say. Because I'm sick and tired of doing 8-7 hours for you guys here. You guys are clowning each other. The other day, people are Instagram linking each other. I ain't Musmatch.
Salam alaikum.
You get me? This ain't Musmatch. This ain't Musmatch from Wallah. Please.
Alaikum salam, brother.
What's
Man,
up,
do
everyone?
serious
Alaikum
subjects for you guys. Nagil alaikum assalam, Khalid, man. I'm sick and tired of these clowns.
Well, you know, this
tell me, allow them.
keyboard warriors, yeah, well, as Sister Maya said, as soon you talk about Qabil, Hebel, ICJ, Somalia, this, Somaliland, this, Puntland, this, people are going to jump on it, yeah? But when it comes to attacking our sisters, our neighbors, our Prophet ﷺ said, take care of your neighbors, take care of your people, you know? So we have to prevent this. Well, there's a lot of desperate guys out there who will go attack women. They don't know how to shokansi. They don't know fundamental of shokansi. Their shokansi is grabbing someone's back or being very forceful to them. So there's no rahmah towards the female. They think their strength, I'm going to use my strength upon them to get my attention, get her attention. There's no discipline. So it starts from how you treat the woman from back home, first of all. If you grew up with a father who treats the woman like a slave, then how are you gonna see a woman? You know?
Yes. So but Khalid is that guy. Everyone knows. We all grew up with men around here. We all went out. We're all above a certain age here. We all know that one guy that's always you've never seen him with girl. Never seen him with nothing. You know them ones, like you know that bookie mark.
They will always be always just waits low key one. Yeah, low key one.
And Sister Miles like draw him up. Sister, sometimes we don't know amongst us men. We don't know amongst us men who's who at certain predicaments. You get where I'm coming from?
But you know what? In a sense, Sister Maya, you're not in the right. Well, I noticed there are some friends of mine who do not know how to talk to girls. Wallah al-Azim, I'm not baiting out, but they don't know how to talk to girls. Their way of talking to girls is shouting, "Yo, come here! Yo, this!" What? I'm like, "Horneo, walatai."
That man will try to grab a girl.
You know grab a girl. Let me come here, sit down here, stand here. Give me your number. They don't know how to talk to a girl.
So what happens to them guys? Because them guys later on, and with the internet's made.
These are the ones that you have to be worried about. These are the ones that will grab you by the throat and want to demand stuff from you.
You know, brother, yeah, what you're saying is right. There are brothers among us who have that problem. But I think if we look further up, if we look further up, we need to understand where these kinds of behaviors come from. If we are honest, between men, sometimes these kinds of behaviors are promoted. You know, if you talk to a girl like that, you know, and she's responding, you're like, man, you're a king, you're a G, you know. Oh my God, you're the boss, you know, top boss at her. She's talking to you, she's listening to you like a dog. Yeah, rugging at her, you know what I mean?
And if you know them ones, you chief, a bad man. Runta one accent, yeah. Men do condone, we do encourage what's a criminal behavior between us.
It's true, especially if you grab the girl, if you touch the girl. So, some of us will say, okay, now you're going too far. But there are some of us that say, yo, man, you took it, you know, like the psychology of saying she doesn't know what she wants, so you need to show her, so you need to lead her. You know what I mean? So I think we could say, yeah, okay, they don't know how to talk to girls, but that does not allow you to do that. You know,
because you're right. You're right. You're right, because back in the days, I know to feel while we now, alhamdulillah, I'm grown up. Like back in the days, there were women that were very attracted to the road life. You understand? They were very attracted to this rough lifestyle. You know, they talking to them in a bad manner, insulting them. misusing them, abusing them. They were very attracted to that. Wallah, you have to be
You saying
right
the
most
hood
of the time,
sisters, the hood sisters, the hood sisters.
Yeah.
It's
The
true.
hood sisters. There's a couple of girls. I'm from Tottenham, like I'm saying. If you Wallah or Ma'ant or Ankham, bruv, you get slapped in your face.
Wallahi,
You
they will
whack
come to
guys.
you. They will call
Yeah,
you the
they'll
next.
cheap
They
you
will
up.
call you the next day morning.
Yeah, they'll chief you up, man. You can't be nice. There's some girls, what nice, really good, mate. I don't fun.
It's
Like,
true.
you know, you get where I'm coming from. I'm not trying to make excuses for them. Well, I system, but I'm not trying to make excuses. Not
But
every
there are
girl's the same as
scenarios
well.
like that out there. But there are scenarios like that out there. It's the reality. There are girls who want to be treated like princess, and there are girls who want to be treated like a you're like a pimp. So
Yeah.
see, you have to
No,
be slapping them.
I just wanted to say that I think women have a false sense of what masculinity is, right? I think the media or society, certain subcultures have implemented to be like what are thugs and rappers, right? And I don't say all women are influenced by this, but a certain, depending on the demographic, a certain portion of them are influenced by these type of guys. You know what I mean? I think like the gentleman behavior or like a responsible man taking care of his business. Yeah, go ahead, Khalid.
We say the bad boy. They like the bad boy
I
until she
wouldn't say
gets
the bad
pregnant.
boy. I just say
Until
that
shit hits the
the
fan.
aggressive, like
That's true.
it's a
I
look
haven't seen
and
that
a
meme.
behavior
No,
pattern.
but I
I
think
haven't
you
seen
know
that
what,
meme.
Khalid, you're slightly
Because a
not
lot of
right.
men don't know what a lot of men don't know what an alpha man is. They just hear what an alpha man, and they think being an alpha is being aggressive, is being in somebody's
Maya,
face,
Abai,
is
Maya,
taking
let me,
things with it.
Maya, Abai, feel
I'm
it, feel
telling
it.
you,
Abai, feel it. There was time, feel it. I need to feel it. When me personally, I'm telling you, when I was treating women with disrespect, they liked it. Bem kushe guy.
They love this thing.
When I
I
became a
don't,
nice
I
gentleman,
believe you. I believe you.
when I became a nice gentleman, Ahlul Deen, you know, the Riddles, Wahda, they became very distant. I don't know what is happening. I don't know. Somehow women are attracted to this bad boy lifestyle.
But you know what it is, brother Dapper, yeah? You know what it is, yeah?
It's the masculinity though.
It's true what you're saying. There are some who like that. That's true, and that's being said all around YouTube, on social media. Be that guy who's help you wahkas. They call that power, and wahka say they call it that. But these girls, most of them, when they get into a marriage with a man like that, most of them get in problems. They get in domestic violence. Those are the ones that leave. Those are the ones that get problems with their
Facts.
husband. You know what I mean? So, and the thing is now, that's for the women, yeah. That's for the women. For the men, the problem is exactly what you're saying. If you are a guy, yeah, that's respectful in a good way to the women, it's true. Some of them don't want you. That's true. That's for some of them. And for us as men within the men group, some of you will say to you, "This word I heard it so much, and it's used in the wrong way. You're a simp. You're that. You're
You're a
this."
simp.
Because you're respectful to a
That
girl.
word's dangerous. That word is dangerous.
Very
What did
dangerous.
Dusty Field say? That's the point, yeah. Look what Ahmed. Sorry to cut you off. Dusty
Yeah,
said,
no
"Look,
problem.
that's the point. Dapper, laugh out loud. When you lower your gaze, you get less. You get less. So what? Even the Without boys are on.
You see. Well, it's true. When you lower your gaze, you get less. Imagine that.
Man act like a sweet boy and nice here. Man get chiefed up here. Man get rejected. When you start chiefing up, they get limit now.
Looking down. You're not really trying to attract women, are you? You're looking down. Of course, you're gonna
You
get
have
there.
to, Walalo.
Yeah, it's true.
No, but you lower your gaze, the
Yeah,
whole no, man.
I'm talking about Dusty's point. When you're looking down, you're not looking at women, so you're gonna get less. You're like, I'm playing
He's
you
saying
guys.
it.
I totally understand. I understand.
She said, not all women are the same.
I
Okay,
understand. I'm just
sister,
messing
sister
around.
Amina said, not all women are the same. No, not all women are the same, but
But you also have to understand, just like men, women go through periods in their life. When they're younger and they're in their teenage years, we all have we see what we see on TV. We're told this is what's attractive. Somebody who's heard is attractive. Somebody who's can protect you. He's got money. He's this and that, and things like that feed into a woman's ego. So they tend to be, and the same things you see on TV. They make the nice guy a geek. They make him like he can't protect you. He can't do this for you. So stuff like that. When you're an adult and you have mature, you're like, why do I want somebody who will treat me with disrespect, who will be rude to me, who won't treat me nicely? Not women. If you're a 30-year-old woman and you want a roadmap, there's something seriously wrong with you.
It's
And
true.
I don't
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
I mean that in, yeah,
Because you know what? At
I
the end of
mean
the
that
day,
like seriously, what the hell's wrong with you?
a roadman,
It's called
wallah
being.
al-azim,
It's
I'm not
called
gonna lie to you,
maturing.
a roadman is not gonna pay your bills. Uqsim billah al-azim, a roadman is not
Yeah, but
gonna do
Jay, what
anything
happened?
for
What
you.
happened is, yeah, the roadman catches though. You know when she's young, pretty, and fresh in it, so he's already breeded her.
Yeah, but
So when
she's
he's
out here
breeded her,
then.
yeah,
But then she's for the street. I'm done with her.
yeah,
Well, I
he
believe,
says
you know,
she
I'm not
belongs
gonna
to
lie
the
to you.
streets.
If a girl was breeded by a roadman and she's still attached with that roadman, I can't get involved.
You can't. She's
I
she's
can't get
married to the
involved.
streets, man. She belongs
Yeah,
to the
she's married
streets,
to the streets, so you leave
man.
it
And
to
it
the
is right.
streets.
No, it's true. You know, the thing that Sister Maya was saying is true. These girls, when they are young, they do not know. They just as boys, just as men, we do not know you're young, and as you get older, you will learn. It's very true. That's what I'm saying. When they get into a marriage, you know, when the age comes, like, yo, I want to settle down. I want to have a man. I want to have a kid. Well, when that time come, and you know, their type of men are those kinds of men, then they will learn. You know what I mean? Markas arkian. It's very true. And as she's saying, if you're 13, you still wondered, okay, it's true. There's something wrong with you. And I think that's also true. And you know, I wanna go into to a thing that the said. I don't know, like he said, like, he was explaining the word simp. It's true what he's saying. It's true. There are people who are simps, like what he was saying. Yeah, like, you know, throwing yourself away as a man. But I'm talking about men who are using this word against men who are trying to be good and disrespectful. You know what I mean? Using the word simp to in a wrong way. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Because
Yeah, totally. I totally agree with you.
yeah, and the
Men
boys, you know
also
what he's
use
saying.
it to shame other men.
True. Just as this, yeah, when a man does not something, you know what we say to each other? We say, "Oh man, you're not man enough." How are you not man enough? You know what I mean? So that's just to rile each other up. And the thing is as well is that as a as a man, we need to understand that when we talk to women, you know, some of us they say, yeah, if you're looking down, you're being good, you lower your gaze, you will not get the women. It's true, you will not get them, but you will get the better. You know what I mean? You don't want to attract people to you. You don't want to be associating with. You
Well,
know what I mean?
basically, I rather look down than get a delo.
True. It's true, but that's one of the reasons why it's there. That's one of the reasons why it's there is to protect you from those kinds of things. You know what I mean? Because you know what is the true the mu'minun, the believers, the one who knows those kinds of girls, they will find you because you're a gem. And the opposite's also true. If you're a girl who is mashallah doing her thing, don't worry about finding a man. You're a gem. They will find you.
Abo firi naag qaawan oo coorteeda asturinin oo bahasheeda yaalo oo maxkas u jeedi dan ma kaleeda runta isku sheeg.
On that moment, no.
danta ka leedahay waa shaydaanka ku dhahay naagtaan ka faa'iida laakiin in a common sense ahlul diin ahaan or matter that you know yourself, you know what's right, you know what's wrong. Can you take this woman to your house and say, you know what, I want to have a child with you, I want to have this with you, I want to introduce you to, let's go umrah together. Her priority and your priority is completely different.
It's true.
So
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
you might
When
have
women reach a certain age, that's what they
you might be
want.
glimpsing
All they
one second
want is
by
that.
man, one second about man, you might be glancing for 10 minutes, you might be looking at everything, but like in Gabarto, she showed you everything already. She's a open present.
It's true. Those are in both narratives for as well as men and girls. You know what I'm saying? So if you're a man or a woman who's on a certain path, you know, like you're doing your thing, you know what you want, you're living, yeah. Then if you don't want to get these types of girls, then don't show these types of behaviors. If you're a man who's saying, I want a girl that's mashallah, hijab kida hirantai, she want to go to Hajj, she's on her gene or on her deen, she's doing everything, okay, it's good, you have your things, mashallah. But do not be a man that goes to clubs and go with girls, talk to them like there's some kind of dogs, you know what I mean? If you want to have a type of girl, a type of people, then behave like those types of people.
Abu Wallah, you said it
A
right.
good man is for a good woman, and a good woman is
You
for a good
attract what
man.
you get.
The dean says that.
It's true. Well, exactly.
The dean
And
says that. The good man is for a
attract
good
what
woman
you
and good
give.
woman is for a good woman.
That's true.
That's it.
You attract who you are. You attract who you are. You
Exactly.
can't
هذا
just
في
put,
مرة أختها
you can't put vibes out there or put when you're not that.
It's true.
Exactly.
It's true.
Exactly. And Marco, if you're a bad person and you always hang around with bad people, obviously the around surroundings, what you're going to be into, and your environment is going to be bad. Like in Marco, my mom used to always say to me, find your friends who find the friends who are always running towards the masjid.
Yeah.
These are your true friends. Well, and at the end of the day, as I grew older, now I'm 30 out it. Yeah. I'm realizing it's true. That masjid are your true friends.
It's true, Allah. It's true. And you know the thing, yeah, is
somebody wrote in the comments saying a lot of men want good women when they don't even deserve them.
Yeah.
Who said that?
It's true. Wallahi, it's true. It's double standards. We as a man, we say, you know what, wallahi, we don't want to marry a
non-virgin,
or this and this and this. Look at yourself in the mirror.
You deserve what you reap, innit? And listen, I've got a little video for us, guys. Let me know you guys hit the mute button. Everyone hit the mute button. Let's watch this video for 5 minutes, man. I don't know what's going on, man, today, man. Sorry about that, guys.
Right, bad keyword warriors. Abi kan ukta ujidi malagi saladoho bukur baraya or whatever it's called. Come online. So go panel.
That's Kush, man. That's one of the Murtad group. It's gang. It's the gang Murtad. It's the Murtad team, innit?
Trigger warning. Sarah Everard is a woman walking on the road at night whose remains were then found, and a police officer is in custody about it. My condolences go out to her family. Unfortunately, this is the reality for a lot of women who don't have the luxury us men do of blasting music down their earphones at night for fear of what might happen to them. And that's the part that sticks in it, is the fear. You don't get kidnapped, groped, approached, solicited for sexual favors every night, but the fear, that sticks with you. That doesn't go. It's the silent torture, that anxious feeling. To put it in roadman terms, imagine walking around in your enemy's territory, up block, with no weapon and no protection except for a woman. Enemy territory is earth. I see a few men talking about this on social media, but remember, don't treat this like it's an isolated incident. And because, men like to compare. If I'm in a room of 10 men and I ask them, how many of you as a baby mums that won't let you see your kids, or how many of you have been finessed by a woman, or how many of you have been accused of rape? Because these are the things that men bring up. I wonder how many of them would raise their hand. But if I'm in a room of 10 women and I say, how many of you have suffered physical or sexual abuse or assault of any kind at the hands of a man? It's a rare room where all 10 don't raise their hands if they're honest, if they're answering truthfully. We talk about this stuff like it's too light. Like, do you know what it is to rob someone of their autonomy, their basic right to do what they want with their body? That's being done to women even on days when no one has troubled them, because the fear controls their choices. It makes them precautious, and that precaution precludes them from acting as they would if predators didn't exist. I don't want Sarah's story to be amplified in a way that makes it seem like an isolated tragedy has happened. Women are assaulted and accosted and assailed every single solitary day. So we need to talk about it on off days. Unfortunately, cool is culture. So the more men talk about how whack it is to harass and bother women, and how lame it is to consider yourself as having won any points for coercion rather than willing acceptance of a respectful advance, hopefully the more things will change. Until we start doing that, we haven't done enough, and we're not doing enough even once we're doing that, because there is a pandemic going on outside bigger than COVID, and it is the violence against women. We need to track and trace weirdos and vaccinate them with common sense and a lesson in human decency. And let me tell you something. Don't bother talking about this on social media or think you're really about this life if every single friend you have isn't expendable when it comes to this. Because you will lose friends trying to hold certain men accountable. If you can't stand face to face with your boy and say, yo, how you are moving is wild. If you aren't willing to tell someone straight because it might cost you financially or otherwise to lose that friend, you don't mean it. And you aren't really their friend. Because if you see me about to trip over my shoelace and you don't try to stop me, you're not my friend. Tell your friends they're moving wild if they're moving wild. Create a culture in your circle of accountability and self-reflection. And please, don't think you know your boy. You don't know anybody. You don't know your friend. You don't know your family. You don't know yourself. Check yourself. Every single one of us are guilty of making a woman uncomfortable in some way at some point, whether consciously or subconsciously to some degree. If you ain't willing to admit that, you're not about this life and you're not about protected women, because the first man that I have to protect women from is myself, and I'm still working on that. You've heard me say this all before. I've heard it suggested by men as well that I do this to get gal, which is only indicative of the fact that you believe the only purpose of doing anything for women is to procure sex from them. Well, find the girl. Find the girl I'm DMing right now, because please, ma'am, come forward. Because I'm telling you right now, the only thing required for being like this really is to open your eyes and see the world for what it really is, and then decide to have a heart. You can do it too. This isn't bashing. It's not bashing to tell my peers, yo, let us improve, let us do better. To see it as bashing only lets me know the fragility of your ego, which is the very foundation for why half of these atrocities occur anyway. We especially got to do more as black men to make sure our women don't always only hear us speak up when it's women of other ethnicities suffering. Also, I feel nothing from when I do these videos and women applaud me. I don't deserve applause for deciding I half care after 20 odd years of doing the bare minimum. I scan through the comments trying to find men that agree, men that understand and are willing to say so that other men can see and learn and grow. Rest in peace to Sarah Everard and everyone else that's faced what she's faced, and the countless women that have had to live with the scenarios they survived. Peace.
Yeah, that's interesting. Still, I mean,
No, but
he
he's
does
saying,
he does make a point.
come through, man, come through.
Yeah, I think he does have a point, but I think it's more to that. I think it's up to the state, man. Like this problem can be handled immediately. You know what I mean? By the level of policing, by
No,
the education.
I think you're missing. I think you're missing what he's saying, though. There's a lot of whose mic has got that background. I beg you, yo. No, he's saying Ridley. What he's saying is right. Until men start having this conversation, still men start talking about it's not cool to harass women. It's not cool to be doing this. That's not right. There's a certain culture amongst us, and we keep saying that until we start. And what he said something is interesting. A lot of men are going to be like, "Oh, he's simping. He's only trying to get a girl." That is true. When a lot of men do step up, you're getting accused of you want women. You're all doing it for the sisters. But then again, when your sisters and daughters are getting raped and killed and butchered and barbaric, and we're keeping quiet, we are perpetuating the problem as well. I mean, look how many men are in the chat right now, yeah, that do not want to say nothing, that rather just, hi, what's going on? Rather get accolades on the comments and get a thrill off the comments, someone saying hi to you or some shit, yeah. But instead of actually coming out here, addressing things and giving other men ideas and speaking about it, because now it's just enough about men just saying, I think men need to be at the forefront of this fight. I think men need to be at the
Yeah,
front. I don't think time the women need to sit back instead of blaming this immigrant like what you just did with the oh no, it's the society, it's this. No, it's not the society, it's the state. It's men not having a conversation with other men. It's not men G-checking other men. And I think it's time men have started speaking about a culture of how treating women needs to change. That's what I'm gonna throw out there. And again, I challenge all these keyboard warriors and all
I
these big
applaud you.
pony
That
guys.
statement right there
And
was the statement right there. What you just
pardon,
said was the
sis?
statement, Khalid. I said the
Yeah, and
statement you just made is the truth.
yeah,
It's exactly the
it's,
truth. We have, like, the thing is, we have to call each other out. When you embarrass people, when you shame people into not doing bad behavior, that's when society can be like, "Rah, you're frowned upon. If I see you doing this, you're no longer my friend. You're cancelled. I don't want to be associated with anybody that behaves like this." Like, there's people be like, "Yo, I have this friend, yeah. I wouldn't trust him with my sister, but I'm still his friend." If you won't even trust him near your sister or being anywhere near anybody you love, why is he still your friend? Why are you still willing to chill with somebody like that? It makes no sense.
Very true. Very true.
But I still believe that it's also related to the culture, though, the culture, that how people are raised. Even the way how like certain level of like how the club industry is made up to be, and how certain things is how we teach men to go get a woman. You know what I mean? You can't just go up to a girl and say, "May I kiss you?" Most people don't do that. They just do it. So that if you create that type of culture where you have to ask for consent and do these type of things, then I guess so. Only, you know what I mean? Most things just happen because they happen, right? And some guys force themselves on it. You know what I mean? Even the culture of, well, what's the shit it is? Playing hard to get, or what's it called? Keep what's
Pursuing.
the word? What's the word?
Like
What?
being like pursuing somebody is being encouraged.
Not
Like
even
if they say
pursuing,
no,
like if
yeah.
you force yourself on her, like you keep going, like she says no, but you keep going, you keep going. I forgot what the word is that, like, I don't know
Hard
what it
to
is, but
get.
It's
like
pursuing.
yeah, pursuing,
Hard
exactly.
to
You just
get.
keep going.
I
You
know
know what
what
I
you're
mean?
talking about, man. You're talking about, what's it called? I know, pursuing. You keep pursuing it.
Hard
Yeah,
to
but
get.
even dancehall
Persistent.
And you're
culture,
Persistent.
even if
chasing
you go in,
Persistent.
even if you go into these events and the way how you dance on a girl, right? Technically, you're not supposed to do that. But that's how the culture is. She's either looks back and accepts you, or then she just rejects you. Some other females might take offense to that, depending on who the man is, right? All of these situations happen depending on what man it is or what it is to do. But I completely agree with you, Khalid. You hit it on the nail. But you have to also
But
attack the culture itself that is perpetuating these type of violence. You know what I mean? And
You know,
also the
just
way
to
can I
add
ask you a
one point,
question,
of course,
Ridley?
just to add one point,
Can I ask you a
just
yeah,
to
question?
add one to that point. It's because this culture that we have now somehow made it a normality to us, right? It has a huge side effect to the normal people. When you, for example, me, for example, or I bet hundreds of guys have experienced this. When you're walking down the road and there's a female in the car, do you not hear the car door shutting, push, while you're walking past it? It's not the fact that you're a criminal, it's the fact that she is in fear that a man is walking past her and might rob her, might sexually abuse her. And this what has caused what us as men allowed what society to do. We are suffering the consequences. The normal people are suffering the consequences. I got to the stage of now crossing the road, knowing that a woman is on the other side, just not making sure that she does not assume I'm robbing her. I'm not want to
Yeah,
assault.
I've been there through
Wallahi,
that. Khaled,
I
I've
do
been
that.
through that. I hate that
Wallahi,
as
I
well.
do that. I cross the road just to avoid her.
Yeah, because
it's
it's gonna
true.
yeah.
cause a
I've
ripple
done
Ridley,
effect
that
as
as well.
well.
A lot of people do that.
sorry, can I ask
Sister
Ridley
Maya's got a
something
question.
quickly?
Go ahead,
Ridley,
Yeah,
sister Maya.
yeah,
I just wanted to ask. I just wanted to clarify. You know, there's signs, right? If some
yeah.
sorry, Khalid muted me for
Sorry,
some strange reason.
sorry, no. Do you know what it is? I thought you were Kay and Ahmed. I'm trying to mute
Oh,
everyone, please. If you're not speaking, because there's some mad background noise. Go ahead, Sister Maya.
no, I was just saying there's Q signs, right? If somebody likes you, if a girl has genuine interest in you, you can tell, right? Like no one is stupid enough to be like a girl, like we know when somebody likes us back. We can tell, we can see that she's interested and wants to be pursued, or wants she's playing hard to get because there's some sort of gestures that she's giving to you that she's generally interested. Like I don't see anybody ever going to kiss a complete stranger and be like, oh, I like you, I just want to kiss you. Like people would get arrested for that. You only kiss people that you generally know that are interested back.
I told you the club industry. I didn't say about generally. See, you didn't hear
Oh,
what I was saying. You didn't
okay,
listen.
okay,
When you go in
sorry.
the clubs,
Sorry, I
you
didn't hear
meet
the
complete strangers. Yeah, there's alcohol involved. So then people are in a what's the word? In an inebriated state. So you just do what you do. Technically, if she rejects you while you kiss her, she'll allow you, but that's sexual assault if she wants to go report that. She didn't ask for that, you know. But then now if she accepts it, it's completely different. I'm not condoning this type of activity. I'm just saying
No,
that's
I
what
totally get
happens.
it. That
But
you're saying nightlife has
exactly.
a totally different rules
Yeah, you know, that's what I'm
to
saying.
normal
Yeah.
day.
But a big part of sexual assault, and sexual violence happens during the nightlife. Not all the time, but that's that culture.
Yeah.
It enables it.
That's love
We
that.
have to attack this
That's right.
culture to create
Yeah.
a type of an environment to be safe. Even like trying to teach women to watch out.
Mm-hmm.
Don't accept drink. watch how much you drink. Even though it's sad to say this, men have to watch
Yes,
themselves too. Alcohol puts women in a very vulnerable state. A lot of men too are
that's what
vulnerable.
I'm
No one wants to
saying.
go out and rape men. Yeah.
Ridley, exactly. And Ridley, Ahmed, Dapper's back again, and Maya. This is why I titled it, Should Women Change Their Behavior Patterns? Like I was saying, when this case broke out, we were late night, we were here. I think Ridley was here, Libah was here, Little Man, Sister Mac. And Sister Mac, she works in night time, she works night shifts. Do you get where I'm coming from? And there's a couple of my even including my fiance, I had to phone her, she works night times as well. Like, yo, like, and even one of my cousins that works goes out night times. I had to literally phone all the females in my family, like, yo, nighttime, please, just catch an Uber, jump in your cars, make sure the security guard in your workplace walks you to your car. If there's precautions, I think women, this is why I say certain behavior patterns, even in clubs and even as one our young sisters are out here raving, know what you're doing. You should have that extra cautiousness. Now with this case as well, do you think women's sense of height should be warning level should be even more increased? What do you think, Sister Mai, seeing as you're the only girl on the panel?
At the end of the day, you're responsible for yourself. You should definitely should be heightened. You shouldn't walk in parks when it's dark. You should always try to find the best lit areas where there's people. You should take Ubers if it's very late. You should have somebody on the phone constantly so somebody knows where you are. You should take precautions. But we should also hold people who do this behavior accountable. It can't be only on women because there's so much women can do to protect themselves. You're not allowed to carry any weapons. You're not allowed to carry mace. You're not allowed to have anything that protects you. And women are not like, you're not gonna find women who are just boxers or jiu-jitsu or black belts. So there's so very little they can do to help themselves. So it's going to take our male counterparts to make sure that we're also safe. But it's also on us to look after ourselves. And if you can change not working nights and working daytime, then try to work daytimes. Try to work times that are safer for you. But if you can't, make sure you take every precaution. Constantly have somebody on the phone. Take a well-lit road. Like I said, all the things I've already said.
Yeah, I get what you mean. And it's what you're saying, is like Khalid is saying, is that who should change and who should do what he can. I think like Sister Maya is saying, we should do what we can as men and what we can as women.
Yeah, I know. I think as well,
And this
Sister
time, what
Maya,
you're supposed to do,
Ridley.
I'm so sorry. Yes.
Go
This
ahead,
time, if
sister.
the police officer came up to you, showed you his badge, and like you're breaking COVID rule, how are you supposed to help yourself from that?
Say that,
Things
When
first.
people
again.
when people are then meant to protect you, are
First
actually the
things
ones
first,
causing.
sister.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, I
with
didn't
this
hear you,
police
sister. What did you
incident,
say?
go repeat again. Repeat again, sis.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, how can you help yourself in these kind of situations when the people who are paid to protect you, like the police officer apparently stopped her with his badge and was like to her, "You're breaking COVID rules." She could have possibly knew she was in danger.
No, but the thing is, yeah. All right, cool. This is what I'm saying. Women. This is what I titled it. Women and their behavior patterns. This case is extraordinary. Where the guy came up, he showed the badge. This is what we're hearing, and try to lure the women in. Yeah. But yet again, these are questions you need to ask. A police officer on duty doesn't roll by himself. There has to be two police officers. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Do you get where I'm coming from, Sister Maya?
Yeah, but he was out of duty.
Yeah.
He literally was out of duty.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
The thing is, he was
Big
out
up,
of duty.
brother
And the thing is,
Lebash.
you can't even Faye said, the government needs to bring some laws that women should be able to carry some sort of
facts.
Yes, I think she just coughed. I think she's gonna come back in. Yeah.
How you guys doing tonight? You guys good? Yeah.
Alaikum assalam. Yes, my brother. She just cut off. Come through. You said this as well, Libah, last time. Like me and
100,
you.
bro.
I think me and you went back and forth on this one about women carrying weapons. You said
Yeah,
that
you know how you know what I
you
see. You
gave
know how
all
I see it,
four of
Khalid?
your sisters. You
Facts.
gave all four of your sisters a knife, a little pocket knife to carry in it.
Exactly.
That's
100%,
what.
bro.
That's thank you. That's type of rhetoric that I want to hear. I can't come through. The floor's all yours.
Because you know the way I see it, bro. Basically, women don't get stopped and searched. Okay, so if they carry a knife in their handbag, they're never gonna get caught with it. Yeah. But if a fucking pervert, yeah, like the police, I can't even call him a pervert. It's beyond the pervert. He's a fucking animal. Yeah. If any sort of man sort of approach my sister in that sort of manner, they're getting stabbed right in the heart. You know what I'm saying? And if they get arrested, they're gonna get off. Why? Because it was self-defense. Do you get what I'm saying? You get where I'm coming from, Khalid?
Yeah,
It's a
definitely,
win-win.
definitely,
For
bro.
carrying a knife, so if women carry knives, yeah, in my opinion, it's a win-win.
Yeah, but then again, do you think the law? Some people abuse it, and certain the
I
gangbangers
don't
might
think.
start giving it these. I don't know.
I
You
don't
could
think
right now.
women. Yeah, go on,
You could
bro.
give your knife. Imagine this, Lebah. You could give your knife to your missus or your sister or your girlfriend or something. It kind of is. Ooh. And
Yeah,
what
but
if
I don't reckon.
look?
No, I don't
If a
reckon
guy's
they'll use it for no reason. No,
No, but
yeah.
look what Sister Faye said. Yeah, she kind of said summed it up nicely. If the guy's 6 foot trying to jump you and you're 5'5" girl, what should you
You can
do
stab
then?
him. You can
Thing
stab
is,
him.
sometimes you don't have enough time to even. The thing is, people
Yeah,
don't understand when
exactly.
you're scared. When you're scared, you're paralyzed with fear. You don't have time to be like, oh my god, where's my pocket knife? Where's my pocket knife? But by the time you're looking for it, he could do anything to you.
But there's no other solution though. What other solution is there? Because
There is
men,
no
what
other
I've
Bro,
heard,
solution.
pepper
Remember,
spray.
I get
Pepper
what you're
yeah,
spray.
saying.
pepper spray is another one.
It works a
I
lot.
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah, that's a thing for protection of girls. But like sister is saying, yeah, is that it does not. It's not a guarantee. You know what I mean? Like because
Okay, so what other
and
solution is there?
that's what we're thinking about, bro. That's what we think about. But the thing is, yeah, those kinds of moments, like for example, yeah, if like Sister Faye was saying, if you go to certain classes or jujitsu or boxing or
Bro, that's not
whatever,
gonna
yeah,
work. That's not gonna work, bro.
no, it's true. But in certain moments, you know, especially in those moments, you get in a state of shock. There are some girls who can react. There are people in
Bro,
this world
you
who
do
can
know,
react.
you do know that men are stronger than women biologically.
Yeah, true. I get that. But I'm talking about the reaction. You know the fight, flight, and standing still. Do you know that?
So you're saying that if a woman, listen, if like, a woman can be trained, yeah, let's say Ronda Rousey, even though she's an exception to the rule,
Yeah.
if a man that has no experience in training approaches her, there's nothing that she can do. You know what I mean? She can try and kick him, but that's not going to do anything. He's a man.
Yeah,
He has testosterone. He has
in a matter
testosterone
of
in his body.
yeah,
He's
in a
always going to
matter
be
of
stronger
power.
than her.
Yeah,
I'm
in a matter of power. Yeah, true.
What are we saying that if a normal man approached Ronda Rousey, she couldn't defend herself?
No, but you know what? That's a shit example.
That's
Actually, because
different.
she's
She's
an
a
exception.
professional
I
She's an
fighter.
think every
exception.
UFC
She's an
woman can
exception.
defend herself. I think there was a man that robbed a UFC
That's
woman,
facts.
and
Yeah,
he robbed her
they
house,
can. But
and he came out looking terrible. He
All right,
nearly lost his
forget about
life.
that. Let's talk about what about the average woman? Like myself, Maya.
But the thing is, we have to. The thing is, the self-defense is not to beat up a man. It's just to know how to react in those situations. It's not to freeze. It's not to get scared. It's to where to kick him, so you know where he's. There's places you can kick men,
If
and
you
they
try and
can, what
kick
do you
him,
call
he'll
it?
just
You
grab
can.
your leg. He'll
Yeah,
grab
but
your
why
leg.
But
He'll
why don't you
overpower
just
you
you.
could do the same thing with the knife though?
but
By
why
the
don't you
time you
just
No,
use
stab him,
if you
you
police?
could
stab
rob
him,
your.
listen. If you stab him, yeah, if you stab him, that's it. Game over. There's nothing that he can do. There's
By
nothing.
the
Absolutely
time you're
nothing.
trying to stab him, what if he grabs your hand?
You think these guys know that women carry knives? You will never know that you're carrying a knife. You'll never know. You won't even expect it.
Guys, I would like to welcome a guest. Sorry, can you lot mute up, please? Someone's mic is open. Please, Ahmed, Libah, someone, please. Sorry. I'd love to welcome Relatable Mix, aka my sister. Come through. Is your mic working? Hopefully
Yeah,
your
it's
mic is working.
working. Assalamu alaikum,
Alham-
everyone.
Alhamdulillah, sister. Alhamdulillah,
Can you
sister.
hear
Do you
me
want
though?
to?
Because I can't
We
hear
can hear
myself.
you, guys. Can you hear her? I can hear you perfectly.
yeah. Alhamdulillah. Welcome, sister. I'm happy
Hi,
that
Wally.
sisters are
How
coming
are
on.
you lot?
Yeah, alhamdulillah, more sisters are coming over. I think we've got Max in the chat. Melanated is in the chat as well. So, sis, what do you think? Right now, the top conversation is: do you think women should change their behavior pattern with the recent case with Sarah that's just
Yeah, but
happened in
what do you mean,
London?
like their behaviours? In what sense? Like,
Like, you know, if you're working nighttime, more cautions.
but
Should your
then that's
senses be
almost
more
like
aware?
putting a stop to our life. So I don't think that's fair.
I don't know, sister, man, because this one's a sticky one. Because I'm trying to have this conversation with men.
Yeah.
Do you get where I'm coming from? And we need to change the culture. We've kind of assassinated this culture where we're spudding each other, where men are disrespecting women, all of this. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, that's true.
So I think that's one way. But if we look at both sides, do you think what would you say as a woman?
Yeah, no, I
Right now,
would
because
say
we
when
got
it comes to like men, I think they've got a responsibility within themselves to like check their so-called friends that are maybe not necessarily sexual harassing a woman, but have those traits that they disrespect women or they talk about women in a certain way. They've got to then say, well, that's not right. Do you know what I mean? A lot of boys, they don't tend to tell their friends these sort of things, whereas us women, we sort of tell each other, like, if someone's disrespecting a man, we don't really let it run. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's a conversation that needs to be had amongst the men, really.
That's so right. That's true. That's true. I agree with that. But a lot of people, I don't know where this sentiment came up, where a lot of people are saying women, because it's a mad rate as well. 97% of women in the UK have been sexually assaulted. I couldn't believe when I read that.
Yeah,
And
no,
again,
it's a
sister,
crazy statistic.
sister, I said this again earlier, relatable, yeah.
Hmm.
None of us men could imagine our headset. Say if I'm walking out, it's something I don't think about. And
Yeah.
this year alone, while I've been doing this platform, we've been speaking about the stuff that happened recently. And 3 Somali sisters have actually even spoken to me and personally told me stuff has happened to them.
Yeah.
Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
And us men, we don't think like this. Even Sister Maya was dropping things in the panel earlier. But what can we do as men more? What do you think? What would be the advices? And anyone on the panel, that goes for every man on the panel as well. And
well, let me give you like a scenario. Imagine now you, Khalid, imagine you was walking down the road, like say evening hours after 8, and it gets dark them time. So you're walking, you see a woman and a man. From your perspective, you can just see a man and a woman like next to each other talking, but you can't really hear the conversation. Had you now gone a few steps closer, you can see that there's some sort of harassment going on. Would you now intervene, like of some sort, like whether you speak to the guy or speak to the woman or whatever? Would you, as a man, approach that situation, or would you just, look and just keep walking and go wherever it is you're going?
I think I would walk past.
See,
because there was one
there's a problem there.
but sister, there was a scenario one time down the road. I got this like I don't want to name a shame, but I got a Turkish family. They go through their little domestics, yeah. And this was about 6 years ago. It was like late hours,
Yeah.
buuqii baa isku kacay waxaan miiska la soo dhacay ninkii si xun buu naagta u garaacayay. A couple of us men the xaafadda, he's living on our road. Waan ka qabanay, boom blast. We try to intervene. Next minute gabadhii ninkii way la socotaa. So there's always this thing about Ninya Nag.
Yeah, but
I don't know. If I don't know the couple and it seems dodgy, if it seems dodgy right now, yeah. If a girl's walking home, it seems dodgy where she's walking fast and something I can sense something's not right. I will try, but if it's something that you tend to think it's a couple. What do you think it's a couple? Walalo?
But even so, I'm saying if you can see from like what you can see is the woman saying no to whatever it is, or feeling a type of way, like she doesn't want to be in that scenario. She feels intimidated, and you can see it. You can kind of get a vibe that they don't know each other. We're supposed to be here. Like a lot of men would just walk past, just give the look, and that's it. Carry on walking. Do you know what I mean? And you know what you said now about the Turkish family, for instance, like when it comes to domestic violence, again, I'm not an expert. I don't, these are not facts. It's just my opinion. Like a lot of it comes down to some women, like, when they're in that like relationship or that situation, they feel like this is their way of the person showing them that they love them, because that's what men use. They use like psychological ways of getting into the lady's head that this is them showing how much they love them or how much they care for them. So they manipulate them in that sense, and then that woman then will go back to the guy because that's all she knows. Do you know what I mean? She doesn't know better. So it's like a vicious cycle. Do you know what I mean?
That's
so
true. That's
lots
true.
of ways of looking at it. I don't know. Well, it's a really bad situation that
Yeah, I wanna, what the sister is saying. First of all, it's a very
big up, sister
hard.
melanated.
Hey, it's big up, salam.
Big up. Salam to everyone.
Salam.
Brother.
Yes.
Yeah, what I want to say was, the situation where describing is a very hard situation. Me personally, I think I would go by it, you know, like walk past it. And I would think, not because I think, oh no, I don't need to do something, but I would think, oh, what's good, you know, like Khalid was saying. But you know what happens as well is that sometimes when these kinds of situations come, and you, let's say you go there, yeah, you go to the girl, you ask, is there something wrong? Most times these girls will say, ah, no, there's nothing wrong, just out of shame. There is something wrong, but they wouldn't say because out of shame, and then it happens. You know what I mean? So as a man, as a person, should you go in and ask just like, hey, what are you doing, and expect to answer like yes or no? Or should you go in deeper, like, you know, that's the thing.
What about if you actually see the situation unfolding? You're on a bus, you see these guys harassing a girl, you're sitting there. How about when it's
That's
just clear cut?
when it's clear cut, I would. Well, I would. If it's clear cut, I would. The only thing that maybe would stop me if it is like too many men, but even then you would go. But I think many men would. They would if they would see it. But I think harassment mostly of the times it goes under radar. You know what I mean? Hoste kadata. And then they will wait until the moment like no one is there.
Absolutely, I agree with what the brother is saying. I was not a victim of like physical um violence, but I was kind of harassed by someone. I guess you could call it stalking, and for at least a few weeks, maybe up to a month, I kept it silent because I felt that if I spoke out about it, it would get worse. And the person who was doing it definitely made me feel like if you say something, it's going to be a problem. So sometimes you might walk up to a young woman and be like, I think somebody in the chat was like, she should scream. Well, what if all he would do is, I'm not saying all he would do, that just sounds bad. Let's just say
Mm-hmm.
in her mind, if I keep quiet, I will at least be able to live. But if I say something, he's going to kill me.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not like confident that you're going to come out of this alive, it's very easy to say how this person should respond to it. But as somebody mentioned, common responses to trauma or to fear or is fight, flight, and freeze. People always leave out freeze. Fight is to defend yourself. Flight is to
Yeah.
run. But another common response is to freeze, which is why when a woman is sexually assaulted or raped, she doesn't even say anything. That is a very common response
Ooh.
because she's
Ooh.
like, you know what? If the worst that's going to happen is I will still be alive after this, maybe I shouldn't. So this is her natural survival instinct saying, we just got to get through this, right? And I'm not saying it's a right thing, but it took from my situation, just stalking, just regular harassment, stalking type stuff. You know, I'm gonna show up at your job, I'm gonna do this, popping up at all these different places where I said, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck it. You know, show up where you gotta show up. I'm not living my life like this. But I didn't feel like this person was gonna harm me. And if I did feel like they was gonna physically harm me, I can't say how I would have responded. If I would have said something to my brothers and like, you know, the men in my life a lot
Mm-hmm.
sooner, but I didn't right away. So like I'm kind of like torn on this topic because I know how the men are like, just tell us, like, say something. I understand the need for the men to
Mm.
say, sisters, speak up. And they need to understand that in that
Mm-hmm.
moment where you're deciding your livelihood, sometimes
Mm.
it's like, let me shut the hell up because, you know, this guy
But
might say,
Sister
are you
Mel,
okay, sister?
again,
Hmm.
Sister Mel, yeah. How do good
Hmm.
men? This is the thing we're struggling about. You see, good men. See, good men, yeah. We're struggling with so good men are struggling with this whole concept of speaking up about this because you're gonna get called a simp. You're trying to impress women. You're trying to do this. You're trying to, and it's difficult to even I was saying this earlier to spot someone in our group like this as well. Because 9 out of 10, you see these predators that prey on women. They're not. You won't spot them in a group. Do you feel understand where I'm coming from? It's always
Mhm.
the odd quiet one or the odd one that that never speaks to women. Because I'm sure everyone knows they've had a guy or someone in their circle. You've never seen him with women. You've never seen him interact with women. Only when guys bring girls around him. Always the dodgy person. There's a lot of them around. How do we spot and
No,
identify
but
that person?
sorry to interrupt, but then again, sometimes you just can't call it. Wallahi,
Yeah,
it really isn't that simple. Like sometimes you think this person wouldn't or isn't capable of that, and it could be them. Even sometimes it's not even just that weirdo or that quiet person. Sometimes it could be the loudest guy in the room. You really just don't know.
that's true,
Sometimes
love.
it's the guy that gets all the girls. Sometimes
You
it's
know what I
literally the guy that
mean?
gets all the girls, and he can't handle rejection for
Mhm.
the first time that happens. Literally, sometimes it's like that. People always think it's the weirdo who can't get a girl. Sometimes it's the ones who get all the girls and gets rejected for the first time in his life, and he can't handle it.
Okay,
You know,
that's one angle I didn't look at.
I was gonna say that when you said that, like what the sisters are saying, I have been on panels and literally it's like might be myself and like either one other female or just the rest of our guys, right? And one guy would say, you cannot deny your husband sex, and that's mine, and if I'm in the mood, then I'm taking it. And nobody would tell him like, bro, you're literally saying you're gonna rape your wife, right? Like no one is saying what when you say take it, what does that mean? Like what are you literally saying? You're gonna
Mel,
force
that
yourself
question,
into her
Mel,
body.
that question came up. That question came up about an hour ago. Someone in the chat said you can't rape your wife, and I've
No,
said
somebody
that
said
I've known
Right,
people in.
somebody said you can't steal
Yeah,
from your own fridge. That's what they
someone
said.
said you can't steal from your food, you can't rape
right,
your wife. I know
right.
someone in my area that had been arrested that was in a case where his wife actually, it was a mad thing. These scenarios have come up, so a lot of men trying to say, yo, you can't rape your wife. You actually can. If she doesn't want to
That's
consent and have
dangerous
sex,
thinking.
that's what I'm saying. If she doesn't want to have sex,
Oh
she
my
doesn't have to have
gosh.
sex.
Oh my
This is
God.
what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. It's like,
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know what? If that person thinks that way, nobody on this panel could stop you from thinking that way. What we can do is we can create a norm where that shit is unacceptable. They will know they are outside of the norm. That no, what we normally do is we respect our wives, we respect their bodies. Guess what? We want them to respect our bodies. What if I ain't trying to disrespect Tyler's platform, but let's just say your wife had some interest that was abnormal to you. Can she just violate you and say your body is mine too? Like, can she really just do that because you're her husband? Like, get the freak out of here with that. That's some nah. That's her. You. That's her. Pum pum. I hope that's not bad to
Mhm.
say on your panel, Tyler.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
That's the
Like,
you can't violate. You can't say
I'm
one.
sorry.
You can't
No,
say
you're
in
from
one
America. Okay.
sentence.
You're American and you're non-Somali. You're not Muslim. We'll let you get away with that one. I can
Okay,
let you get
okay.
away with that
Sorry.
one.
You can't say
I'm sorry.
No,
you can't
no,
say
because
1
I'm
minute that we're protecting our women and then you be the one that inflicts actual harm to her. How is that protecting her when you're the one who's causing her to
Mm,
be fearful? It make sense, because it doesn't make sense. You're not
speak, sis.
protecting her. You're literally putting her in danger in her own home, in the place she's supposed to feel the
Mm.
safest, with the person that promised to protect her and love her, and you just violated her in the worst kind of way, and you're saying somehow that's not wrong because she's somehow your property. Our whole human being is your property for you to do what you want, when you want, how you want. Like no one else, you wouldn't treat an animal like that, let alone your whole wife.
hmm So
Exactly.
again, does this come down to reprogramming and retraining men? Because some men are gonna get pissed off and say, "Oh, well, it's not all of us, Khalid." But if it's not all
And
of us, there's some of us like
not
this.
all of you
Khalid,
guys. No, it's just
Huh?
literally
No, it's not all. It's definitely not all
Not
of
all
you.
men. This is
No.
what I'm saying. It's not. But then again, it is men that's doing this. Majority of
Yeah.
all this is men. It's like when do we hear women sexually assaulting women? This is women
very
going out there sexually assaulting. It's rare.
No,
It's
but I
men
mean,
that's
but it's
doing it.
not all.
it's
The
very rare.
ratio is the ratio. What all males relatable am I? It's us. It's men. It's men committing these problems. It's men that are out here raping. Like Ridley says, yeah, to rape someone, you have to have an erection. You have to be the
Um,
psychological thing. It has to go in, sis.
You have to be
Can I bring
excited
a? Can I
to be
bring?
causing another. You have to be excited to cause another person the worst
This is why I
trauma you
don't
could
get.
cause to her. Like, how does that even make sense? How could you be excited to cause another human being harm?
Exactly.
If that person is
I
not
wanna. I
dangerous, I
wanna.
don't know who is.
Yeah.
I want to bring some. I just want to bring to the attention to the people in the panel, because there is a definite serious question about in Islam, can a woman refuse to have sex with her husband? And the person is saying that it is a. They really want to know, like, is that a thing? Um, can she refuse her husband sex? Um, and then once everyone on the panel answers that, or whoever wants to respond, I want to know, can the man refuse the woman, right? Because the woman also has a sex drive, sex urges. She has, if she does have her organs to be stimulated, she might have her own libido. That's, and I just want to know that. But you can answer can the woman deny or refuse the man sex according to Islam? I won't
Apparently,
answer
according to
that.
Islam, she can't.
Hmm.
Apparently, she needs to have good reason to. In fact, let me put something in the back chat. Khalid, if you want to play it,
What's
the
good
simple.
reason? What does that mean? That sounds
I have
subjective.
no idea. I ain't got a clue myself.
Okay. That sounds very subjective to the person in the chat, Dapper. So good reason could mean her
Yeah, I
stomach
think when
hurts,
it comes
right?
to
I don't
when
know.
it comes to Islam, I think we've got to just be very careful. If anyone is knowledgeable in that, like within that
Yeah.
question, only they should answer it.
Very, very, very true, sister. Very
Leading,
true.
yeah,
Very true.
Because
No, but some
Yeah,
things,
I
no, but some
mean,
things are
I'm
black
not
and white.
good
scholars.
reason.
No, but
yeah.
some things are pretty black and white. Do you know what I mean? And it's
Yeah.
very clear that in
But I
Islam,
mean, good reason. How could a scholar who doesn't have a uterus, how could they answer what a good reason for a woman would be? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, they have, like, that doesn't even make any sense. If you don't have these parts, right? Good reason. Let's just say good reason could be I'm sore from last night. Let's just say that's the case, right?
yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I'm in
I
agreement with
mean,
you.
who determines what if it's a good reason or not? Does the husband, nah, you good, you ain't sore? Like, I mean, does he be like, you could take it? Like, I mean, or can she say, hey, I'm a little sore today, so let's try this again tomorrow? Like, I mean, is that okay? Is she gonna be like a disgraceful wife? Is that like,
Dapper said a good
Yeah,
reason is a period only.
Malinated, and
I
well,
think
I'm not a scholar. I'm not like and well versed in it. But here's the thing: yes, you can refuse. Yes, you can refuse your husband sex, but it is a sin. That part needs to be made clear. It is
it's
a
a
sin to
sin?
refuse. Yeah, it is a sin. But
Ooh,
yes, you can refuse it. You can.
oh snap. Then yeah, see, that brings a whole different understanding. And
But
listen,
I think, and when it comes like to the reasoning and stuff, and that I think that's when they are saying like it's like not kind of a sin, like when he has a good reason.
I feel like I'm not a scholar, and I'm not taking this from a scholar point of view. From how I understood it is that you can't use sex against your husband. You can't use it to punish him. You can't just say, because I'm mad at you, or I want to teach you a lesson, I'm gonna refuse you sex. That's how I understood it, but I could be wrong.
And also, I think we've got to be realistic. You're not really going to marry someone that if you say to your, like, for instance, if I was married to my husband and I said to him, oh, look, I'm a little bit, feeling a bit down or I'm a bit sick, I'm sure the man that I marry wouldn't like put it on me to then say, oh, okay, but because you want it, I'm just going to consent to sex. Do you know what I mean? There's respect, there's love between us. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I think you've got to put in context.
And the other thing about can the woman refuse it? And I mean, if she can get him hard, if he doesn't want it, I don't think he can get hard. So I don't see how that's gonna work.
But would they?
yeah,
You
but
don't
it's
know.
not. I
Sometimes
mean,
you
that's
don't know.
not
Sometimes the
necessarily
little man
true.
thinks on his own.
Huh?
Yeah, exactly.
We
That's
all
not
know
necessarily
sometimes
true.
the little man
Sometimes
thinks on its own.
it does think. I mean, it's like because to some regard, arousal can be separate from your actual desires. Arousal can be more biological. right?
I
So
remember a sister saying, and for women, arousal is in the mind. It's not really, it's mainly to do with a woman's mind. And
that's
are you really
consensual
going to get turned
arousal,
on?
but
Are you really going to get turned on by a guy that doesn't really
no,
want
no, arousal, but biologically and scientifically, if you look it up, arousal is biological because even during a rape, right, a woman's vagina will become lubricated. Is that her body trying to prevent her from being completely injured down there? I don't know, but she becomes lubricated during
No,
a rape. It's something
it,
against her will, and her
yeah,
body will just do that, right?
Yeah,
So
it
it's
only stimulates. That's the thing. It stimulates because it's the body, but it does not mean that the
right.
mind is there.
and
Exactly.
okay, and to answer your question, I've never heard of that, and whether whether a man can refuse it or not, I've never actually heard of it, so I wouldn't know myself.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that perhaps maybe people would just respectful of one another's wishes, and
Obviously, they're
if
husband and wife, like we were saying here.
yeah, they're husband and wife, exactly. So it's
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
not like the most documented occurrence. It's like, look, if you had a wild and crazy night the night before, and she's like, hey, baby, I'm a little sore. He like, all right, I'm gonna give you a break, but I got you tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
You're
just like married life. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
hey,
And kind of play the video that he's saying play like 1 minute.
Yeah, I want to see the videos.
okay.
With her.
Okay, so Sophia from Nigeria, she says, what's the ruling for the woman who rejects having an intimate relationship with her husband?
Any woman who rejects having intimacy with her husband without any legitimate reason, the angels curse her from the time she goes to bed until she wakes up in the morning.
SubhanAllah.
And Allah Azza wa Jal is angry with her because she has no legitimate reason, and the husband needs this intimacy. He is exposed to so many things when he goes out in the street, in the market, at the workplace, and so many fitnas around, calling him, luring him to sin. So he has to discharge and he has to have the comfort and the love of his wife. And if he's unable to have this, the reason is this wife who is refusing without any legitimate reason. So she is sinful, she is cursed by the angels, and Allah Azza wa Jalla is not pleased with her.
Yeah, like we were saying, I don't know what hadith he's quoting or and stuff, but like we were saying, it is a sin to refuse without a legitimate reason. I don't know what that legitimate reason is. I'm not a scholar. I don't know the religion that was. So. And
Yeah. I don't know,
And there's
man.
men like the story I told earlier. There's men that abuse that hadith to legitimately rape their wives.
Can't really
I
blame
get.
them though, can you? Because this hadith is
You
clear.
can,
You know what I
you
mean?
can.
Wait, who just said that?
Wait.
Who just said that?
No,
Wait. Hold up. He can. Why I need to repeat this again, I don't know, but I might have to repeat. He can refuse. It is a sin, but he can refuse. That's no sex. He can
no,
do it.
he clearly said that she has to have a legitimate reason. In your opinion, what's a legitimate reason for her to refuse?
For her not to be sinning. For her not to be sinning.
Listen, malinated, but please don't jump in. And he said, for it not to be a sin, she has to have a legitimate reason. Yes, for it not to be a sin. For it to
What
be
would
a
be
sin.
what would be a legitimate reason in your opinion? Then?
I don't know. I told you, I'm not a scholar. For it not to, but that's for it not to be a sin. That's for it not to be a sin. For it to be a sin, no legitimate reason, none, nada, nothing, and she can refuse. Yes.
But as Maya said, you could see why men would abuse that, right? Because a
Yeah,
woman can say anything. A woman, listen.
yes.
A woman can say anything, okay, and her husband would say that's not a legitimate reason.
And the example Maya gave, was, and I would call that rape. I would call that. I would legit. I was listening to what you were saying. I would call that rape. That's rape. That's a damn on him.
Look, in the comments, yeah, somebody said, Dapper Khalid said, the only legitimate reason would be if she's on a period or if she's fasting. Those are the only two legitimate reasons.
No, but I think when you look into this, yeah, and he's one scholar, and I think there are even more opinions about.
Bro, they all have the same opinion.
Listen. There are more opinions about what is a legitimate reason. Yeah, there are more opinions about that, and let's take this opinion. Yeah, let's take this opinion for the argument's sake. If we take this opinion, yeah, and we say yes, it is not allowed, it still does not give you the right to go at it. Because if you hurt her, if you give her pain, if you do something against her, it's still haram because you hurted her. It's a sin for you and a sin for her. If we take this argument, both of you are wrong.
Yeah,
if she says no, okay, she said no, and then in this opinion, she would be at sin. But if you go against her and you doing what she does not want you to do, and you're hurting her, she's crying or whatever, you hurted her. That's also haram.
Okay, cool. What if she's not sick, she's not on a period, and she's not fasting? There's another reason that she has.
That's what I'm saying. There could be more opinions about mental as well. Like she's not getting there, or whatever. And like what Sister Maya was saying, yeah, is when she's using it to punish you, to go against you in that manner.
In what sense? What do you mean?
In the manner that let's say she wants it, though it's not that she doesn't want it, but she's keeping you away from it just to punish you, just to show you.
Bro, if she doesn't want it, she doesn't want it. It's as simple as that.
It's true.
Yeah.
But that's what Sister Maya is saying. That could be also the explanation of the.
Yeah, but listen, the scholar said that she's got to have a legitimate reason.
But
we've defined what a legitimate reason is, right?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
So what if it comes outside of that? What if she's not sick, she's not on a period, she's not
fasting? We need to study it. Then we need to.
What if she's just not in the mood?
Out of it here.
What if she's not in the mood? Technically, that's not a legitimate reason. That's not a legitimate reason. Is that a legitimate reason?
Did I not just explain this 2 minutes ago?
Our dean is compassionate. You always
Did I not just explain this 2 minutes ago? I said.
No, sorry. No, 1 second, Wu-Tang. 1 second, man. Let's go there, yeah. Let me answer this guy's question because he's asking some. All right, listen, brother. If your wife, obviously, me and you were not married. A lot of the panel not married. If you have compassion for your wife, if she tells you you're not on it, are you a type of man to use the dean to force her?
I hear you.
Are you that? No, I'm asking that question. You're asking direct questions. So let me ask you a direct question. Would you do it in that scenario? As a man?
What scenario?
If your wife tells you I'm not on it, would you?
Of course not. Bro, listen. We watched the video and the scholar said, okay, that she's got to have a legitimate reason, right?
And that's one scholar's opinion.
No, but then they all say the same thing, though.
But who's all my friends?
They all have the same.
How do you know that they all have the same opinion? How do you know?
You could search the same question.
No. Did you search?
Listen,
did you do it?
You know what I'm saying? You can search the same question on Google, YouTube, anywhere. And they're all gonna have the same opinion because it's in Sahih Bukhari, bro.
Listen. Do you know do you know for a fact 100% that they all have the same opinion? You personally?
100%. You know how I know? Because it's in Sahih Bukhari. It's a hadith. It's a Sahih hadith. That's how I know.
Okay. So you know all of them.
The hadith.
You've heard all of them talk about it, etc. All of that, yeah. You've heard all of them talk.
Bro, this hadith is well known, bro.
No.
Listen. Since you haven't
listen.
It
is there. It is there.
Can I
just like brother Khalid? Just like brother Khalid.
Let them talk, man. Let them
one
1 second. Let the females take over. 1 second. There's only 2 of them.
I just want to say one idea, and then I want to hear your. I want to hear you say one idea because it's really about me getting the responses from the brothers. It's not about like my position. When what's his name? Libex said if no, not Wodak, the other guy I don't have Liba. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got that American accent. My bad. My bad. You know, I got that American. Okay, Lion. So listen. He said if she's ill, right? And now in 2021, we are fully aware of mental illness in addition to physical illness. So when you say if she's not in the mood, what if your wife suffers from depression? What if your wife suffers from anxiety? What if your wife has like just mood irregularities based off of her mental health, right? So it's a bigger issue. Would you force yourself on a depressed woman and force her to have intercourse with you so she could be in accordance and in alignment with her belief system? Or would you just understand that she has this condition, right, that may not be physical? She doesn't have a fever, she doesn't have a migraine, she doesn't have a tumor, or she's not physically having her menstrual, but she suffers from depression, and right now she's depressed. So people who are depressed may not want to have intercourse, right? What is that allowable for a husband to be understanding, or is that like bump that we don't recognize mental health? That ain't no excuse, and you just go for it.
Yeah, no, in my opinion, okay, she could have whatever reason she wants. If she doesn't want to have sex, she doesn't want to have sex. It's as simple as that. Okay, but there's many people in this chat and on the panel that are of the opinion, like the video that we watched earlier. Okay, the woman has to have a legitimate reason if she doesn't want to have sex. Okay? She has to either be sick, she has to be fasting, or she has to be on her period. Okay? I don't hold that opinion personally. I don't hold that opinion. What I believe is that if she's no means no. It's as simple as that.
Okay, name the names. You said there's people on this panel, and name the names. Who are those people?
Yourself.
So sick meaning mentally sick. Sick meaning.
Me. No man. Me. Yeah, I said that. Yeah.
Okay. So what's the legitimate reason? Okay. So in your opinion, what are the legitimate reasons? Because if you look into the chat,
are you gonna let me answer? Are you gonna let me answer?
Go on.
Mute your mic, please. Stop. I've answered this and Malinated, this might be new to you, but there are certain anti-Islamic people in here, and I see as they have an agenda against Islam, like just to spread false information. But
bro, just answer the question, man. Just answer the question.
To answer the question, I've already answered it. Actually, you can rewind this video if you want. I've already answered the question. 2 minutes ago. What did I say? It is a sin. From my understanding, from what that sheikh was saying, it is a sin for her to refuse without a good reason. It is a sin, yes. Yes, 100%. It is a sin. That's what he's saying, I believe.
That answers your question, Melanated.
Listen. It is a sin, yeah? I can't believe
But so would mental health count as a good reason, or is mental health not?
I don't know. I'm not a scholar. I'm not a scholar. I don't know.
No, I understand. I respect that answer too. No, I respect that answer, brother. No, I'm trying to just let you know I hear you, and I respect that as an answer because you're saying you're not an authority in order to be able to say that. I respect that.
Basically, how I see it is God judges you. God judges you. Oh, sorry.
Please let me. Listen.
No, what happened, man?
Guys, boil my blood. I've answered it for 5 minutes ago. His whole question, I answered it. He wants me to answer it again. They have this agenda. They boil my blood. Listen.
I know, calm down. We see what he's doing, man. We see what he's doing. It's sad, man.
I said it is a sin for her to refuse. That's all it is, a sin. That's all it is. But can she refuse? Yes, she can refuse. You're not allowed to have sex with her. If she says no, it's no. I have to repeat this again for some reason. And he's saying now, he just said that I believe, even though I said that before, he said, I believe that she's not allowed to say no at all.
No, we get it. We get. I believe basically that God judges your intention. God knows your intention. If you're genuinely sick, and I think
Just say you're
Allah subhanahu
anti-Islam.
wa
Just say
ta'ala
it.
knows.
You hate Islam. You have an agenda.
Nah, Wu-Dang, Shaitan Kaskanar, man. Calm down for 2 minutes, man. Calm down for 2 minutes, man. Come through, Sister Maya. Come through, Sister
Every
Maya.
other sin is judged for your intention. So why wouldn't this? Why wouldn't this be the same thing? If you generally, your intention is not to just be spiteful. I think it's like anything else. I don't think it's haram. I think it. But Allah ya'lam, God knows. I'm just giving you my perspective, and I don't think you're allowed to do anything to your wife if she doesn't want to do it. If it's a sin, that's
Yeah,
between her and God. But you're not allowed to touch her if she said no. No means no. It doesn't say she said she refused and you can go forcefully into her. It doesn't say that. It just says she can't refuse you without a good reason. That's my perspective on it anyway.
Okay, I just wanted to say this. Okay, I just wanted to say this though, Islamically or non-Islamically, if your wife refuses to have sex, we all agree that it's a no, then, right?
Nah, really, some people don't believe that's the case.
No, but okay, let me ask you this question.
Yeah,
Let me ask you this, brother Libah. Yeah, like for example, yeah, just now, brother Khalid asked you the question: would you do it if she would say no to you? You said no. Okay, you said that out of a human perspective. You said it as a human being. You understand? So that's what I understood from it. So let's take this example. Yeah, first of all, our religion is from peace. Yeah, it's peace. It's nothing else than that. The peace between man and wife, between man and man, between women and women, and human beings all together. Yeah. So take that foremost. Secondly, we all know the hadith about the Prophet was the best to his wives, to his women. We know that hadith, and that also means also accepting things that are not maybe not good or could be irritating or whatever it may be. Thirdly, if we take this, yeah, you could if we take this thing about having sex actually is a right of a man to his wife. Okay, that's how men used in the wrong way, to be honest. Okay, let's take it the other way. If a woman, the right of a woman to her man is financial stability, he needs to give her whatever he can to like that she can eat and whatever, like financial stability. Okay, if the man cannot give that to her, can the woman hit the man, forcefully put him to work, like deal show every day? Is that allowed? He did not give a right. He did not give a right. So he did say, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to chill on my bed. I'm going to do whatever I want. Could she now say, okay, I'm going to beat you every day until you're going to go to work? And I'm told why I'm using this. Why am I using this? Is for a man to go on a woman to do what he wants is physically forcibly. That's using his physical power. It's like forcing. The man is also in a sin because he's not providing for the woman, but she is beating him every day until he goes. You understand where I'm coming from, brother?
Yeah, well said, bro. Well said.
Should I repeat it again for you?
Somebody
Yeah,
told me I'm a little devil for not answering. They're like, Maya, you're a little devil. Say it's a sin.
What?
Actually, listen, no one's a scholar. We were talking about a woman that got raped in England, women being more cautious. Now all of a sudden, I don't know how this became a religion debate, fam.
Oh, who called who a devil? Sorry.
Pardon?
Who called who a devil?
Somebody in the comments said you're a devil for not saying it's a sin. I was like, damn. Okay.
Nah. We're not
so
scholars.
let me extend my apologies. Let me extend my apologies. I was reading something from the chat. No, but I was reading something from the chat because someone said that I am the one who made it talk about Islam, but someone in the chat was saying, they asked the question, can a woman deny her husband in Islam? And that's what made it. I'm so sorry, everyone. My apologies.
No problem.
No, you have no reason to apologize.
No, you didn't do anything wrong.
You don't have nothing
Melanin.
to apologize. It just
Nothing wrong
religion
with
gets heated. Let's steer it in another
Yeah,
direction.
well, look, at the end of the day, because what is a lot of people think they're scholars. Look, listen, if
No, well,
I'm not a
I tried.
scholar.
I tried. I don't
I'm
know.
here living in 21. I'm here living in 2021. I'm seeing women getting killed in Western countries that are white women, and I'm thinking to myself, how can our sisters that are from migrant communities, and apparently what I find weird as well is, yeah, it's how comes we're not really talking about women's safety as a whole collective? This is
And the
what I
women,
think.
the black women and ethnic minorities who go missing every single day that don't make it to the front headlines, that don't make. I think one was called Blessings. She went missing in Sussex. The police didn't even really look into the case.
And that's another factor. That's another factor because how comes when in migrant communities reports don't really get reported as well? Because Lord behold, if the guy was black, Asian, brown, or something, his ethnicity, his creed, his race, the whole shebang would have been brought up.
No, definitely,
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah, man.
Sorry, I didn't hear you, Khalid. Say that again.
I'm just wondering why how comes no one's bringing up this guy is like he's a police officer, the Metropolitan Police, the people here are supposed to protect us. None of that's even come on. And I was just wondering if this guy was a shade brown, shade black, shade something. I wonder what the response would be.
And it makes you wonder if this can't be his first killing. It can't just be one day he woke up and decided to attack a woman and kill her.
And that's true.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Khalifa from America said, so many native women go missing in Canada. It's a normality. I'm not from Canada. I wouldn't even know. Ridley, you're from Canada. What do you think about that one?
Canadian expert.
Well, what'd you say, brother? I couldn't hear you.
Someone in the chat said, yeah, so many Native American women go missing in Canada. It's such a normality.
Yeah, that's very facts. They go missing. Most of them get raped, murdered, and then their bodies get dashed. They made a movie about it with Jeremy Renner. I don't know because I think just society doesn't care for them too often. Like if it's a person of a different race, they make much more an incentive or much more an effort to look for them because they're a marginalized community that okay, this goes through. It happens in America as well, like in North Dakota, those places where they have a lot of indigenous people. But a lot of it also, I think police are involved too.
I'm sorry, brother. I was gonna just piggyback on what you were saying about in Washington D.C., which is a really, really, really small jurisdiction in America, African American women are disappearing at like a phenomenal rate. Like anyone could just Google black women missing in DC, and you will see like it's like and they're like from the ages of like from high school ages, like maybe 15 to 16 to about 30. So some of them are fully adult women, and some of them are adolescents, but they just show up missing. Like maybe like 5 women a day or something like that. But in a month, in a year, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of women, and it's like, where are they gone? They're just gone. Like they don't even find their bodies. It's crazy.
Melanated. Wasn't there
I
a
think
bunch of
also human
African
trafficking
American women
plays.
that just went missing at one point? I don't know if it was like 2 years ago, and it was just literally loads of young black women going missing all over America.
Yes, but so Washington D.C. was one of the areas that was really concentrated. So like in social media, maybe about 2 years ago, they were talking a lot about it, but it's still going on. But they just don't talk a lot about it. Like that's not being like he said, it's not on the news. Like another black woman's missing. They don't even like unless it's my personal social media, like somebody who I know, their niece or their aunt or their cousin is missing, then they will post it. But I don't even get to know about all of these missing women.
So
And
what do you think, Melanie?
I'm so sorry, Khalid, to interrupt. And a lot of sex traffickers look for ethnic minority women because they know the police or law enforcement or government won't do as much to look for them. So they're easier to get to different countries. Like a lot of refugee camps in Kenya, a lot of women get stolen. A lot of women get stolen all over Africa, all over anybody who with like Asia and stuff like that. That's where they focus their energies from. And in like Western countries, they take women of ethnic minorities and sex traffic them all over Europe, all over the Middle East.
Yeah, that's true.
And they look for women who are young and who are virgins, because those are the ones who make the most money in these industry.
What do you think about the fact that even with Sister Maya and Melanie, the fact that this it's terrible what happened to Sarah, but the worldwide phenomenon news, even like what's his name, the Queen, King, what's his name, King William's wife, Kate was there at the visual. I'm thinking to myself, hang on a minute, where is the uproar when it's other migrant communities? Because like you're saying, Melanie, there's hundreds of women in America. There's probably thousands of women in the UK. And what I'm shocked about is, the UK, for Western country, 97% of women get sexually assaulted. That's something I can't believe that this was come out of this case as well. A lot of women, the high percentage of young women, 78% of them have been sexually assaulted in the UK. So what does that say about Western standards? Because they're so always quick to point Africa and Asia and these countries, but if 90% of their women are getting sexually assaulted, what does that say about their fabric of their society?
I think there are a few things why women of ethnic groups don't get that kind of attention. It's because, one, we all know when something happens to the natives of the country, the white people, that they get like more attention about it. We all know that, and that's the sick thing that's happening right now. Okay. Secondly, is that within our own communities, when this happens, we don't even talk about it, and I think that's even a thing about shame. Like the families don't even talk about it. When the daughter or sister, whoever comes out, says, "Yo, this happened to me," someone either say like, just don't talk about it. Like, skada, skitilo, wahkas. And so what happens then is it goes off and everyone forgets. You know what I mean? Except the girl who happened it to. So I think that's also a reason why it does not get that much attention. Those are just some factors that I can think of right now.
You're saying because it's in our own communities and we don't really speak up about it, it goes undetected.
It could be a factor.
It could be a factor because with the white community, obviously, they're vocal about everything. Anything that happens to the white community, they're very vocal on front line. I mean, the support that's come out for this, again, I'm not trying to badmouth any woman in it, It is because you know what it is? It is appalling. It's appalling. You get where I'm coming from? Any type of sexual assault, no matter what the woman's skin color, creed is, But again, as migrant communities, how come there ain't much worldwide news about when it's migrant communities as well?
Yeah, it's
kind of sickening.
Yo, Khalid, what are you saying though? You reckon women carrying weapons is a good solution?
Huh?
You reckon women carrying weapons is a good solution?
I reckon. Look, we can't lock up women. We can't lock up our women and tell them stay at home at night time. Obviously, people go to work. People go to wherever they're gonna go to. But it's just be vigilant. That's what I'm trying to say. Like I said, when I heard this thing broke out the other day, Libba, I swear, also we were all on the panel. Me, you, Mac, little man. We all here talking. It broke out. Man, I had to start phoning the female members of my family. If you're working night, make sure you're jumping your car. Make sure the security guards walking to your car. It's just little things. It's just your
Yeah,
make sure your sense, your height and your sense.
Why don't you ask Melanated, who lives in America, are you allowed to carry guns? Does it work?
Yeah,
is there prevention?
Oh no, guns. No, you. There
Like
are some
conceal.
states.
Conceal.
There are some states, and I do not live in one of them. There are certain states that you can they call it open carry, right? You can openly carry your weapon, meaning, but it can't be concealed. And then I think there are certain regulations about like driving in your automobile with the weapon, and then like how you notify a police officer if you are stopped that you do have a weapon in the car. And one of the incidents that went awry, if you remember the case with Philando Castile,
Yes,
where he was shot,
yeah,
and he,
with his
yeah, he
girlfriend.
was shot in the, he was shot with his girlfriend and his little son in the car, and he
Mm.
told the officer,
I've
I
got
have a
a
weapon in the
legitimate,
car.
and it's legit.
Yes, and it was legit. It was licensed. He had the license, and the officer told him to show his registration. He went to his pocket, and the officer shot him and killed him in the car.
Mm.
Right. So there's still, like, although these laws are there, I think at
Hmm.
one point I was working in DC, and so I went to this little party, like they call it like a women defense party or whatever, and I bought some mace. I didn't even know if I was able to carry the mace, but I was thinking, in the event that someone attacks me, forget, I'll just pay the damn ticket for having mace, but at least I'm alive. You know what I'm saying? That's how I was thinking
Yeah.
about it. Like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be able to have this, but
What's that? What's that, mace? What's that?
What's mace? Is that pepper
mace is,
spray?
yeah,
Pepper
pepper
spray, pepper
spray.
spray.
Pepper spray.
Yeah.
All
Ah,
right.
yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
or a little
So I was
taser.
like, if
What do
it
you think?
saves me,
Do you think women should be allowed tasers?
Yeah, they need something, man.
yeah,
They
I
need
mean
something.
something.
I
A
think a
taser.
taser. Yeah, I
What's
think
the
women
reason
should be
What
allowed.
I
when you
think any
actually need
woman
to?
that stabs a guy or stabs a person, she's a badass. Like, she is really a
Mm.
badass. Like, the idea of
Yeah.
stabbing someone, I'm like, oh my god. But I think I could tase someone, like, because they're away from me, and I'm like, ha,
Yeah.
and then and I can just take off running, right? But
And
to
that helps
take a
because remember
knife
those.
and put it into someone, oh my god, my stomach, it just,
Yeah, but
whew.
Melanie,
look, this man's
Melanie,
gonna
if
rape
you're in
you.
a
This
life or
man's
death
gonna rape you.
situation, on Khalid.
I don't know if he's gonna rape me, I'm
What?
gonna stab the hell out of him. I'm saying,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, if you're in a
yeah,
life or death
I think,
situation, you're gonna find the courage. You're gonna use it.
yes. But that's the thing is, like, I think that from young, men, boys, they're kind of psychologically preparing for that manhood day, right? And then women, we're not. And then it's like, oh, I need to defend myself. Like, when I think about stabbing someone, that doesn't seem like something doable. But I recognize that if I was in the in the moment, I probably would definitely do it. But it just, like, a man would be like, ouch, stab what? Like, because they're from programmed from younger, but it just sounds so
Yeah, it
morbid
doesn't even it
and
doesn't even have to be a knife. It could be a pepper spray. It could be a taser. It could be any weapon, really.
yeah. I think I could definitely pepper spray, and I think I could definitely tase someone, because that's like, I'm not seeing blood. I'm not, any of that stuff.
I think a taser. I think they should allow women to have tasers, carry tasers. Each woman's allowed to carry a taser, especially if you're working nights. If you're in a profession where you're either caring or you're a nurse or some type of night activity that you're doing, I think all the mandatory should carry a taser. Because what
Yeah,
a taser helps,
definitely. Because
there was a question. There was a question that Sister Faye asked. Say if you're 6 foot something plus and the girl is 5 foot something as an average woman, I think a taser will do justice.
yeah, definitely.
You're not gonna kill the guy. You're gonna stun him. You're gonna put him on the floor, phone police, and you've got, like, what is the rape button? I think every girl should carry a rape sort of button with them.
Because
Like,
the thing is,
would that work as well?
even if, because the thing is, I'm sure most women take precaution, right? Like 99.9% of women are pretty smart. Okay, they're not, they're not doing stupid things. But you're still gonna have sickos in this world. Like that woman Sarah the other day. Okay, I guarantee she was taking precaution. You still had this police officer that did what he did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
So
you
I
might
believe.
never know. But then again, you never know. Maybe she's just walking home, got music on her ears, went to her friend's house, probably had a couple of 1-2 drink. She's not even thinking. Like, look, at the end of the day,
Yeah, but I'm sure
sometimes
the thing is, what I'm trying to say is, I'm sure she took precaution. I'm sure she was walking
you,
through lit roads. I'm sure, you know what I mean? But
Not all
she
the
still became a
time.
victim.
And I'm a
not all the
woman,
time.
brother. I'm a woman, and
Yeah.
I'm telling you, like, I'm a person that I utilize lots of precautions, and I have had, like, I would say, new female friends, like a female that I'm becoming acquainted with, and I see some of their practices, and they're very different from, I'm from an inner city, watch your back, you don't know where your environment, or, that kind of mind state. And she's more from, like, oh, well, this person said this, and I believe them because they're, and I'm like, what? You don't know that person. Like, no, and it's some people have a very, what you call, green mindset. Like, they just very naive and vulnerable and gullible, and they just go with whatever. So, like, I wouldn't say assume that she used precautions. It would be, I would hope that she did, but some women don't. They really believe this person is a police officer. They have my best interest. They're not looking at, why is it only one police officer? Why isn't it two? Where are you taking me? Why are you walking over here? They're not calculating any of that stuff. They're too trusting.
Yeah, but for the most part, I believe that most women, I mean, you would know better, but I would assume that most women know, okay, on a subconscious level, that biologically they're weaker than men. So therefore, they're going to take precautions.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I agree. Mm-hmm.
I think most women do take precautions. But like I said, even if women take precautions, you're still going to have sickos in this world.
Right, I agree.
Yo, Khalid there?
Yeah, I'm there, yo.
Yeah, so
Yo,
what's the, yeah, where's Wu-Dang, man? What happened to Wu-Dang? Wu-Dang, come back on, man.
I don't know where Wu-Dang is, man. He needs to cool down, man. I think the panels. Sometimes the panel gets heated. I think he made a good decision by just chilling out. You get where I'm coming from. But it is mad, man. Come on, man. It's a sticky predicament that we're in around nowadays, especially with men as well. With men as well, even like maneuvering around women, not trying to make yourself a creep. There's extra pressure that's put on us as well. I feel like there's an extra amount of pressure that's going to be put on men.
It's true.
Do you feel like you go overboard to make yourself feel less threatening?
But you don't know. Like, look, I work in a profession where there's hardly any women. Do you get where I'm coming from, sis?
Yeah.
Like, imagine if you're in them predicaments nowadays where you're just so conscious about, especially this cancel culture, this sexual harassment culture. You don't know. You don't know what to say now. You don't know how to act. Sooner or later, where like it was it. What did the former US vice president say? He goes, "I only want to be in a room and I'll only be in a room with only my wife in there." Is that the way forward now? Because it's gonna be a bit I don't know, man. I don't know.
No, but
I'm just thinking of long term of what's gonna happen.
Okay. Do the men in the panels? Do the men in the panels feel like they can't be in a room or in a situation by themselves with women?
No, I don't think so.
In certain situations you can't. In certain situations, wallahi, you just can't. Even me as a I study something that like in the way of social works and like in that kind of context, and even me as a man is being taught that do not be alone with a woman in a room, not because you're going to do something, but they can use it against you. Do you know what I mean, sister? So that's
You're
also
saying precaution is better than cure, like just avoid any situation.
True. And the thing is, it's not even about, it's not even about the rape, because it's true, they say that there's not going to happen to the woman. It's true. It's also to protect the rape thing. But you and me as a man is personally taught, like it is said to me, don't do that. I'm advising you against it, because people are going to use it against you. And another thing, like Brother Dapper was saying, is that, of course, as a man, me personally, I want to make it better for the women. I want to make it like for them easier to go on the streets and do what they can do. Just as Brother Khalid was saying, talking to our brothers, talking to your friends, all those kinds of things. But an example that Brother Dapper used is like, for example, me, if I walk on the street right now, yeah, and I am. It's like 10 o'clock in the night, yeah, and I'm walking there, and a woman is walking there, and I am walking, and she's walking in front of me. Me personally, I don't feel easy walking behind her because I know she's thinking, "What is he doing?" What do? I take a few steps back, and or I cross the street just to
make
yeah,
her feel comfortable. Yeah.
just to make her feel
Yeah,
comfortable. But also, it is you as a man. Sometimes, I'm honest, you know, you're scared. You're scared that she's gonna think something of you, or you
yeah,
don't want to talk to her. Let's say, for example, something happens. You don't. Sometimes you're afraid to say something to her. Let's say, for example, her wallet's falling out of her pocket. You say, "Hey, miss, something's." Some of them will run away if you start talking.
yeah. It happened to me in King's Cross train station the other day as well. One woman, she got a handbag caught on her thing, and I tried to, and then and I was like, yo, and then it took the other women to say, no, look, your thing is caught on the thing. The brother was
Yeah,
trying to help you,
it's true.
and she was like, oh my god.
It's true.
And it's luckily there was no other women around there. She would have started screaming, purse, ankle, one height.
And it happens.
There's scenarios like that. That men are actually literally. You see with the Me Too movement, some of us men are actually shit scared now.
Yeah, and you know what it is, sister? Well, especially as a black man, this happens. As a white man, I don't know this happens that much, but as a black man, you are thinking about those kinds of things. You are thinking to look at least like the least threatening way you can look, smile or whatever. Even if you're smiling, you look threatening.
Because for just being black, you're already considered a threat.
True. As and imagine
Being on a man now as well. Being a man as well now.
Yeah, being a man is a threat to a
facts.
woman because this is happening, and being a black man is threatening.
But
yeah,
can I
you're
ask
double.
a question, brother Yusuf? And I know that our environments are very different. So I'm really trying to understand when you say as a black man you feel you're very cautious about how you're appearing. Is that towards black women or non-black women? Because in my community that I'm familiar with, I was probably more afraid of getting robbed than just getting raped. To be honest with you, and I'm
Yeah.
not saying that. Like I mean,
I think yes.
I said that earlier, Mel. In my area where I grew up in, I've never thought of being as a man as well, me walking around getting raped, but me getting robbed. Because I lived in a rough neighborhood. I live in the slums. Yeah, that's something that I used to think about, but
no, but I'm saying like how do you think black women, right, whether they were also East African or West African or Caribbean, right? How do you think the black women viewed other black men in their community? Do they think that they were afraid of being raped or they were afraid of being robbed?
For me
I would probably guess robbed. I think I would guess.
Yeah, I
didn't hear the answer.
I would guess both. Yeah. I would.
Both?
Yeah, I could think that because in especially in the West, you don't know. Like actually, you just don't know. As a woman, you just I don't think you can gamble on it. You know, you're just afraid.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I've been afraid more of rape than I have of robbery. Like I don't even think somebody's gonna rob me. I don't know. It's never crossed my mind. I don't keep my phone anywhere, like going, oh, do I have all my possession? Somebody might do something to me because of my possession. But I'm always conscious that somebody is too close to me, behind me. Or am I in this area is not well lit? Are people around me? Are other women around me? Like that's more of a concern to me than robbery.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's so different. Like that. I mean, I don't know if there's any other Black American women in the chat that maybe I'm just, because there are 50 different states here, so I don't want to act like my experience is indicative of the Black American experience. But I grew up
Kathea
in
said she
a
fears robbery more in the comments. She says, I fear more robbery than anything else. I work in
She's from North America.
okay.
She's American as well.
What's her name? Who's that?
Kafia is in the chat. She's right
Yeah,
here. It's the sister here.
Let me tell you, and y'all gonna think I'm probably old enough to be all of y'all, at least your auntie, maybe some of your parents. I don't know, right?
You'd be surprised with some of us on the panel. Some
I'm
of us are
grown.
20. No, but we're grown as well. We're all in our,
I'm not calling. Listen, Khalid, I'm
the
not.
youngest,
Listen.
the youngest on the panel is 26. The
Oh,
youngest
okay.
member. I don't
That's
know about
okay. So
26 years old.
I'm old enough to be your aunties. You know how
I'm
how they
24.
call
Older
everybody
sister, maybe
aunties.
older sister, maybe older sister,
Right,
not
older
auntie.
sister, exactly, older sister.
Okay.
So when
All
I was growing up, right, in Brooklyn, New York, and a guy tried to ask me for my number. Sometimes if I said no, thank you, or I got a boyfriend, when I turned around, I would be afraid that he would kick me. Or if I was carrying bags, I would get robbed. Like if you didn't give up your number, they would take your phone. They would take whatever. They would like like the guys that he was with would be like, "Oh, she tried to play you." So sometimes you would. This is like back in the days. You would try to give somebody like a fake number, but if they try to call you out there and they'll call the number while you're there and your phone don't ring, then you might get assaulted, physically assaulted, right? So it was like a lot of fear around just giving your number to random guys out of survival. You see what I'm saying? Like out of like you don't want to get beat up by his associates or the same person, so you would give your information out like out of survival. And for me, in my environment, I feared that way more than are they going to drag me in an alley somewhere and rape me? You know, maybe I would say like whenever I heard about rapes in the news, one they targeted very vulnerable people, people who were like 55 and older who were staying at home, retired, and if somebody broke into their home or forced their way into the door, no one would be even there to hear in the middle of the day. So you would hear some 55-year-old lady was raped in the middle of the afternoon and no one knew, right? Or someone was raped at 4 o'clock in the morning. Right? So if I'm walking home at 9:30, I'm not really feeling like rape is an issue, but maybe getting robbed, you know what I'm saying, was definitely, especially around, technology starts pumping and you get your cell phone and flip phones and all this other, touch screens and all this other stuff. Yeah, people are wanting to rob you. So I don't know if that's anywhere close to the scene in the UK, like of people assaulting you just for not giving them your phone number. That may not be y'all reality out there.
Oh no, it's a reality. It's definitely a reality. But they don't rob you. They just they intimidate you. They try to be like literally. There's places I don't even like in northwest London. There's a place called Halsden. Literally, if you say no to them, they will try to beat you up.
Oh, so it's the same thing. Oh my God. That's horrible.
Honestly, it's horrible. They take
It's a known
rejection really
phenomenon.
badly.
It's a known phenomenon. So yeah.
Why do men do that? Why is that a new like? Like I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, I hate to say this. I'm not trying to big myself up, but I'm not like rejection. Like you try with one girl, she says no, you move to the next. It's not really a big deal. I don't know why some men take that as a big.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know why they take that as a oh. I've always
Because
been
it's
about
usually out of ego. It's
Yeah,
they
exactly. I was
either
just going to say that.
there's a group of guys. They don't usually do this by themselves, and the fact that you've rejected them and their friends are laughing at them, that hurts their ego. Then they lash out. Then they're thinking you're the reason that they're embarrassed, so they take it out on you.
Okay.
Yeah, some of these guys, it's ego, but then at the same time, I know these guys are just sick. These guys have mental health issues.
Well,
I know
like
there's a
some
lot
of
of
them
sick
do have
people that
mental
are.
health.
But you
But
also have
some,
to realize some of them are genuinely abusing drugs. So
yeah,
they're not
100%.
in their so they're not in their rightful mind, so they can't make like they can't think correctly at that time.
And
Yeah,
you know what it
exactly.
is, yeah. I think like the sister was saying, Sister Melanie was saying this, and it's also example of this. Yeah, is that sometimes, you know what happens as well is that when guys do this, yeah, they talk to the girl. Yeah, some of them they're hard, you know. They say no, I don't want to talk to you, wahkas. Some of them they talk because they know if they're gonna say no, they're gonna get in trouble. You know what I mean? So it's also a fear. So sometimes as a guy, you don't see that. Well, like me, one time personally, I had a Somali girl that I knew from the city. I knew her, and I know she doesn't talk to guys. I know that she doesn't just normally does not talk to guys. So one day I was in the city center, and she was there as well, and I saw someone talking to her, and I didn't know this guy. He wasn't someone who was acquainted with her. So me, I came up to her and I said, yo, I called her father's name. I said, yo, your father is calling you. I did like I was her brother, So I said, so she said, oh, and I knew if she said no to me, my father's not calling me, then I would have said, okay, then she knows, because I was lying. She knew I was trying something. So she came with me. Then I asked her, did you know those guys? She said, no, I didn't. So sometimes, and imagine if I didn't know her, then I wouldn't took that gamble.
But then why is she walking with them?
Because she wasn't walking with them. She was standing there with them. They were talking to her. You know what I mean?
Why didn't she walk away?
Huh?
Why didn't she walk away? You probably wouldn't know
She
anyway.
couldn't. These guys were up on her. You know what I mean?
Or what they cornered her, you say?
Sometimes girls get scared, man. Girls get intimidated.
They were talking.
Definitely.
Yeah, sometimes girls get scared, intimidated of men where they can't walk away. It's like, what the fuck? And then from there, it's just crazy, fam. For me, I think it's just educating young men. I think there needs to be a serious sit down with men all across the board, all across the world. That's what I personally think. I think there needs to be some type of education, because the key problem is men. We're the ones doing this, so we need to sit down with our young men and tell them, nah, man, get this culture out of the system.
Yeah, but Khalid, how it's difficult though, man. Because like you said earlier, you never
Ahmed,
know.
can you mute up when you're not? Please,
Sorry.
Ahmed, you're mute. Sorry, go on. Say that again, Lebah.
I was just saying, like you said earlier, like you never know, like you just never know, man. Because I think it's important. I think it's important for us to hold ourselves accountable. Everyone needs to hold their friends accountable for sure. At the same time, you just never know, man. You just never know.
Yeah. That's another thing, man. That's what but yeah, Mels. You never know, Mels, who could be that guy.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, when you were talking about it, and when someone said, "Why doesn't she walk away?" I actually remembered, just like a little flashback of my adolescence, when one of my friends that we were with, she was actually kicked in her back. She was kicked in her back. Yeah, when we were walking away. So she told the guy, she turned him down, and it was like five of us girls, and she turned around to walk away, and he just kicked her in her back. And in that moment, she said, let me just go. Let's just go, because she didn't want to turn around and try to defend herself. And we could have got beat up by a whole mob of guys. You know what I'm saying? It was just us women. You know what I mean? So who would have stopped that? We would have just basically depending on good Samaritans to stop it. So she just take her little kicking, and we just left. But that stayed with me. So the next time someone tries to talk to me when I'm by myself, I'm not going to reject them, because now the fear of, okay, am I going to be kicked? Am I going to be robbed? If they're going to push me down on the floor and, stomp me out or whatever, I don't know where this is going to end. Let me just give him my number and, send him the voicemail. You know what I'm saying?
I was honestly going to say the same story. I was talking to my mom. When Libah said, why don't you walk? Literally, I remember this like it was yesterday. My friend walked away, and he had a bottle in his hand, hit her on the bottom of her head. All she saw was blood coming down her forehead before she fell.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're like, I'm going to sit here.
Why didn't you phone police on him?
We did. By the time they got there, they were gone. But first of all, we did. That did happen. The police
Maya,
were
if you
called.
had a knife with you, you would have stabbed him, and he would have been good.
Yeah, but say she stabs him and the guy dies.
I think I was too shocked. I was so shocked.
Yeah, I hear you.
You're shocked. Imagine someone just like a man throwing a bottle.
What's the law?
Yeah.
Is that manslaughter?
Yeah, that's
Wait,
What
manslaughter.
happened?
who's the one talking about the knife stuff? Is that Yusuf?
Libah. Nice libah.
Libak. Let me tell you about the law in my state where I live. So in my state, I can get a license to have a firearm in my home. I could be asleep. Someone is in my home, breaks into my home. I hear them rummaging through my home, and I fire a shot and kill them. I will go to jail for murder. Do you hear that?
Is this a home invasion we're talking about?
Yes. If I kill the person
In a home
who is
invasion, yeah?
invading my home, who is robbing my home, breaking entry, robbery, all of that, all of those charges, right?
Yeah, I think we have a similar law in the UK actually.
So this
Remember that man that was in prison
somebody
for
could hit me in the
intimidation?
head with a bottle and then I stabbed them and then I still go to, if I killed them, I go to jail for murder and they were trying to harm me. This is crazy. How the law, is it doesn't really protect the victim
Yeah, but
all the time.
here in the UK, okay, we have a defense called what's it called? Basically self-defense. Okay, so if somebody attacks you and if your life is being threatened, then you can attack them. Okay, you could ultimately kill them. You could get away with it in self-defense.
Really?
But
Yeah,
you have to go through. You get charged. You have to go through the court system.
you have to go through the
for
court.
you
Yeah,
to, yeah, and you might even have to spend time in prison.
Yes,
Like,
a
literally
long
all
time,
that.
like
no,
a year
that
or
just
so.
it's unlikely that you will do time in jail. I reckon. For
No,
example, yeah, go on.
the jail part. So prison and jail is different in the States. I don't know if it's the same in the UK, but
Yeah, it's the same here.
so jail is where you're awaiting trial, and you can await trial for 12 to 18, 24 months.
Yeah, we would call that remand here.
Yeah,
They call
if they
that
deny
time
you bail.
served.
Yeah, if they deny you, yeah.
Yeah, but then if you're a woman, okay, and you don't have a history, then you'll get bail for sure.
Oh, okay.
You'll definitely get bail. And
Yeah,
like I
but
said,
bro,
there's evidence.
isn't that like in America? Isn't that a bit of an oxymoron? Are you supposed to protect your property?
Yeah, exactly.
First Amendment. Doesn't the First Amendment cover that?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make
Right to
sense
bear
that they
arms.
allow you to have the weapon in your home to protect your property, but then when you protect your property, you're charged with the crime of protecting your property. It doesn't, you know. So I haven't gone through the process of getting my firearm license because I'm really considering. Oh, another thing too. If
you hit him with a
if you
baseball
live in
bat,
a
though.
state, huh?
Say if you hit him, like say you and your son both hit him with a baseball bat right now, disarm this person, are you still gonna get charged for assault or anything, any of them charges?
Probably. Listen, not only just here in the States. I think it was just the other day, Ultra Funky was sharing a story about a person who was committing a burglary over there in the UK, escaped from the house, came out the window, went on top of the roof, running on top of the roof, and fell through the roof, and then sued the person that they was robbing. How about that? Because their roof wasn't stable. I said, what the hell?
Come on, this crazy. It's beyond crazy, man.
This is craziness. So, like,
It's
you
craziness.
know, so in the U.S., if you live in a state that has legalized marijuana, which it's pretty much going to be legalized after in all the damn countries anyway, but it's working slowly. So if you live in a state that legalizes marijuana, you have to choose between having a marijuana license or having a gun license, but you cannot have both.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, so
it's
I mean, I don't smoke marijuana, but I'm just like, what if I want to? Like, like it's my right. Like, what if I want to and I have a gun license? Now I can't. This is like, I don't know.
Melanie, do you mind me asking what state you're from?
I'm in Maryland. I'm from New York.
Okay.
I don't ever not say that. I'm from NYC, baby.
Is Maryland? Is that, is that in the East Coast? Yeah, Maryland.
Yes, it's in the East Coast. We're right beneath Delaware
It's
and
not
right
far
on
from
top of
New
Virginia.
York, right?
Yeah, I'm like four hours from New York.
Yeah, 'cause I'm thinking Baltimore area, so I'm just thinking that's not far from New York.
Yep. Baltimore is right up the street from me.
And that's a really rough area, right?
Yes, it
Not slum area.
is. Baltimore is like, you know, I remember like anyone I know, like they have this college. It's a historically black college called Hampton University, and it is highly recommended and renowned for some of their different programs. Like they have a really strong engineering program. So they have electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, um, but it is in the heart of like what
The
you would
ghetto.
call the road. It's in the road. It's in the ghetto. Like busting shots every night. Man for dead, to get shot up. But not here. Here. It's like it's like if my child was to tell me I'm going to Baltimore, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm literally afraid. Like it is very scary. The lifestyle, the culture there. Going to the gas station can mean getting robbed, getting
Is
shot.
it as bad as Southside Chicago?
It's probably, yeah.
Have you ever
But
watched The Wire? Have you
about
ever
it is
watched The Wire?
Chicago is way bigger. That's why
Yeah,
you don't hear
Chicago.
like yeah, the wire. There you go.
The Wire. Have you ever watched The Wire? Have you
Yeah, of
ever watched
course.
that TV? That's Baltimore. That's
Yeah, I
Baltimore
know.
in a nutshell.
The
And
Bal-
especially The Wire glorified Baltimore. It's even worse than that in real life.
so like
Crazy.
I live in the suburbs to Baltimore. I live in the nicer area to Baltimore, but I have like this little um doorbell that has like a camera on it, and when you register the doorbell, it gives you the news and the announcements for the whole area. I get alerts all the time. Oh, there was a fire. Oh, there was a break in. Someone stole my packages. Someone tried to enter my house. Someone robbed my car. Like all the time. And it's always Baltimore. It's always Baltimore. And I'm like, frig. Like, and you try to buy a house there, that house cheap as hell. Cheap. Right now, if you have $5,000, you could buy a house in Baltimore. 3 levels. It's because it's so bad there that the house is $5,000. You know what I'm saying? Like it's literally they're
That is
giving it
crazy.
away. Yes.
I thought you said 500,000 for a second.
No.
Is
$5,000.
that how bad it is? That is crazy.
Yes. Because they take nice pictures and everything of the outside, and then when you go see the place, it's you know prostitutes is walking up and down in front of your front door. The house to the left and the house to the right is abandoned. The windows are all boarded up.
Guys, I need to leave. I'll see you guys. Yes, salam alaikum.
Peace, brother. Salam to you.
Love, yeah. See you guys.
Yeah, so it's really bad. Really bad there.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. There's actually people living there, raising families and whatnot. I guess a lot of people haven't got a choice. They've probably been living there for a long time.
Exactly. Yeah, that's true. They don't really have a choice, and unless you get like a career field or you go off to college or you I don't know, I guess expose yourself to something else. You probably don't even know anything else.
Yeah. The education level must be quite poor as well, right?
Yes, the education, the school system is very poor. At one point, I was actually thinking of like going to work for the school system, right? Like these kids need help. Until I looked at how much they made money, I said, I can't even sustain my quality of life. Like the pay, the salary is very low in comparison to if you work in a surrounding area. So they make it very difficult for you to be a school teacher or the librarian or the gym teacher or, just anyone working in that system to be dealing with probably the most difficult students who need the most help in the country, pretty much. Or like in one, at least in the one of the more needy areas in the country. It's not good.
Yeah, that's a shame. It really is. But I'm guessing that the teachers that are teaching in these schools are from Baltimore themselves. So I'm
Oh,
guessing they want to give back to their community.
you would be
Not really
surprised.
doing it for the money or anything.
I think that with I'm trying to think of another field. Do you know of another field that does like heavy just recruiting in general?
Um, I'm guessing
Like
the state
IT,
sector,
like
state jobs in general.
I think
you
the
think
army.
state jobs?
The
No,
army.
I'm thinking of like IT because so with the school system, what they do is they have recruiters in other big cities. So like there may be like let's say I work for Baltimore County Schools, right? Or Baltimore City Schools. When it comes time for like April or March around this time of the year, they may attend job fairs in New York City and try to recruit people who live in New York to move to Baltimore and pay them like a moving stipend, right? And then with the promise of like, let's say your student loan will be forgiven if you give us 3 or 4 or 5 years of service. So if a person is in debt, 100,000, 100K in student loans, they're like, hell yeah, I'll move to Baltimore for 5 years. Do you see what I'm saying? So like,
Yeah, that's a pretty attractive bill actually.
so there's heavy recruitment. They are recruiting like crazy all over the country, right? But what happens is you say, hey, yeah, I'll take this job for $40,000 or $37,000. And then when you're on your first week of school and a kid like kicks the table at you, right? You're like, fuck this, right? Like, I'm out of here. Like, I'm not putting up with this nonsense. You see what I'm saying? Or like it's your first day teaching a 8th grade or 9th grade English class, and 50% of your class are reading at a 4th grade level. What? And you're responsible for getting them up to grade level? That's a lot of work. Do you see what I'm saying? So
Yeah, and
sometimes
I'm guessing if you leave, they won't write off your student loan debt, right?
no, they will not. They will not write off you. Exactly.
So it's a trap,
So
basically.
what you have is the school is 99.9, if not 100%, lower income Black school with a bunch of young white people trying to get their student loans paid off. And then within a year or two, they say, F this, and they're out. So you have high turnover and you have people who don't know the people, they don't know the culture, they don't know the issues, trying to help these young people. It's just a mess. It's literally a mess.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's difficult, man. It's hard. I feel sorry for people that live in those sort of cities in America. You've got Southside Chicago, Baltimore, Detroit is another one, right?
Yeah, Detroit, Michigan is another one. I'm glad that New York City is, even though it has its reputation, our school system doesn't get a negative stereotype. Like New York City schools are actually a pretty good school district. Like I don't know what the recipe is, but we definitely don't have a whole lot of like, you don't be like, oh, school shooting in New York City, where you would think it's New York City. Like, yeah, there's guns everywhere, right? But yeah, it's not like that. It's just not like that.
Yeah, but that's
So
probably because the schools are funded a lot better, I'm guessing, in New York.
we have had, I would say, New York City has had metal detectors in the high schools. All high schools have had metal detectors since the 90s. That's standard. You go into the schools like you go into the airport. Take off your shoes, take off your belt, all of that stuff. Since the 90s.
That's crazy.
Since the 90s. You hear me? Since the
Now, but
90s.
look, Mels, I've seen a lot of American schools. Your schools about like correction facilities. It doesn't seem like school.
Take your shoes off, take your belt off, put your book bag through there. They're gonna wind your ass down. And
That's
see,
crazy.
I work in the schools. You know how many we've caught bongs, weed,
Bombs.
grinders,
Did
all
you just say
kinds.
bombs?
Yes, the kids coming, they trying to get the bong into the school.
Bong or bomb?
A bong. Bong. So when
Oh,
you put, what is the bong? What is a bong? Like with
bong
the
that you smoke weed with.
yes, that you
Oh,
smoke
right.
you put the water in there and all that stuff, and then you, I don't know, like you bubble it up.
Yeah.
They do.
It's crazy.
They try to get those in the pipes, the actual weed or the grinders, and then don't forget about the pills, the Adderall, Percocet, Molly's, all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They trying to bring it into school. Then at one point, the kids was putting vodka into their water bottles. They pour out the water and put vodka in the bottle, and then the whole damn class is drunk, and we don't know how is they getting drunk, and they drinking water. We thinking they drinking water, and they drinking vodka. Right?
It's fucked over there.
Yeah.
America. America is
Crazy, these young kids, man. These kids is crazy.
especially when they're taking this lean and these tablets that they're popping as well.
Xanax
Young
and-
generation, Xanax, and I don't know, man. The young generation, they've messed.
They
Percocet.
messed up.
Yeah, man. The drugs that I've never seen in my life, that they're all over.
And it's
You know,
mad
I
because
met
all
this-
those drugs are actually opiates as well. So they're not even like, they're hard drugs.
I thought it was cheap, brother. I thought the drugs was cheap because of how often this guy told me he had a $200 a day pill habit.
That's
I
crazy.
said, $200 a day? What are you doing to be making, like, if you using the drug, then you under the influence, how are you able to have the mind,
Mm-hmm.
the cognitive mind to be able to have a job to make the rest of the money to fuel this habit? That's a lot of money. $200 a day. I was complaining over my $5 a day Starbucks habit. I had to give up Starbucks, y'all, because $5 a day is too much damn money to be spending on no freaking coffee. I said,
Yeah,
frick
it
this.
all adds up, right?
It adds up. And this dude was like, well, I gotta take a pill in the morning, and I definitely gotta take one at night. I said, whoa, you can't call yourself liking no kind of melanated goddess talking about that kind of habit. So
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna put you in a friend zone.
Yeah, nah, $200. What type of sick guy does that?
$200 a day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know how many pills that is, or if that's Adderall and what's the other one? I don't even know. Adderall
Molly?
and what'd you say?
Molly,
A
Molly,
Molly.
as you would say.
It wasn't. It was like a what's the in the family of Adderall? It was like those upper things, um those ones that make you just be more active. And he said that when
You can buy all these drugs from your local pharmacy as well, right? So it's not like you have to go to like a dodgy back alley. You know, all of this stuff is available in Walmart.
what you mean? You can't buy Molly at the pharmacy.
No, not Molly, probably not Molly, but drugs in general, like Xanax, Percocet. Can you not get that at the pharmacy?
Oh yeah, perk.
Yeah,
That's what he was. He
oxycodone
was on the
too.
perk. He was on the perks and Xanax. He was on both of those. Thank you. But you have to have a prescription. How can you get it with? I don't need.
Oh
This
yeah,
is
of
the
course.
problem. And when you don't think like a criminal, none of it makes sense to you. Because I don't understand it. Because I know when I get a prescription, I got a prescription.
Hello. Sorry, guys, I just come back.
Yo.
Yo.
Yeah, I think it might cut off.
I think I might cut off. Yeah, man. Hey, Sister Mike, you still there?
I think she's sleeping.
I think she's
System.
sleeping.
She's there.
I think she's still sleeping. Yeah, man. Nah, the American system, nah, man. You know what? Sometimes I would wish I would grow up in North America, but sometimes I feel like,
No.
opportunity-wise, I think the Somalis over there are doing a lot better.
Oh, really?
Facts.
I
They're
don't.
way
You know what?
better.
The Somalis they in a whole different area because DC Brad be telling me they in like the Midwest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some are in the Midwest, some
Columbus
are
and
scattered all over
Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. That's
No, the
not.
Midwest.
Yeah, that's all Midwest. See, like
Oh,
the Midwest,
Yeah.
they get cold, but they get lots of sun. They got good weather over there. Like they get like a lot of sun. Their summers are good, but it do get cold there. Like so when wintertime come, they get that snow. Like it don't, yeah. They get that snow, it gets cold and all that kind of stuff.
mm-hmm. No, I've
But
seen pictures of America, man. My guy here is from Canada, man. I don't want to go around there, especially wintertime.
listen, Canada can't see me in wintertime. Canada, you might as well say it's like saying a Somali moving to Russia. Who the hell? Ain't nobody moving to no freaking Russia.
I know. I wonder how the Canadians and the Caribbean people and the Somali people survive over there.
I don't know because it's so many Caribbean and Somali people there. But when I went to Canada, I went in August and I loved it. In
Yeah, apparently
August,
in the summer is really nice. Apparently.
what? Let me tell you, if you got your passports, what you want to do, maybe not 2021, but try for 2022, 2023. Make sure you make it for something called Caravana. That
Yeah,
is
I
the
heard about Caribbean.
that
Yeah, I
is
heard
the
about that. Yeah.
oh my God. Let me tell you, Caravana is lit, lit, lit.
Where's
It is
Caravana?
it's in Canada. It's in
It's
Toronto. It's
Caribbean
in
thing.
Toronto, Canada. And they
Caribbean
have
thing.
carnival, right? When you wake up in the morning, they have party that start like 11 a.m., 11, 12 o'clock in the afternoon. And that party will go to maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. And then boom, another party start at 8 o'clock at night to like 4 in the morning. Then the next day, 12 o'clock in the morning and noon, it's the next party. It's party for 7 to 9 days straight. Morning, night. I didn't go to all of the parties, mind you, because you're just exhausted. Like you're literally tapped out of party, but just the environment, the food, the people, the costumes, the outfits, the music, the vibes, you know what I'm saying? Like I didn't see not one fight while I was there. It was just good vibes. Everyone was like, "Oh, okay, where you from?" It's people that's coming in from other countries. People coming from Trinidad. People coming from Jamaica. People coming from America. People coming from, Barbados or Trinidad or wherever. You see what I'm saying? It's like so many people just interacting. Is overwhelming. It was just nothing but love. I was like, "Yo, I like this environment. I will definitely come back." But now we got COVID. Now we got
Yeah.
COVID.
Speaking about COVID, yeah, what do you think like of the all these news reports here trying to pressure the ethnic minorities to take the vaccine? Like it's kind of the way they're pressing it on the side. Like they said, yeah, I was watching a video right now, yeah, and the guy was like, it was like a news report, and they were saying, why are blacks so hesitant to take the vaccine, including other ethnic minorities? And I'm like, yo, like these are trying to sterilize us, man. Like I'm more of on the conspiracy side, because the conspiracy, so I'm not saying all conspiracies are true, but some conspiracies just make sense, fam, because it's just,
No, I agree.
you know what I'm saying? It's just
I
I'm
agree
trusting my
with you.
senses. That I'm trusting my immune system to take care of me. That I'm good. But they're just pushing this vaccine on me. Like I'm like, raw, man. It's a bit weird.
Listen, Pump, let me tell you. So my mom, she lives in a facility, right? They called me the other day. No, matter of fact, I called them. I said, "Oh, I'm making a doctor's appointment for my mom. I need y'all to, do the what they call it, the virtual doctor's appointment for her." They said, "Oh no, we need you to call the owner. She want to talk to you." So she want to talk to me. Okay, I know I don't owe her no money. I'm like, she want to talk to me for? So I called the owner. She says, "Oh yes, I want to tell you that everyone in the facility has had the vaccine except for your mother because you said no." I said, "Okay." She says, "Well, they're going to loosen the regulations, and I wanted to inform you, like, just so you know, that she will be around people." I said, but if everybody got the vaccine, she good. That's how I'm looking at it. Like, why my mother gotta
Yeah.
put that business in her body? Nah, yo, we ain't.
You know what's even, what's mad? Yeah, they're saying that, they're saying it's not mandatory to take the vaccine, but if you don't take the vaccine, your life is pretty much hard, because if you want to go to work and you want to maintain your job, they're probably going to require a vaccine. You have a proof of vaccine, and if you want to, this is now in the UK, if you want to leave the country and go on holiday, you need a vaccine. You need a proof of vaccine. So no one can enter into
Are
the
you
country.
serious?
No one. Yeah, no one can enter into the country. No one
No,
can leave the country without showing proof of a vaccine. So right now, yeah,
no.
I'm just saying, yeah, the whole aim is to sterilize the minorities, right? Sterilize the minorities, and no, sorry, I think it's much bigger, because the human population, is gotten too big, innit? And it's just about sterilizing people, innit? Because not
Wait a
many,
minute.
many
Wait a
people.
minute. Wait a minute. You scaring me now. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are you telling me they put that in writing that to leave the country you have to have the vaccine?
Well, if you're gonna, yeah, if you're gonna go on holidays and everything, like if you go on holidays or you're moving up, like you're using the plane to leave, you have to have a vaccine, a proof of vaccine. No one can enter and leave without the vaccine.
See,
And that's in the
because
UK. That's in the
so
UK
far, so
right now.
far in the U.S., so far in the U.S., to board a plane, you have to have a negative COVID test.
Yeah, that's what we had at the start, but then now they have to show, because we have the vaccine. The vaccine came in the country. Now you have to have proof of a vaccine, because that's what
I
they
mean,
want.
we
They don't
got
want.
vaccines too, but that's a violation of our rights because if with before there was a COVID vaccine, there was a flu vaccine, and then nobody told you you had to have the flu vaccine before you got on a plane. So, like,
And if you check BBC News, you know that 2 days ago, Ireland rejected the AstraZeneca vaccine. They rejected the AstraZeneca vaccine from being imported to Ireland because there was side effects of blood clots within the people who took it, and some of them died. So there are people who
you
have died from taking the vaccine. Do you understand?
see
And
what I'm
some
saying? Like,
but that,
yo,
right now on the AstraZeneca, some people got blood clots, right? And they rejected that AstraZeneca vaccine from being imported to Ireland. And I'm just saying, yeah, it's just like sterilizes you, innit? You can't have children if you take it. I really want, I really want to know.
no, go ahead, brother.
Are you sure you're not allowed to have children? Are you sure about that?
No,
I
he's
don't
saying that they
know.
trying to. He's trying to say that they trying to wipe us out, pretty much. And I'm thinking to myself, like, for a person like me, like, let's say I chose not to get the vaccine, but because my mother she's an elder, right? What if I said, okay, just willy nilly give her the vaccine, and she developed
Mhm.
blood clots or whatever? that's going to be resting on my head because I'm the person that's making the decision. It's not just for myself. I'm making a decision for somebody else. So you can't just willy-nilly make a decision for someone else's body and you are not confident in this thing, right? So I'm not confident in this vaccine stuff. Like that's crazy. I can't believe they have it as a requirement for y'all to leave the country.
Yeah, it's a new thing because I'm looking to fly back to the motherland soon, isn't it? Yeah. And all this, cut that, cut this, and it's just easy if you just take it one time. You don't need to, and then boom, you're good.
Yeah, but one
Wait,
time.
so Khalid,
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, I was gonna ask you. So you're gonna take the vaccine for real to just to leave the? They can't let you just leave the country and then not come back or some shit.
Now the problem is, yeah, you have to look. It's going back home in it right now. One of my bedrooms went back home in it, and the problem is he's saying is over there, it's people are charging you 500, 700 pounds for the the passport to travel with back in the motherland, innit? And a lot of people, what they're struggling is it's just simple. It's for
What
free.
passport?
Take it. There's a vaccine passport that you need now. Sooner or later, you with your normal passport, there needs to be some type of medical proof that you've got the vaccine done in order to travel. Do you get where I'm coming from now?
No,
And there's
I'm not even, brother Khalid. Listen,
not-
I'm gonna need a moment to digest this because my stomach is hurting me right now. Like you telling me I'm like I'm so anti-vaccine right now. I can't even digest what you're telling me. I can't.
that means you have to stay. That means you can't go back to Honduras.
No.
What they,
I'm
you can.
I'm going to
but
Tanzania.
soon now.
2022. I will be in Tanzania, turning all the way up. You hear me? All the way up. I'm turning up in Tanzania.
Mm-hmm.
My co-workers from Tanzania. I've been learning a little bit of Swahili, and I'm trying to go to Tanzania in 2022. We were supposed to go this year, but COVID. So he said he want to he want to go he going to Tanzania for 2 months. I will not be there for 2 months, right? Like I don't have 2 months of money or time to be in Tanzania. But 2022, next year, I'm going. So are you saying I have to get the vaccine?
Well, what they're gonna do? I think they're gonna just make it so mandatory and so much loopholes for you, Mel. It's gonna be worth just getting it so you could travel. Do you understand where I'm coming from, Mel? Right now they're making you jump through loops, and this is the beginning stages. And the worst thing is, yeah, one of my cousins was telling me every flight had to get cancelled because there was only 4 or 5 people traveling, and the airlines are like, we're not gonna take 4 or 5 people to Dubai by themselves. No way. So you're in a predicament where even if you do go on holiday, some people are getting stranded because there's not enough passengers to go on the plane anyway.
What?
Yeah, man, there's a lot of travel restrictions. Mel's, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's difficult. They're making it difficult for a player just to even travel.
Yeah, I'm not taking the
So
vaccine, man. I'm gonna wait it out.
I
But
don't
you
know. I
saying
don't
you're
want to
gonna
be
wait
safe.
it out? Are you saying that you could literally stay where you are and not travel for like the next 3 years?
I'll be honest. I don't travel that often. I just go back to my mother's country, and that's about it. I can travel within Canada. I don't mind. I don't need to leave the country.
Israel made it mandatory in Israel. So basically, if you're gonna go to the gym or anything like that, some
They
shops,
vaccinate
retailers,
everyone
they
in
want
Israel.
proof. Yeah.
You know
In
what?
Israel, it's mandatory in Israel. But what can all I can say is, yeah. Do you see the president of Tanzania? Yeah, he said that there was something to do with COVID, right? He said that he's not going to accept COVID vaccines in Tanzania. He said that we don't need it, we don't want the vaccines, right? So that's what the Tanzanian president said, right? Now the Tanzanian president is missing. No one knows where he is.
No.
The Tanzanian people are like, where is he? Yeah. And then Kenya said, yeah, we're treating him in an undisclosed hospital for COVID. But I think this guy is dead because no one's heard of him. How can a whole country not know where their
Oh
president
my
is?
God.
And you know what it's because of? Yeah, it's because Tanzania they took money from EU, yeah, for COVID. You know when all countries were taking, the mask, free mask, all of that, but it came with a loan. I can't remember. It was something from the EU, right? EU was distributing certain loans to take care of the COVID within their country, right, in Africa, and Tanzania accepted the loans to take care of the situation in Africa due to COVID. And then later on, they said, Tanzania, here, take care. We're going to give you these vaccines, vaccinate your people as well. Tanzania said, we're not going to vaccinate our people, innit? That's what the president said. And now the president is missing.
That's
Coleman,
crazy.
and that's because EU, he took money from the EU, right? And he just finessed them. Like, he just finessed them on a mad thing. Like, he took a loan, everything, yeah. And then after he said he's not gonna vaccinate his people, isn't it? So man's missing right now, isn't it? That's fucked.
He said, man, a bad man. He said, a bad man. Man, I pay nothing back.
No, he's a legend, so I can't lie. Tanzanian president's a legend, fam. That guy, but he's missing though. I think he's dead. I think he's dead. Like,
Damn, yo. This COVID stuff getting scary. Y'all really
do you know why?
right now.
Do you know why personally I think he's dead? Yeah, it's because the whole citizens, they're wondering where this guy is. In it, he could just take a little video. A person could take a video of, like, him on the bed or something like that, right? There's no video, no proof of where he is. Kenya said, "Oh, look, we got him in an undisclosed area. He's in Nairobi being treated." But no video, nothing, no proof. He's still missing. He's been killed. And Ghanaian president, yeah, he said that he's gonna industrialize, isn't it? The cocoa. Have you heard about that?
What does that mean? Industrialized meaning what?
Yeah.
And
No, it's good. It's good.
With the Japanese? With
the Chinese? He said, no. The Ghanaian president said that, you know how they send cocoa beans to Switzerland, and Switzerland just makes all the chocolate, and Ghana never manufactures its own cocoa beans, right? Because we all know there's a new colonialism where no African country can industrialize, right? And then one of the presidents, yeah, I don't know if he's the president, Ghanaian president right now. It's just a famous guy, and he's running for presidency. Is he the president? Oh, I'll have to double check. I don't know if he's the president or he was an ex-president. I don't know, but he said that we're gonna industrialize, yeah, the cocoa beans, and we're gonna stop exporting cocoa beans to Switzerland. I think that guy, yeah, he's doing a great job. I wish him success in it, but Europe is probably not going to just sit there and allow that to happen.
You need to have like some extreme security, because
they just get it from Ivory Coast. They just get it from Ivory Coast.
No, Ghana produces Ghana's cocoa beans. Yeah, he said we're not going to export it to like he said we're not going to export it to you no more. Do you know what I mean? And he said that we're going to make our own chocolate.
Ivory Coast. So, like, in the, I would say, Black American circles, right? Y'all are speaking to a Black American person who doesn't hold a lot of animosity on all of the things that transpired during the transatlantic enslavement period, right? But there are some who, one, are not educated, right, on what culture is like on a continent, and so they have a very skewed understanding of what a tribe is, what an African is, and X, Y, and Z, and therefore their understanding of what transpired during the transatlantic slave trade is skewed. That's my opinion, right? So what I'm saying is that there are some people who have very different positions of, like, how they believe, what they think Africans, quote unquote, meaning all continental Africans, how they should interact and so forth. To me, this is a perfect example, right? Where if Ghana takes a particular stance, right? Other West African countries, if they came into alliance with Ghana, right? When it comes to just the cocoa issue, that can strengthen their trade and interaction in general on other exports, other areas where they are they assert themselves as a specific entity that should be respected, that should be getting what's due to them and not being manipulated. But I think what the West does is they exploit the fact that everyone wants to be different. everyone wants to be separate. So all they got to do is cut a deal with one to override the other. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm.
That's
Yo, I
that.
get
That's
what you're
Yeah,
how.
right.
saying.
That's true. That's true.
That's
Yo,
how
you're
they.
right.
That's how they get around. That's how they get around it. If okay, for instance, when we look at the borders that are there now, these are called colonial borders, right? So there are parts of Cameroon that the people are the same people that are in Nigeria, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
But because someone drew the colonial borders, now you're Cameroonian and now you're Nigerian. Okay, so that would mean that maybe they have some of the same practices, maybe they learn some of the same trades, maybe they have cocoa in Cameroon and they have cocoa in Nigeria, right? So if they all united, like fuck that, we not bowing to the French, we not bowing to Britain. Bump that. We got cocoa over here. It's our export, and on that instance, Nigeria and Cameroon was in alignment. Then they would have more of a front versus if Nigeria and Cameroon was against each other, then you just need Britain or the French to go to Cameroon and say, look, we cut a deal with you and you could get all of the money that we was going to get to Nigeria. That's
I
how
think
they're playing us. That's how they've been
I,
playing us for all of these years.
you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah. But what I think in order to combat it, yeah, would be the Africans set up a common currency that will come together and we just build a common currency that we're all going to use, build up that currency, and the whole African continent will change drastically. I think it would be unrealistic to just say all African countries come together as one country because that's like a
Oh no, no,
unrealistic
no.
goal. A realistic goal, 100%, 100% a realistic goal would be set up a common currency that's going to be used between all of the African countries and work towards a unity between all the African countries outside the African Union because the African Union was created by foreigners. It wasn't something that we came up together and spoke on the table. So I'd say all African countries just step aside from a African
Yeah,
Union,
but North
talk about
Africa and
unity.
South Africa
No,
not
but
joining that.
no,
I'm
but
not fuck,
I
fuck,
wasn't
fuck
speaking
North
about.
Africa. Fuck,
I wasn't
fuck
speaking
North.
about the whole continent. I wasn't speaking about the whole continent coming under one name. I mean, it's. I don't want to just sound like a hopeless person, right? I think
Yeah.
that to say, Sudan, to say they're not going to call themselves Sudanese, to say, Nambia. Is it Namibia? I think I'm saying it right. Namibia. They're not going to call themselves Namibia. Gambia is not going to call themselves Gambia. Congo is not going to call themselves Congo. It's been so long that they become accustomed to, even though it's really recent history that we've had these names, right? This is all, let's say, 100 years. That's not very long. That's only 3
Yeah.
generations, maybe. You see what I'm saying?
I
It's
think
not
it's less
very
than
long.
100 years. I think it's less than 100
Exactly.
years, probably.
Less than 100
Yeah.
years that we've had these names. But what I am saying is that with these names, we could still work collaboratively together. I'm not saying, I think if you want to erase the names, I think it's going to be a lot of resistance. For me,
No, I'm not
personally,
trying to. I'm not. Oh, cool. Sorry for interrupting.
no. If you agree with me, go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
No. You were saying something, but I thought you said. I thought when you said about erasing the name, I was just gonna say I was gonna say I never because I thought you said that I said that I erased that. I
No,
was
I
thinking
thought
about
you meant
erasing
I thought
names.
you meant like the whole of Africa come together. And I don't think it's about the whole Africa coming together. I think it's for the African countries that have a invested interest, right? So for the African countries that are big on the fruit exports, they should come together based off of that and saying, we're not shipping another freaking pineapple nowhere. Trust,
Yeah, that's good.
right?
Yeah, I 100% agree with that.
Let's see how the rest of y'all live without pineapples, right?
But you know what?
Nobody
You know
got
what?
no
Yeah.
They
damn
just
Yeah,
go to
but
South
plantains.
America.
but guys,
They just go to South
guys,
America or
Sister Maya,
Asia.
I know,
But
my
guess what?
sister
Listen, and
Maya.
I know that all black ain't black to
What do you
some
think of this
people.
though?
But guess what's in South
What about
America,
what's this
right?
man?
Some black
Now
folks.
look at this. What about this though? Gaddafi tried it and look what happened to him.
Yeah,
I
that's
What are
exactly.
you
know.
saying,
Yeah,
Pump? What are you saying, Pump?
and
Pump said
that's
something
true.
about North Africa. Pump said something
But
about North Africa.
see,
What are you saying?
Yeah,
that's what we need.
I said the reason why, yeah, I said that the African Union, the African currency should be between the sub-Saharan Africans, is because the North Africans are more aligned with Saudi, UAE, and Qatar, and we can't
Right.
trust them, bro. So I'd say sub-Saharan
No, they're more like
Africans,
in
yeah,
Europe.
yeah,
No,
whatever.
but he's right.
You
He's
get the
right.
But
They're
point.
more
Morocco's
with the
good as
Arabs.
too.
They're more with
They
the
work with.
Arab
Yeah, that's
Union.
You get the
true.
point. You
But
get the
so is
point. You get
Sudan
the point.
too.
Yeah, Sudan was not included. Keep Sudan. I'm
Yeah.
saying Sudan. So the reason why I wouldn't include Sudan into the northern part is because the Sudanese, yeah, there's a lot of them. They were Arabized, right? And they're not really. They are
They practice
discriminated
Arab
by the
supremacy. They're instincting the Darfur people as we speak
But
right
you know
now.
what?
The
You know what we could
Janjaweed.
do? You
Melanated.
could
You know what I'm trying to say? Like
you could
the
extend
Sudanese.
to the Sudanese, right? What because I'm gonna keep it real. Because of the Sudanese, because we know their heritage, they don't
Yeah,
understand their heritage, right? So it's kind of like they're like brainwashed people thinking that they're Arab when they really not, right? But
yeah.
we
It's very
we
mad. It's
can't
very
really
mad
tell
still.
them can't really tell them that, right? But you can always extend an invitation to join the African or the West African or the whatever African, whatever we want to call it, right? But that other union, but if they want to continue to be a part and identify themselves as Arab people, it's really nothing that we can do for those Sudanese. But I don't think that one, you ever heard the saying, one monkey don't stop the show? One monkey don't stop no show. Just because the
Yeah,
Sudanese want to not be part with us, oh well, let them keep on going. And all the other Central, Eastern, and Western countries, right? I mean, not to be mean to North Africa, but North Africa be on some other stuff, right?
yeah, yeah.
So
100%. I agree.
the Eastern, Western, and Central countries that do identify themselves and want to unify, they can definitely make a strong force, a strong concerted effort, right? And if you add the diasporans, right? Oh my goodness. If you trying to build roads, we don't need to go to no fucking Chinese. We got enough damn engineers who's being trained all the way
Do you know
every
what?
week
Do you know?
damn west.
Do you know what melanated?
I
Yeah.
don't know about
The
that.
only problem. The only problem is, yeah, is that we've got too many African puppet leaders that work for foreign agents, isn't it?
You're right.
That is our only setback. If we could have, like, for example, yeah, what I'd say, which is realistic, is that sub-Saharan African countries, they work towards an African currency that is shared between the Eastern, the Western, but not the North Africans, because the North Africans, they're on the Arabian plate. Like
Yeah,
they're
but
more
they're
on that
still African
Arabian
though.
thing.
Wait, who is
They
this
were-
talking now? Who is the person I'm looking at my phone and see who's talking
You know
because
what
your
it is?
voice
You
is.
know what it is? Yeah, you know what it is? Riddy, yeah.
Oh,
You know what it is?
no.
Yeah. I'm just trying to say, yeah, North Africans, they will pick the Arabs because they see themselves as Arabs. But they will side with the Saudis and UAEs and the Qataris that are right now funding terrorism in Somalia. Yeah, that
So
fund it,
listen,
literally fund it.
so Pump, I'm telling you, the
But they're
reason
still
why I was
African
trying to
though.
figure out who was saying what is because
Yeah.
the other day, right, I wasn't on one of the regular UK channels. I wasn't on College Channel. I wasn't on Red Pill Trail. I wasn't on G Block. Wasn't on any of the regular UK channels that I be on, right? I was on a regular Black American channel on the East Coast, American time zone, everything. And guess what? Some person whose their YouTube name is Somali, right? Just
Hmm.
Somali with a pink S, right? They was critiquing a woman who was of mixed heritage, and he was like, oh, she ain't even black, she ain't even this, what critiquing, like just dissing her and being disrespectful. And then he told me that Somalis are Arab, and I said, you are the first Somali to tell me that you're Arab. So I don't know what you're talking about because none of the other Somalis I talked to tell me that they're Arab. And he was like, oh, well, they're confused. They're confused. So, yeah,
Dollar,
I'm
oh
telling
my
you.
days.
This
Do
is
you know
what
what
I'm
is? Do
trying
you know
to
what is?
say.
Do you know what is? Do you know what is? Yeah, it's basically, there's a fable. Yeah, there's a little fable, right? And the Somalis, right? They made that. It was a long time ago. There was like a little fable which Somalis apparently came from they were descendants of the uncle of Prophet Muhammad, right? And then this guy still believes, like, because it's fake, innit? It's all fake, right? And DNA proves that it's fake because Somalis don't carry haplogroup J, which is an Arab DNA, right? Somalis are Cushitic. That's what Somalis are. Just technically they're
That's
related to
what I put
Oromos.
in the
And
chat. That's what
yeah,
I put in
is
the
there
chat. I
exactly?
said, you're supposed to be Cushitic. And he said, I said, every Somali I know tells me that they're Cushitic. And he said,
No,
that's
it's only a
because
few
they don't
Somalis.
know that
It's
they're
only
Arabic. He said they don't know their Arabic lineage or something like that. And I was like,
it's yeah, yeah,
so
it's the
then
fable. It's the fable. Yeah, it's the fable.
so I told him,
It's a
I
little.
said, well, if you're Arabic, why are you over here talking about this black woman? You need to worry about your community. And every time he said something, I said, you're Arabic. What's going on in the Arab community? Stop critiquing the black community. And if we want to consider, because the woman, her skin was very, very light. But I'm gonna tell
Yeah.
you, you know what a mixed race person looked like. All of her features look like a black person, but her skin was very light, right? And I'm like, she's clearly biracial. Why are we gonna like comment on her being biracial in a chat room? Like if you had a person who was part Somali, let's say, and part West African, or a part Somali and part European, right? But they was like, oh, coming, and they was coming into your chat room. Are you gonna just shun them like they not Somali? You just gonna diss them and just be like, you're no, you wouldn't do that, right?
No,
No, we
no,
wouldn't do that, man. No,
It's
we got
especially
ST. ST is like ST is half Somali, half Swedish. We got one on our panel. He's still Somali.
that's what I'm trying to say. If they trying to one connect, learn, or enhance that particular side of them, you're not gonna shun them. So I didn't really appreciate this dude who I'm assuming is the guy whose name was Somali, and he was basically dissing this black woman because she was light skinned. And I'm like, you're not even saying you a black man dissing her. You telling me you are Arab. So get the fuck out of here. Like
Do you know
I'm
what?
like,
But then again, do you know what's worse at it than that? Yeah, the Arab don't consider you Arab as well. He still calls you S word. So I don't get this
Yes, trust.
syndromes this that. Now some of our people, wallahi, they suffer from this thing where man's not related to these people. These people are not related to us. Full stop. Man, just share a religion with each other. That's about it. Until we start
yeah,
clocking
he
that,
said he was Arab. He
I ain't
said
got
he was
nothing against.
Arab.
I ain't no. I ain't got nothing against my Arab brothers and sisters. But man's not an Arab, and we need to start facing the facts. We're not them. They're not
They got
us.
something against you,
Very, very
Khalid.
religious. Huh?
But we've always been like, even like, there's like a report. There's a like before colonialism, yeah. There was a time where the Somali Muslim kingdoms, right? They would visit some of the people that would record information from the Muslim kingdoms, in it. And there was a merchant, there was a Somali merchant, like a couple of Somali merchants, right? And they would question like, oh, what do you think of the Arabs, right? And they responded, we don't like the Arabs, and that the Arabs are untrustworthy people. Like they're not trustworthy. They've all
Oh, that's not
Somalis.
that's a sorry
That is
guys.
so
That's an
true.
ambiguous statement to say. I can't really
No,
back
no,
that
that's true.
statement.
That was written by European explorers.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, you
that's
know what I'm talking
100%
about,
true.
innit?
Because
That's what they
even
said. That's what
even
Somalis.
even Sayyid Muhammad Abdullah Hassan, aka Mad Mullah, he said the same thing as well.
Yeah, because they're untrustworthy and not trusted. Like we've always hated them. Yeah, and even the Turks, the Ottoman Empire, the people who rebelled against them was Arabs. The Arabs rebelled against them, and the Arabs Wahhabi. This is why I keep saying the Wahhabi ideology, which was created 200 years ago, which is Salafi and all of that Saudi have. It was created and it was said that the Ottoman Empire was not a non-Muslim empire. It was a pagan, un-Islamic empire, which caused some Arabs to rebel against the Ottoman Empire, which was occupying the Medina and Mecca area. So we don't even like them, man. We just don't like Arabs in general, innit? But I'm just saying, only
No,
a few
don't say
Somalis.
that, man. Don't say that. We don't
No,
like
but
that.
Khalid,
Listen,
no, but
so
Khalid,
That's what I mean.
historically, Somalis have only had a close relationship with the Turks. That's it. We've never
Yeah.
really,
Even our kingdoms,
with the Arabs.
No, but then
yeah.
again, I have to refute that. I have to refute that, man, because what you got to remember, Djibouti and Berbera is across the road is Yemen. So you're telling me we don't
Bro,
intermarry, we haven't intermarried with these people? Come on,
Barely,
come on. Don't let your
barely,
race.
barely, barely.
Look, listen. There's
Bro,
certain
bro,
biases.
this was the northern Somalis though. It was the northern Somalis that said this about the Arabs. These are Somalis in general, and we just don't like them, I think. We intermarry with them, we mix with them, but we don't like them. And by the way, bro, Somalis, they know that they're not Arabs. They never consider themselves. No, wait, sorry. Only a few Somalis consider themselves Arabs, innit? But that's fake, and it's
Yeah,
been
no,
disproven.
that's fake. Yeah, that's fake. You know, I totally agree with you. That to me,
Yeah,
that's
and
a
it's fake.
mind.
It's fake. It's fake.
Any
I'll tell
Muslim
you.
that says that, you're an idiot, fam. Yeah,
So do you
because
think?
people
So do
don't
you think
claim
that the
you.
ones that do you think that the ones that identify with Arabs actually do have Arab ancestry? You know, the only reason why I ask that is because you know, people that I know from Ethiopia, right? They would tell me like there's Ethiopians that look like you, right? But
Yeah.
then one day I was chilling with my homegirl who's from Ethiopia. I was telling my homegirls from Ethiopia, and she looked me in my eye and was like, "Oh, there's no Ethiopians that look like you. Like Ethiopians don't look like black. That's what she told me." And I knew when she said it, I knew that she was lying. I knew she was lying, but because you know, because when they come to this country, that they have this in the I don't know if it's the same in the UK, but in the US, they are under the same as Egypt, where they can classify as
Caucasian?
white. Yes.
Yeah, because you
Yes.
have to understand though. You have to understand Ethiopia is a country of 80 ethnic groups. She's specifically referring to Habeshas, so it's very different. Ethiopia itself
So she's
has
not
a very
Aisha because she
wide.
showed me. So because she's like my homegirl, like I've gone like out with her and she would show me her like other Ethiopian friends and she'll be like, "Oh, what if you tell me the other group, I can tell you which one she is. She's not Habesha. Her some of her friends.
Oromo?
Yes, that's what she is, Oromo. She's Oromo, and I've met some of her Habesha friends. And she was trying to tell me like how they look alike. And I'm like, yo, y'all look like fucking brother and sister right now. Like, and I took this picture. I don't know what you're talking about. Y'all look different. She's like, oh no, it's like it right here in the eyes. And I'm like, dude, yo,
Yo,
no.
let me tell you. Let me
Y'all look
say something,
alike.
Melanie. Melanie, yeah. Do you know the Somalis, right? They carry the DNA, which is E1, B1B, right? You can just search it up, right? You can search up. Somalis have a DNA which is EV32. The majority of the Somalis carry this DNA, right? And Somalis are their haplogroup is E1B1B. Anything with E is a DNA that's in Africa. It's not DNA that's outside of Africa, right? And B12 came from basically B12 was a DNA that originated 8,000 between 8,000 years ago to 13,000 years ago, and its originated in Egypt, right? So Somalis originally came from Egypt. That's their DNA. That's the VEV12.
All right
I
now,
don't know about that, man. I don't
Hotep
know
to my
about that, fam.
Somali
I don't know
bros
about
and
that.
sis- Look, he said, I don't know about that.
No,
See? Because he
no,
say,
because
you
you know
know
what?
what? I ain't with that
'Cause-
sun worship. You know what I'm saying? I ain't with that sun worship type stuff
no,
right there.
it's not even that because
You can't. But anyways, you can search up
people.
the DNA, which is
No, but
E1,
hold on.
B1, B, and
Yeah,
that's a DNA that's you
no,
can check the
but you have
DNA.
to understand.
It's
But
an
look,
African. No, but
listen.
this is my point. This is my point. The Somalis who say they're Arabs is bullshit because there was been DNA on their clans. Their clans, they did
That's what I'm
DNA on
saying
them,
because
and they don't have the Arab DNA, which is J. They don't have the haplogroup
no,
J.
but no, no,
That's
no,
my
no, no.
point.
The homeland of the
Ricocheting.
Afro-Asiatic language and the people themselves come from southern Ethiopia. That's has been proven. So that's where originally we were all from, and then we all dispersed, and then we all spread out. That's exactly how it happened. I don't know about none of that Egypt talk. You know what I mean? We had history.
Okay,
We have
so
No,
you're
no.
saying
I
the
said,
ancient Egyptians. Wait,
I said. Okay,
brother, are you saying the ancient
let me.
Egyptians were actually ancient Ethiopians who migrated to Egypt? Is that what you're saying?
No. I never said
To be
Ethiopians
honest,
because
we don't know.
Ethiopians.
Majority of the
I never said
Egyptians
Ethiopians.
shared a lot more. They're Nile people, so they're related to the Nile. They've had relations with other Cushitic people
The
who
Nile
originate
Valley.
from the Horn of Ethiopian Highlands. So it's very hard to tell who they were, but they had relations with our ancestors who were in the Horn of Africa. They had trade
Yeah,
agreements,
yeah, the
whatever the case
puntites,
may
the
be.
puntites.
Who are you talking about,
Somalis
really?
basically.
Exactly.
Let me
Really, who are you
let
talking
me
about?
explain. Let me explain.
I'm talking about the land of Punt and stuff like the ancient Egyptians.
All right.
Yeah, the land
Yeah,
of
that's what I'm
Punt
saying.
is located. It's some like it's known in Somalia basically. It's basically modern day Somalia. That's where the Punt was at because what's again? Archaeologists they said it was in Somalia, right? But my point
Northern
was this,
Somalia,
yeah.
Senate region.
Yeah, the northern Somalis, right? But you know the northern Somal, all the Somalis in the south, the original homeland is in the north as well. You know, right?
Yeah.
All right, but this is my point, though. This is my point, yeah. Somalis, E1B1B, yeah, is spread it out. So there was E1B1B, right? And then E1B1B went into Southern Europe, Middle East, North Africa, and it remained in Horn of Africa and also went down near the Eastern Africa, near Eastern Africa, like near Tanzania and all those areas. That's where E1B1B spread it out to, right? But it originated in the Horn of Africa. And then from the people, the E1B1Bs that went to Egypt, right? When they descended, like the descendants of the E1B1Bs that were in Egypt, came the V6, EV68 and EV32 and EV12, right? And now, if you look at the Somalis, right, they're V12 and V32 because they came from Egypt between 8,000 to 13,000 years ago. So all you need to search up is EV12. And that's why a lot of stuff, when you put all these factors together, you realize that the Somalis were the Puntites and that they were the descendants of ancient Egypt. That's what I got to say.
So what about the Nilotic people then? The people that were living in the Nile then that were there, that they're not part of ancient Egypt as well?
I don't know too much on that. I don't know about that, but I just know about the Somalis.
So you're telling me
So
we were in
listen,
Egypt?
some of the descendants from ancient Egypt migrated to Yoruba land, right? So that might explain why I got a big forehead myself. You feel me? So like we could be like distant cousins. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Like we cousins over here. You know what I'm saying? Like
It's actually,
my hair.
do you know that the West Africans and the Central Africans, right? Their DNA is E1B1A, and the Somalis, their DNA is E1B1B. And if you realize something, is that E1B1B and E1B1A are cousins, and they link back to E1B1. So that's how. And then
I
from
mean,
E1B1,
like I
that's what I was.
listen. So I would tell you, like my friend who is from Ethiopia, if she didn't tell me she was Ethiopian, I would think she's from New Orleans. I would think she is from, you know, she's just Black American with a little. Maybe she has Native American somewhere in her ancestry. It's not necessarily like that I would look at her and say, you are not like me. Right. And maybe because you know what, I should just shut up because I'm not 100% Black American. You know, like I have, I guess you could call it foreign, for lack of a better word. I have foreign ancestry too. I have DNA that's from Jamaica, Cuba, Barbados, all of these different nations. You see what I'm saying? So when I think of what a black person looks like, I'm looking at my relatives. You see what I'm saying? And my relatives don't necessarily look like somebody who's from Alabama. Do you see what I'm saying? So like maybe my opinion is not the best opinion of a Black American. So let me just shut up. But I will say that I feel like, yes, there are some differences, you know. So like my friend, you know, she would have a straighter hair pattern, right? Her hair texture is different than mine. But so is I have first cousins whose hair is different than mine. Do you see what I'm saying? And if I ask my cousin, are you mixed race? She'd be like, I'm Black. Like she just feels like a Black person. So I'm not accustomed to a person who would not identify as black just because their hair is curly. That's not
Okay,
really, at least
I have a
at least in
question.
America, that's not. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Yeah.
brother.
So basically, I was watching something online today on Twitter, right? And I think this was something pertaining to mixed heritage, right? So basically, between someone that's black and white. And one of the biggest arguments that I was hearing a lot, depending on if it was in Europe or the United States, is that was the one drop rule, right? There are people who are arguing that mixed race people have a right to say that they have like they can use both heritage, so they're not fully black, they're not fully white, they're both, and they want to embody that. But in the United States, is that if you have one drop, you're just black. You're not you discontinue the white side. So if you look, so basically, if you're half black, you're just black.
That is absolutely the case. So, like, I would say in Europe, where you are you in Europe?
No, I'm in Canada.
Oh, in Canada. Okay. I would say like in Europe, and I don't know if it's the case in Canada. You would have to tell me. But a person like Drake is just black. He
I
light
mean,
skinned.
I,
He's
I
just a
mean,
light skinned. He's a light skinned black dude. We
yeah.
don't be like, oh, this mixed race guy. He has a nice record album out. Blah blah blah. Oh, I was talking to this nice mixed race. We don't do that. No, not in America. A
Man, I think
person,
that's more of a
one of
European thing. I think that's a UK European
one
thing
of their
because we say mixed race. You always say mixed race.
mixed race, biracial, none of it counts. Like,
Yeah.
unless, right, the only time it counts, I'm sorry, y'all, I'm trying to go over here cook, and I know this is loud. Hold on, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Um,
No, come.
the only time The only time that it is the person will be called mixed race or biracial if they make a big deal out of it and say, oh, like what's her name? Markle, Meghan Markle,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
I'm biracial. I'm biracial, right? When
Mm.
they come out and I'm biracial, all right, well, we're gonna call you
Mm.
biracial. But if you come out and you say you black, nobody's gonna say, you ain't black, your mother is white. No, no. That's not how it is, the black community in America. They just say you black. See?
Yeah.
So Obama was our black president, even though his mother is white. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
He
that's
allowed
weird though.
people to,
He's mixed race though.
I
That's the
get
Yeah,
thing.
but
That's what
you,
people are trying
yeah.
to argue.
but when people called him our black president, did Barack Obama come out and say, hey
Same. I'm
guys,
a mix. I'm actually
don't call me
biracial.
black, don't call me a black. Did he do that? No.
No,
He
that's
called
true.
Right.
himself a
That's
mutt though. He called himself a mutt, and also same thing with
Yeah.
what's her name, Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. They say she's the first black VP, but reality she's half Indian, and her dad is half black. Her dad is mixed race.
Her dad is mixed race. I didn't even know that. I thought her dad.
Yeah, her dad is just
Oh
he's
Lord.
biracial Jamaican, and her mom is full Tamil South Indian. So that's why it's so funny. People just
Wait, wait,
say
wait,
things
wait. So her
and they
dad is
false
Jamaican and what? He's mixed Jamaican and what?
and white,
White.
Jamaican and
Her
white,
grandma's
and
white.
No,
her mom is
no,
Indian,
no,
Yeah.
Tamil.
nah. I ain't believing this right here. Kamala Harris' dad is part white.
Yeah,
Oh shit.
that's what I found out today too. I was shocked too, cause the
Cause
media,
she's
it's a lot of these media, these
and
people,
she's
they
part
have
of
an
like a
agenda.
black sorority. This is that's why I don't. That's why I never joined into that stupidness because I just thought it was just like for show. You know what I'm saying? Like to me,
It is for
sisterhood need to
sure.
be sisterhood.
Yeah,
Sisterhood don't need to be.
even the guy from The Bachelor,
You know,
even that black guy from The Bachelor, he's half white, but then people say he's the first black bachelor, but he's half white. That's the thing, though. Every time someone, I don't know, and he looks predominantly black, they're gonna just claim him,
because he looks
even
black.
racial.
That's what I'm saying.
He's mixed. It
Because
doesn't
let me
matter. You
ask
know
you
what I
this.
mean? He's mixed.
So if it was like, let's just say somebody that looked like Mariah Carey, do you think they would say, "Oh, the first black, blah 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 blah"? Mariah Carey don't look black.
Yeah, but she's mixed though.
You know who
Yeah,
Mariah
that's
Carey
true.
is?
Yeah.
But
But then again,
Yeah,
But
I
she
know
don't
Mariah
look.
Carey is.
She don't
no.
look
But then
black.
No, she
But
don't
then
look that.
again,
No, she don't look. Same thing with Halle
isn't
Berry.
no, but isn't it the thing is? Can I say something? Here? Is that really a mixed heritage person's problem? Who they identify with? You shouldn't be asked.
They
Like you're
can't.
not
They have
asking
to
people
Absolutely.
that.
identify with it.
I think it
Absolutely,
should
it's
be.
a mixed
I think they.
heritage problem.
I think they should. I
They
think they should be the people that should label themselves. Like you're saying, it's
right no, but
confusing.
it's the
People are like,
problem that they have of the conflict. They have
yeah,
that we like people who don't have that conflict, right? Like I know both my mother and father are black, right? So I don't have that
mm-hmm.
conflict. I need to be aware that someone who is biracial, they have that conflict. They don't know how to identify, when to identify. Do they feel uncomfortable? Certain
Yeah.
conversations, certain conversations might make them feel awkward. Like
I
you
know.
have
I
to.
got one of my mixed race friends. You cannot disrespect no white people in front of him. You can't do that. You can't do that. He will go crazy. You can't disrespect a black person, and you can't disrespect. And I had to ask him why. He goes, "Look, my mom's white. She raised me. My aunties are white. My grandma's white. Like they raised me. I'm half white. It's like you just can't be
But that's a lot
like
of
he will go
biracial
ape.
people.
No, some
Yeah.
keep their mouth shut. You know, some whatever crowd they're in, yeah, they'll just cape for whatever crowd. They're in a black crowd. They're like, yeah, hell yeah.
Because
You
you
know
know,
no
you have to
more.
understand this too. Yeah, because you have to understand this too. It's a social experiment, right? So let's say the black people were at the same social level as let's say East Asians and South Asians, where people would be so eager to accept their heritage, especially in the West, right? It's cool to be the immigrant side or the minority side than it is to be the dominant majority white side, especially in a liberal society. Because this is what I was looking at online today, right? Mixed race people are trying to take over their identity as being mixed race. So they're representing both cultures, and they're only uniting themselves with other mixed race people because they have this dilemma. Because white people are powerful. They're not gonna accept a half breed in their culture. They're like, what? No, if you're not full white, you're not white. And I understand that that's a very smart way to look at it because at the end of the day, you can't be one of them. You know what I mean? You share a different heritage, different struggle. You know what I mean? You can't associate with them. I feel like a lot of minorities try to take that burden of a person's identity by saying because they're half just still one of us. You can still hang out with them, but at the same time, it's not a responsibility for a community to take the burden of a person's identity, especially if he's half something else. And now let's say if there's a war that breaks out between two communities that this person shares, it will be hard to trust this person's loyalty. Hypothetically to say.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
But I think with the black community, it's a little bit different because with the white community will exclude that person. If the black community
Yeah,
excludes
that's
that
true.
person, I think the black
Yeah,
community
but
feels like, where will they go? Will they form their own mixed race group, or you see what I'm saying? So I think that what the black community does is they
Mm-hmm.
accept them, but then treat them differently,
yeah, because
right?
even
So,
if you
like
look
for
at it
me, as a
now,
black woman, as a non mixed race black woman, if I am looking for a skin product for black women or a hair product for black women or something for my eye color or my mascara, right? I would prefer for the person that the imagery on the product to reflect me, not necessarily look like me. It doesn't have to be a picture of me, but for it to be the picture of a mixed race person, as if, how do I know when I put this hair color in my hair, it's not going to negatively affect my texture if the image that you give me is of a texture that's different than mine? Do you see what I'm saying? So this is the problem that we have now, where mixed race is the new black.
that's true.
Oh,
That's very true. They prove that
You
oh,
feel me?
the
That's the new
statistically
black.
that it is the new black,
oh.
especially in America
That's a big
and,
statement. That's
and
a
in
big
Britain.
statement to say, Mel, bro.
No, that's the fact. That's a fact, Khaled. If you're gonna look at the next 50 years, the average black person is gonna be mixed. If you look in
Nah, that
50 years,
depends.
the
It
average
depends,
black
man.
person is going to be mixed, predominantly
It
from the
depends.
paternal line,
Yeah, but then
because
again, does that
black
cause more
people,
problems? Does that cause more problems, or does that cause more of a harmonious society?
not really.
What do you guys
Not really, because it could only create a harmonious society if the mixed race people create some sort of they take like leadership positions, create dialogue by ending racism and discrimination in the workplace. It's like, but to be honest, I can't take it serious because at the end of the day, white people are still gonna have a strong stock. They might be a minority, but they're still gonna have their purity levels at a high rate, meaning they're not gonna be infiltrated as much as the black community, specifically Black Americans and Caribbean people who are influenced. Because even then, you got to look at the Caribbean islands in the Americas. They've already been miscegenated for 500 years. And the white man has been the source of the paternal line for most of the mixing. You know what I mean? And now black guys are getting involved in the game too, but then they're leaving out they're not focusing on their lineage as other men are in the world are. Most men take hit into their lineage, into their heritage, you know? And I think it's
No,
very
I would
important
tell you
because if
most of the light skin that you see in the Caribbean, I would say that that's mostly due to bleaching. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna say that there was no rape going on in the Caribbean during slavery, but I would say that it was very, very more prominent in the in North America than in the Caribbean. Right. So yes, it did occur in the Caribbean. So I'm not going on record saying it did not occur in the Caribbean, but I am saying that um, if you go to Haiti, if you go to Jamaica, if you go, you're going to see more people that look like West Africans than in the in the United States. That in the United
that's
States,
true.
the
But
north,
what about the one
the
island?
continent,
How about
the,
those?
hmm?
Haiti and the Dominican are one island though. Half
Oh,
of his
yes.
light
But they're
skin.
divided.
Half of his light skin.
Listen,
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I
let
looked at it.
let
But
me tell you, I just did my research.
My
I just
Nigerian
did
friend
some.
went there, yeah. My Nigerian
Mhm.
friend went to the Dominican Republic and he hated it. The way he got treated, like, oh my god, the way I got treated over on that side was, he couldn't believe it. Because you're very
Listen,
dark skinned brother, innit?
I just did my research right on Dominican Republic because for the longest time when I was looking to vacation Dominican Republic, if you try to look for like to vacation Dominican Republic, you're gonna find like super cheap deals for all inclusive deals where you get the hotel, free food, and all that, free drinks, free alcoholic drinks, everything in a bundle, like super cheap. And I said, you know what? I will refuse to give Dominican Republic my money. Dominican Republic has been building a wall to keep the Haitians out. So Hispaniola is the old name of the island, right? The island of Hispaniola, and then it was divided in half, and one half is Haiti and one half is Dominican Republic. There's no water, no nothing dividing the two. It's just a actual physical line that they drew, and one side is
Yeah,
Haiti and one side is Dominican Republic,
yeah,
right? So you had African people, African enslaved people on both
yeah.
sides, right? One side is colonized and
By
enslaved
France.
at one point
By
and
France.
colonized by the Spanish, and one side is colonized and enslaved by
By,
the
by
French,
the French.
right? So both of them have what they call a mulatto class. Both groups have a mulatto class, but supposedly the ones that have the Spanish ancestry, which is the Dominicans, they think they better than the Haitians. You see what I'm saying? And they don't
Mm.
want Haitian people in their country. And they are since 2014 or 2016 have been building a wall just like Donald Trump want to do. In Dominican
Yeah.
Republic, they are building a wall to keep Haitians out. And I said, these motherfuckers will never get none of my money. Trust me. They will never
Shit.
get none of my tourist money. I will not support the country of Dominican Republic for treating descendants of African enslaved people in this manner. Absolutely not. They could kick rocks. They
Yeah,
can
but
kick
what
rocks.
happened also? What you forgot was it was the Haitian Revolution. One side the Haitians got rid of the France. What
And
France
then they
did
went
was
over there and helped the Spanish. They went over
they
there
helped
and
the
helped
Spanish.
Dominican Republic.
What the
They
Spanish
Yeah,
helped
did,
them.
exactly.
what the Spanish did is, yeah, Spanish and Portuguese are very notoriously known for, I think Arabs as well, innit, for sleeping with, the people that they conquer with, to mix with them. Arabs, Portuguese, and Spanish are very known for that. Even if you look at Angola, half of Angola is mixed race right now.
But how
And
did
and that's how, and that's how the
conquer
Spanish.
the Spanish?
Yeah, but that's how the Spanish came in. They started mixing with the locals, started creating, the Milano community, and from there, the Milano community, it was the whole simple house Negro, field Negro antic. That's what Dominican, the whole island is house Negro and field Negro. When the other ones stepped up and actually rebelled, melanated, these lot came up and created a class system. So with that, the colorism came from really in around that area there, if you think about it.
But that's the taboo
Yeah.
too with mixed racing too. That's why mixed
Pardon?
racing it's historically that's the taboo with mixed racing. I'm saying that's why historically it's always had a negative connotation. Now today, when you see it now, when people are propagating miscegenation and all of this, there's a hierarchy of skin colors, hair textures, and ethnic groups. So now when people are mixing, you're denying this hierarchy, you're denying the discrimination of a group, and now that you're gonna force people to mix without acknowledging the respect for other groups. This is why I have this issue with a lot of mixed race people as well, because it's like you're in a confused state because the people that made you did not acknowledge the racism and the discrimination that's going on in the world for them to do it and use quote unquote the basis of love. That's why throughout history, if you look at it, if the two groups were not close to each other or associated with each other, then it's not a genuine relationship, especially in the Caribbean islands where a lot of people have a huge amount of mixed genetics, you know what I mean? Especially from recent times. Like even like you said in Jamaica, 25% of them have Irish genes in them. Has been proven. Trinidad, I think maybe only the black people, the Indian people are full, and then there's a huge mixed race
I don't
class
know
over
because
there,
I mean,
mixed with everything.
listen, brother,
You know what I mean?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you, if I was gangster like that, I would turn on my camera. But just believe. I hope I sound like a real black person, right? But I do have a Irish last name. I will tell you that. Like I looked up the origins of my last name, and my last name is Irish. But then when I looked up, was there slavery in Ireland, or did the Irish have slaves? It was correct. So perhaps my particular ancestor wasn't raped, but does that mean that other ancestors weren't? Or I don't know, maybe it was raped, but then there were so many black people after that it was like watered down. Maybe I'm like 0.2% Irish, you know what I'm saying? But
But
I don't
also,
believe, I
No,
don't think if
what
you
I'm trying
looked
to
at
say
me,
though,
you
in
would
general,
even see like a 0.25. I don't even think you would see
no,
a
you see, not you
0.25.
specifically.
But no, but I do have an Irish
No,
last
but you
name.
gotta. Okay,
That's
hold up.
that's
Where are you
why I brought
from?
it up. That's the only reason why I
You
brought
from
it up is
Jamaica?
because
Melanie, are you Caribbean?
yes, my family, on my father's side, my paternal grandparents, mother and father are both Jamaican. Yes,
So that
absolutely.
explains
Okay,
why
let me
you have
ask
an
you a
Irish
question.
surname then, because there's always been
You
Irish
being
people living
Jamaican,
in Jamaica. Because the
give me a
British
second,
took.
you back. Give me a
Yeah, go on.
No, so I just want to say this.
Go on,
So
bro.
you being Jamaican, right? Don't you notice there's a lot of mixing in Jamaica in general? Not all Jamaicans are
Let
mixed,
me
but there's a
tell.
lot of mixing in the
So,
country, even in the
so
Caribbean as well. Even in
if you know
Toronto.
anything about the diaspora, right? So let's say the diaspora in the last 60 years. Let's not go 100, 150 years, right? Somebody who was born in Trinidad, do you think they was born and they died in Trinidad? No, they probably went to the Bahamas where they could get some work, right? So for my family, my great grandparents went where they could get work. So although my great grandparents were born in Jamaica, my great grandfather, no, is my great grandfather? No, my grandfather, I'm sorry. So my great grandparents were born in Jamaica, but my grandfather, he was born in a Spanish speaking country. So look at that. He had Jamaican parents born in a Spanish speaking country. He was raised to speak Spanish and raised his children, all 24, 25, 26 children. My grandfather had 26 or 25 children, all speaking Spanish, but all looking like black negros people from Jamaica. You see what I'm saying? Like, so this is how diverse. When you say diaspora, we really are. We're really like Black people, people of African ancestry, but you're born in a different nation. And because you're born in that nation, you're subject to the language and the culture of that nation. But that doesn't subjugate, that doesn't take away like your origins, right? Because my family don't look like they speak Spanish. If you see you know how many times I've been in New York City, I'm on a train with my auntie, my mom, and such, right? They could be on a train with some Dominicans, some Mexicans, some El Salvadorians, right? And those people are speaking Spanish. And then after a while, my aunt would get tired, my mom would get tired, and they'll just start speaking Spanish. And the people's face will look like, oh my God, they knew what we were saying the whole time. Because they don't look like mixed race. My family look like freaking Nigerians. They look like they from Cameroon. They look like freaking Black people, no mixed race, but they're completely fluent in the language, completely indoctrinated into the culture. My mom christened me in a Catholic church. I was part of the whole Spanish thing. You know, you're Catholic, you're Spanish, you're Catholic. So the whole culture is of the colonizer, but that they can't erase your Africanness. It's not gone. It's in the little intricacies of even the way that they express their culture. It's there. And the more and more I learn and I interact with other people from other countries, I'll be like, yo, we do that too. Oh, snap. Like my friend from Cameroon, I'm like, I don't know nothing about Cameroon, and I feel like I have so much in common with the people of Cameroon. That is crazy to me. But that's culture. It can't be, if slavery didn't take that shit away. So to me, that's dope. I need to censor my language when I'm on the college show. I'm sorry, Somali speakers. Melanated got it. No, I got a foul mouth, Khalid. Don't, brothers, everybody listen, I got a foul mouth. You know, pray to Allah that my mouth will get cleansed. Melanated needs a cleansed mouth when she's on Somali speakers. Come on, you guys. Help me.
We've got 3 more minutes anyway, guys, yeah? 3 more minutes. We're going to round it up. You guys stay in the after club party. I've got a couple of conversations for you guys as well. But yeah, man, wrapped it up today, man. It's been a good convo. Been a decent one.
I hope everybody liked the show. By now, if you in the chat, I know you like the show. You like the convo. The convo goes up, down, around the block, and come back. You know what I'm saying? Somali speakers is about Somali culture. It's about diasporan culture. It's about what's going on with people, how we can improve, how we can do better. Like, subscribe, and share because people need to hear this. So
yeah, come on. It's culture sharing as well. Because when Sister Melanie always comes, she always gives us a little education. Always nice to see someone else's point of view.
I know, I gotta watch my mouth.
Yeah, man. Somali feminazis tell us, no, don't go, man. Now it's been all right, man. 5 hours plus tomorrow's Monday as well. You know, everyone's getting back to work. I don't want to be keeping people up all night. You know them ones. I don't want people to be blaming me in the morning. Big up Maya. Good show, guys. Was it May? I am May Mona. Big up Mona as well. These guys are arguing about haplogroups, TC, BC,
yeah,
LBC.
I know. That's what happened when they went Southside. Pump it up, got pissed. He had to go to the comments.
No, he's gonna come back. I know him. He's gonna come back in the after club anyway. The speakers club.
Yeah, Pump It Up is in the trenches right now, man. He's hitting them with information.
Ismail's got him as well, innit? God,
all of this haplo group stuff, I'm not gonna lie, man. It confuses me.
I
No,
completely,
fam, you
man. It's
gotta
just
understand. Yeah, but you gotta understand though, all of this comes from the heritage and the origin and the back migrations.
It's
You
like
know what I mean? Because majority of the people,
it's Malay Muhammad.
mm-hmm. What were
yeah.
you saying?
But that's what I'm
What were you
saying.
saying?
Yeah, basically, I was trying to say that basically out of the whole Horner groups, I think Somalis have been the ones that have been the most isolated. I think the Habeshas are the ones that have had a huge admixture on and off because they've had colonies in Yemen for thousands. And we also forget the influence the Horn has in Arabia. We always forget that. We make it seem that they influence us as much as we influence them, even more. I think, especially if you go in Yemen,
I
you
don't
can go
know. No,
see. I've
I
seen
think,
so many.
what it is, we just need to we just need to look at that relationship with them guys. But on that note, you guys stay right there. Catch you guys on Wednesday. Bless up, bless up. Hit up the like button, hit up the subscribe.